Chapter 1, Holy Soul Village. Brother Sheng, wake up soon, why are you still asleep at noon? Su Sheng, who was sleeping soundly on the bed with his eyes closed, heard a tender sound beside him, and he rubbed his eyes impatiently and sat up. Then he glared irritably at the plain-looking boy next to him, and said a bit warmly, "Mistress, didn't you all tell you not to bother me until the afternoon?" The corner of the little boy's mouth twitched, and he rolled his eyes helplessly. "Brother Sheng, I don't know who told me to wake you up earlier yesterday. This little boy is the son of destiny in Douluo continent, Tang San." Su Sheng's mind was aroused, and suddenly remembered that he had specifically asked Tang San to wake up early yesterday. He scratched his messy hair a little embarrassingly, and said with a smile, "Little San, I'm sorry." Tang San sighed, waved his hand and said, "It's okay, since Brother Sheng, you are awake, then I will go to the mountain to chop some firewood. This Brother Sheng has a very good personality, that is, if you stay by his side, you will always feel a chill in your body, that temperature is cold." After speaking, he turned and left the room. Su Sheng stretched out very lazily, and then looked at the window with deep eyes. His name is Su Sheng. After falling asleep accidentally a few years ago, he woke up and traveled to the Douluo continent, precisely in the Holy Soul village in the province of Fastino. Although he has no father and no mother, he was given a nice skin that even women would envy, a pair of soft and watery eyes, and his delicate facial features looked extremely deep. As a traverser, after waiting for a few years for no system to appear, he secretly determined that he must go down. After Su Sheng got up, he cleaned up his appearance. When he saw the handsome boy in the mirror, he nodded with great satisfaction. Martial spirit and spirit power can be omitted, but handsome, it must be necessary. Then he put his chin on and thought again, "Hey, according to the original text, tomorrow seems to be the day when Wuhan awakens, that is, when Lao Tao arrives. As the saying goes, the protagonist of the flowing water, Su Yun Tao, who is struck by iron, is not just bragging." Almost in the original fanfiction, most of the protagonists have seen this spiritual guy. Of course, from another angle, it can be said that he is the real undercover lurking in the Wuhan Hall. Secretly, I don't know how many terrifying enemies have been established for the Wuhan Palace. Just as he was thinking about it, there was a rapid knock on the door outside. Tart tart. Su Sheng came back to his senses, looked out the door, and said in a confused tone, "Please come in." With a click, the door was slowly pushed open, and a gentle old man with a crooked body and a cane in his left hand came in from the outside. The old man is the head of the Holy Soul village, Jack. He walked up to Su Sheng kindly, with a smile on his face and said, "Xiao Sheng, why did you get up so early today?" Su Sheng spread his hands out a little helplessly, "Can't sleep." Then he knowingly asked, "But village chief Jack, are you looking for me so early?" If you guessed it right, this village chief Jack should have come to tell himself that he will be awakening his spirit tomorrow. Sure enough, Jack's face gradually became serious. "Xiao Sheng, tomorrow is the day when Wuhan awakens. I will pick you up before, so don't miss it." Su Sheng rolled his eyes and tried to say, "Mr. Jack, can I not go?" Jack said firmly and loudly, "No." Although there are very few people in the entire continent who can be qualified to become soul masters. But you have to try it before you know. Su Sheng raised his eyebrows slightly, "Well, I will be home tomorrow for you, Mr. Jack, at home." Seeing Su Sheng's disapproval, Jack solemnly said, "I tell you, Xiao Sheng, Wuhan awakening is very important. Even if you awaken with a sickle, or something, you can become a soul master if you have a trace of soul power. If you become a soul master, you will be above 10,000 people." Anonymous novel www.wmxs.info. Our Holy Soul village can also flourish because of this. Jack has said so, what can Su Sheng say? He just wants to hug a thigh quietly, comfortably. Why is it so difficult for a salted fish in his life? Also, awaken a sickle, what does it do? Is it really convenient to work on the ground as cannon fodder? Su Sheng waved his hand impatiently and urged, okay, I see, village chief Jack, you should go and notify others? Go ahead. Hey! You little bastard! Remember what I said? Jack glared at him, and then he limped away. Su Sheng secretly vomited, then you are still a blind little bear. Throwing Jack out of his mind, he quickly patted his spotless pants, his eyes lit up, okay, it's time to hug the thigh. After arriving in the forest where Tang San was chopping wood, Su Sheng looked at Tang San who was waving his sickle in the distance, sweating profusely. Walking over slowly, he opened the water bottle in his hand and whispered, Little San, don't chop it yet, come over and have a drink before continuing. Tang San looked at Su Sheng, who was courteous beside him, for a moment. Then he took the kettle and took a sip and then handed it back. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Tang San smiled and said, Thank you, Brother Sheng. In the bottom of his heart, Su Sheng always feels a little strange today. Don't even give him water, even if he asks him to help cut firewood, he slipped fast. Today came to give yourself water with great compassion? Unscientific. Absolutely unscientific. Tang San's feelings over the years made him always feel that Su Sheng at this moment is extremely wrong. Chapter 2, Clues. Su Sheng waved his hand, Hey, why do we say thank you for this relationship, but Xiao San, today the old guy Jack said that the day is the day when the spirit of martial arts awakens. There was a strong light in Tang San's eyes, he looked down at his arm and muttered, Is the spirit awakened? I don't know what my spirit is. His profound heaven skill has reached the bottleneck, no matter how he cultivates, there is no improvement, and this spirit awakening is the only key that Tang San thinks may break this bottleneck. Su Sheng coughed a few times, cough cough, mistress, what if your martial spirit is Lan Yinko? Tang San complained, Brother Sheng, are you cursing me? Lan Yinko is a standard waist martial arts soul, what did Su Sheng say if he cursed himself? Su Sheng smiled without explaining, it is impossible to tell him the truth, right? Then, Xiaosan, let me help you chop wood together, so you might as well make dinner for Uncle How early. It seems that although this Tang San has a unique opinion on Lan Yinko, it is undeniable that even he is not optimistic about a waist martial arts spirit like Lan Yinko. Tang San thought for a while and nodded in response, It's okay, Brother Sheng will join us for dinner then, Dad should be very happy. Su Sheng sneered at Tang San's statement, happy shit. Then Tang Hao coldened his face when he saw it. But in order to be able to hug the thighs completely, it's not too much to slam the door? His face was delighted and said, Then thank you Xiaosan, it just so happens that I have nothing to do with dinner. Later, with Su Sheng's participation, the two quickly cut the firewood, bundled the firewood into a loop, and went down the mountain. After arriving at the blacksmith's shop, Su Sheng sat down on a chair, patted his chest and panted and said, Little San, your physical fitness is really great, I haven't seen you breathe. Hearing this, Tang San, who was about to cook dinner, suddenly turned around and smiled at Su Sheng, Brother Sheng, that's because you are too lazy. You sleep in the afternoon and do not exercise. Can you be healthy? His physical fitness can be so strong, thanks to Xian Tiangong working in his body, coupled with the early morning exercise. However, even his father didn't know about Xian Tiangong and hidden weapons, how could he tell Su Sheng? Su Sheng, who was sitting in a chair leisurely, didn't reveal it, and casually skipped the topic. So did you? Looking at this blacksmith shop full of bonfire atmosphere. With a loud bang, the door of the blacksmith shop was kicked open. Su Sheng, who was directly scared sitting in a chair, almost fell to the ground. Tang San immediately put down the things in his hand and walked to the door to look at the tall figure with beard and scum in front of him. Father, are you back? The dinner is not ready, you are waiting for a while. Tang Hao replied coldly, Yet, Then I walked into the blacksmith's shop, and my eyes just happened to see Su Sheng sitting in a chair getting colder. Su Sheng, who was stared at by this line of sight, only felt that he was being stared at by a terrifying behemoth at the top of the food chain. The strong pressure forced him to gradually feel a little suffocated. Su Sheng just wanted to speak, but found that he couldn't utter a human character anyway. He was swallowed abruptly in his throat, his face gradually hard to look. Seeing this scene, Tang San walked over and apologized, "Dad. I called Brother Sheng from here. If you want to blame it, please blame me." Tang Hao let out his pressure on Su Sheng with a cold hui. Su Sheng was like taking his life back, vomiting from the bottom of his heart. Whhhhhhhhh, shit, this Tang Huju is terrifying, just a look in his eyes seems to kill himself. I knew I wouldn't come. If this reveals the 9 horrible spirit rings, wouldn't he be scared to death? After that, Tang Hao didn't bother to talk to Su Sheng, glanced back at Tang San and urged impatiently, "Hurry up and cook. When it's done, call me." Seeing Tang Hao obviously displeased, Tang San didn't dare to say anything. "Yes, Dad." After Tang Hao entered the room, Tang San walked up to Su Sheng and apologized, "Excuse me, Brother Sheng, you also know Dad's temper." Su Sheng was full of spirits, and he waved his hand quickly, it's okay, Uncle Hao, this is, you should be strong." Although Tang Hao was in the room, Su Sheng was sure that if he said something bad, he might enter Tang Hao's ears in the next second. During dinner, Tang San bit his lip, raised his eyes and looked at Tang Hao hopefully, "Dad, Village Chief Jack said that heaven is the day when the spirit awakens, Tang Hao's pupils became cold, and his whole body suddenly burst into a fierce aura, and the whole table began to shake frantically. But the next moment it seemed to remember something, the whole person's aura seemed to languish like a dozen years old. Tang Hao calmly said, "Go if you want." Tang San's expression was suddenly happy, and he said gratefully, "Thank you, Dad." Seeing the affectionate conversation between the father and son, Su Sheng, an outsider, shivered and buried his head to eat. Secretly prayed, "You two continue to say, just ignore me. Ignore me." Tang San took a sip of porridge, and casually mentioned Su Sheng, "Besides me, there is also Brother Sheng who will go." Su Sheng, who was taking a big mouthful of porridge, almost choked, and cursed in his heart, "I'm lost. Xiaosan, don't you take me when you talk." However, he quietly looked at Tang Hao not saying anything. He was lucky to breathe a sigh of relief. At the next moment, Tang Hao asked abruptly, "Boy, do you also want to awaken your spirit?" Su Sheng smiled awkwardly and politely, "Yes, Uncle Hao. I advise you to give up. In your body, nothing, I'm going to sleep, don't bother me." Tang Hao said in a cold tone, stood up abruptly, slapped the spoon on the table, and turned towards him. "Go to the room." Only Tang San, two people who looked at each other. Tang San shook his head and continued to lower his head to drink the porridge. Su Sheng narrowed his eyes secretly, "In my body? Could it be said that Uncle Hao knows something?" Chapter 3, Xiao Dazi comes. After returning from the blacksmith's shop, Su Sheng, who was sleepy, lay directly on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. A ray of sunlight was shining down, and at the moment, at Su Sheng's door, Jack was standing with his back crouched. Behind him were Tang San and 5 or 6 children of different genders, who seemed to be about the same age as Tang San. Jack looked at Tang San, patted him helplessly on the shoulder and said, "Little San, go in and ask Su Sheng to come out, this guy must still be sleeping. It seems that he doesn't take what he said yesterday, his left ear goes in and his right ear goes out." Tang San nodded, "Yes, Grandpa Jack." The virgins behind them all covered their mouths and laughed. Even the spirit awakening has forgotten, this guy must have lost confidence in becoming a spirit master. Like them there, they are full of enthusiasm for becoming a noble soul master. With such a person's attitude, how could he become that respected soul master? Tang San walked to the door and sighed, then opened the door and walked in gently. After walking in, what caught the eye was Su Sheng, who was sleeping peacefully on the bed. He quickly shook Su Sheng's hand. "Brother Sheng? Why are you still asleep? The spirit awakening ceremony is about to begin." However, Brother Sheng has a lazy personality, but this face is really handsome, not at all comparable to him. Su Sheng in his sleep gradually woke up, shook his groggy head and slowly got up, looked at the familiar figure next to him and asked Little San. The next moment he immediately covered his forehead and secretly said, "Wait, I'm done, I seem to have forgotten that I want to awaken my spirit today. I'm afraid it's not Jack that old man will have BB again." Tang San pointed his finger at the door, and smiled bitterly, "Brother Sheng, let's go out quickly, everyone is waiting for you outside." Some people are already a little impatient. Su Sheng was a little upset when he heard these words, impatient? So what, Xiaosan, go out and ask them to wait for the Lord. I really don't know what to worry about. Everyone except you is a waste of energy, eat carrots. Worry. Can Wuhan awakening be comparable to tidying up his handsome appearance? That is impossible. Tang San, who was observing in the slightest, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said silently in his heart, "Except for me? What do you mean by Brother Sheng?" On his face, he said calmly, well, Brother Sheng, hurry up, or Grandpa Jack will be angry." After finishing the order, Su Sheng opened the door and walked out. Su Sheng was dressed in spotless white clothes, especially the facial features fabricated by God. His thin lips like a knife were slightly pursed, making his whole body exude a breath of high cold. It can be said that the stranger is like jade, and the sun is unparalleled. Perhaps the only drawback is that the face is still a bit green. "I'm going. Is this guy in our village? Why haven't I seen it before? Okay, so handsome. The little brother is so handsome, it's understandable to get up late." A little girl stared at Su Sheng, beaming. The boy next to her held up his hands unconvincingly, "Hey, is he handsome with me?" Another little boy disdainfully retorted, "You? Come on. People's facial features are carved by God himself, and you are made by using waste mud." Tang San couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Sure enough, every time Brother Sheng appears, it will cause such a commotion. But don't blame him, it's safe to just use his face as a little white face. Jack looked a little stunned, covering his mouth and coughing lightly, "Cough cough, Xiao Sheng, come here now, don't let the adults of Wuhan Hall wait for a long time." He sometimes wondered if Su Sheng was a child of a big family, because the people from their small village looked mediocre. Only Su Sheng. Su Sheng nodded and walked slowly into the team, enjoying the favor of the little girls around and the unhappy eyes of some individuals, and said lightly, "Well, let's go." Afterwards, Tang San and his party followed Jack towards the center of the village. Finally, a huge rock appeared in front of them. There was a palm print in the center of the huge rock. Jack immediately became interested, and he stretched out his fingers and said affectionately, "Children, look, that palm handprint is the Master Soul Sage from our Holy Soul village. What is blasted out? Symbolizes the pride of our village." The other children looked at old Jack admiringly, and what they heard was a relish. After hearing this, Su Sheng rolled his eyes, patted Tang San's shoulder lightly, and asked in a low voice, "Old Jack is starting to blow again, Xiao San, do you think this place really has a soul sage?" Tang San shook his head, "I don't know, but Grandpa Jack said that should be true." Su Sheng murmured, "Tisk, how can you believe what old Jack said?" But the next moment, Tang San's ears trembled slightly, he noticed the sound of breaking wind coming from a distance, and he looked in the direction from which the wind came, and then shouted, "Purple demon eye!" The words in his heart fell. Tang San's eyes were gradually dyed purple, emitting a faint dark light. Su Sheng also noticed that Tang San's eyes suddenly glowed with purple light, and then it flashed away. Then he looked in the direction of the latter, and the corner of his mouth raised slightly. It seems that Xiaodazi is here. He doesn't have the bells and whistles of Tang San now, just a pure ordinary person. After that, a man in the light blue costume unique to Wuhan Hall walked over calmly. Old Jack saw the visitor and slowly walked over and bowed and said, "Master Su Yun Tao." Su Yun Tao said calmly, "Are everyone here?" He tossed around several villages to awaken the spirit of martial arts, without exception. There is no child with spirit power. Naturally, he didn't have much interest in this Holy Soul village. Old Jack respectfully said, "Master War Soul, the children in this village who need to be awakened are here." Su Yun Tao glanced at Tang San and the others casually, and shook his head secretly, but when he saw Su Sheng, who had a completely different temperament from the others, his eyes lit up. He whispered to Tang San and the others, "Children, my name is Su Yun Tao, the 26th level War Spirit Master. This time I will awaken the spirits for you." Su Sheng looked at Su Yun Tao's appearance, and said in a somewhat admiring tone, "Xiaodazi has a good temperament, but it's no different from a tool person." Tang San looked at Su Yun Tao with some curiosity, and said secretly, "Is this a soul master? It doesn't seem to be peculiar." Su Yun Tao waved, "Now, you all follow me." Chapter 4, Wuhan Awakens. Then, Tang San and others followed Su Yun Tao into a very luxuriously decorated house. "Wow, these things look so precious. As expected of Wuhan Palace, I have never seen such a delicate thing before." Su Sheng also looked around. Although these things are exquisite, they are already covered with grey dust, which seems to have been useless for a long time. Tang San looked at Su Sheng curiously, and asked, "Brother Sheng, why don't you seem nervous at all?" Although he has been a human for 2 lifetimes, it was the first time he had come into contact with Wuhan Awakening. There was no expression on his face, but he was still a little excited. But only Su Sheng is different. His current age is logically just a child, but his mind is even more mature than himself. Su Sheng shrugged and said faintly, "If there is any nervousness, what should come will come. If there is no spirit power, isn't you still there?" Tang San rolled his eyes, and didn't know what to say to this answer. At this time, Su Yun Tao had already reached a step. He clapped his hands and said softly, "Okay, children, all come to me and stand in a row, preparing for the spirit to awaken." After everyone heard it, they stood in a row in front of Su Yun Tao in an orderly manner and straightened their waists. Su Yun Tao then took out 6 black stones from his sleeves and gently tossed them towards the sky. These 6 stones were thrown into the sky and emitted a pale yellow light, and quickly began to rotate in a circular shape. Su Yun Tao thought for a while and reminded again with concern, "Children, don't be afraid of whatever you see later. The child on the far left, you come first." The boy on the far left heard that he was coming first, and quickly moved forward and excitedly said yes. Su Yun Tao said coldly, "Lone wolf. Possession." I saw 2 spirit rings, one white and one yellow, rising from under his feet. Then, behind Su Yun Tao, a wolf with a huge body appeared immediately. Its dense hair covered the lower body, and its eyes widened. The blood-colored fangs exudes a bloodthirsty aura, condescendingly looking down at the child in front. The boy at the forefront stepped back in shock. "What is this? Is this martial soul? That's amazing. Oh my god, am I going to have a powerful spirit like this kind of martial arts soon?" Looking at one person and one soul, Tang San instantly understood the relationship between the two, and secretly thought, "Is this a martial soul? It seems that Su Yun Tao should be able to obtain part of that martial soul's ability." Su Sheng shook his head with his arms in his arms and said, "This lone wolf is only a low-level beast spirit among the many beast spirits, isn't it? And with Xiaodazi's 2 levels of spirit power, he will be a great spirit master for a lifetime." Su Yuntao looked at the boy who was the nearest, pale in fright, and comforted, "My child, don't be afraid, this is my spirit, a lone wolf, and it won't hurt you." The former nodded and stepped back into the 6 rapidly rotating stones. He slowly closed his eyes, and then a sickle appeared in his hand. Su Yuntao sighed, "The sickle? It can barely be considered an offensive power. Now let's test whether you have spirit power." He handed a crystal ball over and guided, "Now put your right hand on this crystal ball." The boy slowly placed his right hand on the crystal ball as instructed. However, the crystal ball did not shine. Su Yuntao shook his head and said, "I don't have soul power, I'm sorry, you can't become a soul master, let's go back first." The boy looked at his palm in a daze, his eyes gradually rosy, and he walked out sadly. Su Yuntao next, Su Li. A delicate girl walked forward, then closed her eyes, and a gradually appeared. Then she stretched out her right hand and placed it on the crystal ball. There was still no light. "I'm sorry, you can't be a soul master." Su Yuntao next, Li Guang. Martial soul ho, no soul power. Next, Zhang Jie. Martial soul bricks. Interesting, but no spirit power. Finally, Su Yuntao was already weak. Next, Tang San, please go forward and awaken the spirit. Tang San Chao Su Sheng nodded, walked among the 6 stones, then closed his eyes and began to feel. The next moment, a blue-silver grass with vitality appeared from his hand. Tang San just opened his eyes. When he saw the grass on his right hand, he wanted to scold his mother. "Is it really blue-silver grass? Really cursed by Brother Sheng?" Unexpectedly, it was just a joke, and now it really came true. This is the standard waist martial arts everyone knows. Tang San couldn't help but feel a little lost. No. The next moment, he felt something was wrong, as if something was about to come out in his left hand. He touched the shape concealedly, and found it was a hammer. He didn't know why he took his hammer back into his palm very vigilantly. Observing this detail, Su Sheng raised his eyebrows and murmured, "It hasn't changed much from the original, it seems that it is Lan Yunko and Clear Sky Hammer." I thought that his arrival would make Tang San change a little bit, but he seemed to think too much. Already mentally prepared, Su Yuntao was too lazy to waste his expression, waved his hand and said directly, "Blue-silver grass, the standard waist martial arts soul, next." Tang San stopped speaking. "Wait. Master Su Yuntao, haven't you tested my spirit power yet?" Su Yuntao shook his head, "Your martial arts soul is blue-silver grass. I have never heard of someone with soul power for so many years." Next. Tang San bit his lip and said again, "Master Su Yuntao, just let me try it, it won't take long." Su Yuntao hesitated, "This." Su Sheng in the back coughed a few times, "Ahem, Master Su Yuntao, let Ziosan test first, anyway, there are only 2 of us." Hearing this, Tang San cast a grateful look at Su Sheng. As expected of Brother Sheng, reliable at the critical moment. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, he wants to test whether he has soul power. Su Yuntao looked at Tang San's firm expression and handed the crystal ball over. "Well." Tang San took the crystal ball and gently placed his right hand on the crystal ball. At the next moment, a dazzling light burst out from the crystal ball, blinding everyone present. Su Yuntao, who was the first to recover from the dazzling light, said in astonishment, "It turned out to be the first, innate soul power. Are you kidding me?" Tang San looked at Su Yuntao with doubts. After Su Yuntao noticed, he explained without delay, "The so-called innate full soul power is the highest soul power that can be achieved innately when a martial soul awakens." He was quite sorry and said, "But it's a pity, your martial spirit is a waste martial spirit blue-silver grass. It's hard to come across an innate soul full of spirit power, turned out to be a waste martial soul. This is really a bit of a shrimp and pig heart." Chapter 5, Innate soul power 90 level. Tang San looked at Lan Yinko in his hand, and asked urgently, so, can't my Lan Yinko martial spirit cultivate? Su Yuntao paused, thinking, it's not impossible, it's just that even a martial spirit like Lan Yinko is of little use even after practicing. Then he shook his head and ordered, Tang San, go back to the team first, next one, Su Sheng. Tang San blinked a few times, then pursed his lips and walked back to the previous position. Since I can practice, it means I have hope to become a soul master, and. Thinking of this, silently looked at his left hand. What is going on with that hammer? Forget it, let's look at Brother Sheng first. Tang San fixed his eyes on Su Sheng again. Su Sheng slowly walked out of the team, standing calmly among the 6 stones. Su Yuntao looked at the indifferent expression on Su Sheng's face, wondering in his heart, is this kid Su Sheng? Sure enough, he had not guessed wrong before, and based on this temperament, he felt that this child might really become a soul master. Su Sheng, take it easy, now silently feel your martial soul and release him. Su Sheng closed his eyes casually, and the next moment, he felt something in his body about to burst out. This breath was so violent that he was about to tear his body. He bit his scalp and forcibly held back the power that was about to come out. His face gradually became a little pale. Seeing his painful expression, Su Yuntao hurriedly said, Su Sheng, what's the matter with you? Don't deliberately suppress the martial spirit that is about to flow out of your body. Tang San looked at Su Sheng's cheeks a little twisted, and said in surprise, Brother Sheng, what's the matter with you? When he was testing Wuhan just now, there was no such painful situation as Su Sheng. Su Sheng's pale cheeks showed a few decisive traces. I'm fine, Master Su Yuntao, but please let them all out first. Su Yuntao frowned. Su Sheng, are you suppressing your martial soul? You don't need to worry, just release it. Tang San also said anxiously, but Brother Sheng, you. Although I don't know what Su Sheng's situation is, it is definitely not simple for the moment. Su Sheng glanced at Su Yuntao, then looked at Tang San with extremely solemn eyes, and said solemnly, Tang San, please take them out. That Su Yuntao's brain seeds are too slow. There is really no wink. The irritable thing suppressed in his body was released. He was not sure whether Tang San and the others would survive. Tang San was taken aback for a moment, staring at Su Sheng's almost pleading appearance, gritted his teeth, Brother Sheng, I understand. Then he turned around and directly displayed the mysterious jade hand. Tang San's palm slowly changed from yellow to chilly jade, and quickly took out the other children who wanted to stop and watch. He won't let these people influence Brother Sheng's awakening of martial soul. Even if they would temporarily expose their Tang sect's secret skills. Su Sheng's face was pale, but he didn't care about it. Su Yuntao's own deer ran into his heart. He shouted angrily, Su Sheng, if you suppress the martial soul like this, you will burst into death. He felt that if he didn't do anything, this child would definitely become the first person on the mainland to resist the explosion of the martial spirit and die. Hearing this, Su Sheng rolled his eyes and glared at him, a little speechless, who said I want to suppress martial soul. After that, he did not deliberately suppress the martial soul that was about to burst out. The violent power began to surging from the meridians. In Su Sheng's right hand, strands of red and blood-colored petals emerged first, as if soaked in countless blood. Each petal was filled with the ultimate killing intent. After that, the entire Juxin Swatang completely bloomed from the palm of his hand. At the moment it bloomed, the whole house was covered by a cloud of blood, like a purgatory on earth. Su Sheng squinted his eyes and looked at the scarlet begonia flower that was full of fatal temptation like a night flower in his hand. He asked in surprise, what kind of spirit is this? How does it feel? Very similar to that Juxin begonia. It's like, such an advanced martial soul. Su Yuntao said in astonishment. When Juxing Xutang bloomed, he could clearly feel that his lone wolf martial soul was trembling. That's right, his beast spirit trembles in front of this weird crabapple flower. Enough to see that this martial soul is extraordinary. Su Yun Tao excitedly handed the crystal ball over, and urged extremely expectantly, Su Sheng, quickly test whether you have any soul power. Your martial spirit can definitely be regarded as the emperor of the plant martial spirit. If this is the case, then I am afraid that my performance this year will increase countless times. Su Sheng took the crystal ball and said in a lazy tone, I see, I see. Obviously he awakened his martial soul. How could this Xiaodazi feel more excited than himself? Subsequently, Su Sheng put his left hand on the crystal ball. I saw the crystal ball burst out with a light that was stronger than Tang San's innate soul power before, and with time, the crystal ball directly appeared cracks. As the crystal ball made a click sound, it split directly from the middle to the surroundings into countless fragments and slowly fell to the ground. Su Yun Tao stared at the crystal ball broken into a mess on the ground, wishing to slap himself to see if there was an illusion. Soul power is so powerful that the crystal ball, unexpectedly, it cracked. The only possibility is that Su Sheng's spirit power far exceeds the range that the crystal ball can bear. But the ghost knew that the crystal ball he took this time could be detected by the great spirit master. But now it is broken, it means that Su Sheng's spirit power is much greater than that of the great spirit master. As soon as Su Sheng wanted to speak, he saw Su Yun Tao covering his forehead first. His tone was so painful that he didn't want to live. Don't speak, let me be quiet. How does this trademark compare? How does it compare? People's congenital awakening soul power is even more terrifying than a dozen years of cultivation. He Su Yun Tao really only deserves to be a civilian player? Su Sheng looked at the 8 reds and a pure gold spirit ring floating under his feet. He didn't know what to say for a while. Who was planning to solve his life? I had to shook my head and patted Su Yun Tao's shoulder faintly. Well, Xiaodazi, I know my talent may be a bit scary. If this makes you desperate, promise me, don't look at my feet. Su Yun Tao, who cried silently for a while, let out a deep breath, and when he got up, he turned around again and said firmly, Su Sheng. I'm fine, isn't it my innate soul power of 40 level, I can bear this blow. Su Sheng was silent, but Su Yun Tao's eyes moved slightly downward unconsciously. Until he could see the horrible 8 red and 1 gold spirit ring under Su Sheng's feet. Completely dumbfounded, he immediately yelled, What are you so special? Su Sheng. I am at odds with you. Where is this guy's innate 40th level spirit power? This is a 90th level innate spirit power. He has become a titled Douluo standing at the pinnacle of the mainland. What the is that spirit ring? 8 reds, and a spirit ring that you can't understand. Your was so fierce as soon as you awakened. It's absolutely trademark who stayed up late to slaughter this continent's 100,000 year soul beast, right? Chapter 6, Join Wuhan Hall. After a period of silence, Su Yun Tao's face gradually became expressionless. Su Sheng, you can take these spirit rings back now, it's too scary. With his innate soul power at level 90, Su Yun Tao finally discovered at this moment why he could only stay at this stage of the Soul Master. Perhaps I knew that I was about to meet a reckless man with a 90th level of innate soul power, and even the virtue he had accumulated in his previous life was exhausted. Su Sheng shrugged his shoulders, his heart moved, and the 9 spirit rings under his feet instantly melted into his body. Su Yun Tao didn't know, but he knew very well that the 9 spirit rings just now were not his own soul. It is another powerful weapon hidden in his left hand. As for this 9-hearted begonia, it only has 90 level spirit power, but it doesn't have any spirit ring attached. Su Yun Tao suddenly changed his previous personality, stroked his right hand on his chest, bowed slightly and said, Su Sheng, your talent is definitely the first person in this 1,000 years. I am now on behalf of the Wuhan Temple, inviting my Angxia to join. That's right, knowing that Su Sheng's spirit power has reached the 90th level, Su Yun Tao changed his very respectful name. Su Sheng lifted his chin and squinted his eyes, join Wuhan Hall. He originally wanted to hug Tang San's thigh, and then Xianyu for a lifetime, but now he has become a titled Douluo in a daze? Understood. Then change your choice and join Wuhan Palace Salted Fish for a lifetime. Besides, he really wants to meet the Pope with his peerless appearance, Bibi Dong. Tang San, Bibi Dong, a lovely boy, a woman who is all over the country. Of course, choose the latter. The corners of Su Sheng's mouth curled up, and his expression was as cold as ice. I can join the Wuhan Hall. But, I hope you don't say anything more. Otherwise, I will kill you. In his left hand, a cold ice sword that was used by a man of God suddenly appeared. The cold air that the ice sword continuously released unexpectedly formed a bunch of blue ice rose petals around it. The 9 terrifying spirit rings with infinite pressure that rose from the feet reappeared, and Su Yun Tao in front of him fell to the ground with his trembling legs uncontrollably under this strong pressure. Su Yun Tao, who knelt on the ground and looked up at Su Sheng, his pupils shrank sharply, double, twin martial souls. If the other people behind him can't see the light bursting out from inside, but he is different, he has opened the purple magic pupil and stared inside, and he can clearly see the blue light emitted. Tang San secretly said, the ray of light just now seems to be stronger than mine. Could it be that Brother Sheng is also innately full of soul power like himself? Just as he was thinking, the door was finally pushed open, Su Sheng and the expressionless Su Yun Tao walked out slowly. Tang San leaned in and asked, Brother Sheng? How is it? If Brother Sheng is really innate with soul power, then Master Su Yun Tao's face should not be so ugly. Su Sheng raised his brows and said suavely, how could your brother Sheng have no spirit power, but Wuhan has some defects? Only then did Tang San understand why Su Yun Tao's face was expressionless just now. It turned out that brother Sheng's martial spirit was defective. Su Sheng's gaze gradually became more serious. Little San, I can't go to the Soul Master School with you afterwards, but don't worry, we will see you again in the future. As soon as he heard that the brother who had been with him for a long time was about to leave, Tang San frowned, Brother Sheng, do you mean you are leaving here? Su Sheng nodded, yes, I will leave here with Su Yun Tao in a while to solve the problem of Wuhan defects. Then he stretched out his right hand and patted Tang San on the shoulder, smiling, in addition, Xiao San, Brother Sheng reminds you, don't give up training just because the spirit of martial arts is Lan Yinko. I believe you can do it with your talent. Su Sheng seemed to have infinite charm, even Tang San, who was extremely restrained, looked stunned. Yet, Brother Sheng didn't even give up on his martial arts flaws, but he was born full of soul power. What if the martial spirit is blue silver grass? His Tang San just wanted to create a miracle. Thinking of this, Tang San's expression became more determined, and he slowly stretched out a fist towards Su Sheng, and said with a firm tone, it's settled. When you meet next time, Brother Sheng, don't be thrown too far by me. Su Sheng smiled slightly, and touched it with a fist. Don't worry, your Brother Sheng is still your Brother Sheng. If you want to surpass me, then work hard. In my heart, I secretly said, Mistress, Mistress, I want to surpass your Brother Sheng, it will be absolutely impossible before you reach title Douluo. On the other hand, Jack, who was waiting for a long time, walked towards Su Yun Tao and asked urgently, Master Su Yun Tao, do you know if Su Sheng has spirit power? Su Yun Tao glanced at old Jack indifferently, and said calmly, there is soul power, but it's just so, you can force him to join the spirit hall. Then when he looked at Tang San, he shook his head regretfully, it's just that the child named Tang San, although he is born with full spirit power, is a waste martial spirit, blue silver grass. Old Jack was excited at first, then his expression dimmed, innately full of spirit power, blue silver grass. Su Yun Tao remembered Su Sheng's request before, and said calmly, since the awakening is over, I will take the child Su Sheng away. After all, his martial spirit has a big flaw. Old Jack's old cheeks moved slowly, and he exclaimed, unexpectedly, that kid actually has spirit power, so Xiao Sheng will ask you, sir. Su Yuntao let out an at random, and shouted at Su Sheng, who was still talking with Tang San, Su Sheng, we should go. Su Sheng waved at Tang San, turned around and walked to Su Yuntao's side, yes. Mr. Su Yuntao. Then the two figures moved further and further away until they left the Holy Soul village. After Tang San returned home, he found Tang Hao sitting in a chair with his eyes closed and meditating. The former walked in cautiously, for fear of awakening Tang Hao, but before he took a few steps, the pensive Tang Hao suddenly opened his eyes, and said coldly, where is that kid? Tang San paused, without concealing the situation, and said the truth, Brother Sheng has left with Master Su Yuntao, who awakened our spirit because of the flaws in the spirit. Tang Hao squinted his eyes, martial soul defect? A martial arts defect can be seen with a cannon fodder of level 20 or 30 spirit power. This kid is not easy. He suddenly recovered and looked at Tang San solemnly, Little San, release your martial soul. Unknown Tang San nodded, a blue grass slowly appeared on his right hand. A longing look appeared on Tang Hao's face, blue silver grass? After all, he inherited you. Tang San said again, Dad, I actually still have a martial spirit. Tang Hao's face suddenly changed when he heard the words, and exclaimed what? In Tang San's left hand, a small hammer slowly emerged from the palm of his hand. Tang Hao looked at the familiar hammer in Tang San's hand, and a few tears slowly flowed from the corners of his wrinkled eyes, and said with excitement, Clear Sky Hammer. Chapter 7, First entered Heaven Do City. After leaving the Holy Soul village, Su Yuntao stopped his pace and said respectfully to Su Sheng, Men, I have passed the information you said to the Pope headquarters of Wuhan Hall. Su Sheng waved his hand lazily, saying Xiao Dazi, don't call me under the crown, just call my name, so it is a trouble to say that the soul power awakening is too strong. To be honest, he only wanted to salt the fish, but this inexplicably became title Douluo and it was troublesome to die. Su Yuntao, who lowered his head, whispered in his heart, if other title Douluo hears this kind of words, I guess they will jointly hunt him down. Su Sheng's eyes lit up, by the way, Xiao Dazi, are we going to Tiandu City or something else? No matter where he goes, he wants to taste the food from those places. In the past few years in the Holy Soul village, he eats almost whole grains, and the taste is barely enough to eat. People, learn to enjoy, anyway, we don't need to spend time cultivating soul power. Su Yuntao thought for a while, and cautiously replied, Mian, Su Sheng, I am afraid that the letter has not yet reached Wuhan City. It may take a few more days. Moreover, the Pope must give an order before someone can receive us when we go to Wuhan City. Su Yuntao is just a small person in the Wuhan Hall, and he basically has little rights. It can be said that he is the one who is excluded when he goes to Wuhan City. Su Sheng smiled slightly and straightened his chest leisurely and said, that means there are still a few days, right? Then go to the relatively close Tiandu City. Su Yuntao's expression was a bit ugly. He reached out his hand and touched his empty pocket, his tone hesitated and said, this, although he works in the spirit hall, his subordinates don't actually have many gold soul coins. When this little money arrived in Tiandu City, I was afraid that it would run out after a few meals, let alone take Su Sheng to other places. Su Sheng patted his shoulder indifferently, blinked his eyes kindly, and said kindly, don't worry, Xiao Dazi, I can't spend much to eat. Su Yuntao heard this, and a burst of gratitude slowly rose from the bottom of his heart, and tears filled his eyes. Looking at Su Sheng's soft gaze, he secretly excitedly said, sure enough, he deserves to be the son of the destiny with 90 innate soul power. How so empathetic! Heaven Do City. In a restaurant full of ancient charm, a woman dressed as a maid, with white and delicate cheeks, holding a menu in hand, staring at Su Sheng, who was sitting on a chair with a ruddy face, a head or two shorter than herself. Her heart thumped. How does this little brother grow up? Although it can be seen that the clothes are not worn by nobles, they are really cute. Obviously he should have been a high cold fan at the time, but when he was young, with this expression and temperament, it was a cute and explosive contrast. Su Yun Tao covered the corner of his mouth and coughed a few times. Ahem. The maid came back awkwardly and handed over the menu with a smile. This is our shop's menu. Su Yun Tao took the menu and gave it to Su Sheng. The noodles softly said, "Mian, Su Sheng, what do you want to eat?" Su Sheng is so empathetic, he shouldn't order any expensive and outrageous dishes. Well, he trusts his own judgment. Su Sheng comfortably took it and thanked him. Then it will cost you money. Then he looked at the food on the menu. Then he blurted out slowly, "Well, ham, apples, corn." Su Yun Tao on the side listened to these dishes rather unpleasantly, so he made up his mind, "I only want these cheap foods. Su Sheng is afraid of my expense, right?" The maid next to me took a quick note, then smiled and asked, "This kid, what else do you want?" She sighed secretly in her heart, and said with regret, "Sure enough, it's not a nobleman, so cute and temperamental children who are not nobles are very annoying." Su Sheng nodded, and calmly said, "Well, it's almost done. I don't want those just now, all the others are here." The maid was stunned and said, "Wh? What? Did you make a mistake, kid? All the other items are all the same." She wondered if she had hallucinations. Make up the child in front of him into a noble child. Su Yun Tao next to the anger covered his heavily injured chest, crying aggrievedly, "Fuck! What's so?" He decided to take back what he said before, this Su Sheng is completely a juicer. This sum of money cleaned up his salary for several months. Su Sheng raised his brows and asked, "Miss Sister? Is there anything wrong with what I just said?" The maid was stunned, and instantly burst into anger. "What did this kid just call me? Miss Sister? This kid who is a decade younger than himself is called his little sister." The maid closed her left eye playfully, then threw a loving kiss, approached Su Shengfu's ear and said softly, "No, no, for the cuteness of my little brother, I will give you a 10% discount." After being molested by the maid, Su Sheng's cheeks gradually turned red. No matter how he said, he was still a virgin and couldn't bear such fierce teasing. But fortunately, the maid then took a deep look at Su Sheng, then took the notebook and went into the kitchen. Poor Su Yun Tao was confused, and jealously spit out a sentence, "Su Sheng, you seem to be very popular with these young ladies. Hateful. Even if you use your own money to eat, I didn't expect to provoke a pretty lady with your face." Think he Su Yun Tao is still a single dog in his 20s. Su Sheng put on a hateful look and shook his head and said, "No way, in fact, if you can, I think it's better to be ugly." Su Yun Tao. After the meal, the maid waved her hand and smiled and watched Su Sheng and Su Yun Tao leave. "Little brother, come here often next time." The two of them walked out of the restaurant. Su Yun Tao patted his empty pockets. His face was ugly and he didn't know what to say. Su Sheng said suavely, "Xiaodazi, are you angry? After spending so much money on this guy at once, he must be a little angry no matter how good his temper is." When Su Yun Tao heard this, he shook his head and sighed, "I'm not angry, but all the money is spent. We'll just have no place to sleep in a while." He was not angry. After all, this little gold soul coin and a genius who would shock the mainland in the future were quite worth it. Just thinking of his dignified soul master, one day he won't even be able to get the money for the house, so wouldn't it be a joke to say it? Su Sheng was about to say something. His first Wuhanjuxiutang seemed to sense a unique aura and resonated crazily. He slowly closed his eyes and felt it quietly, and when he opened it again, he affirmed, "That is an incomparably holy breath." It is completely at the two extremes of his own nine-hearted blood. Su Sheng began to think that his current position was in the territory of Tiandu City, and he could possess this kind of another holy spirit that resonated with himself. Could it be that? A slightly fuzzy figure slowly emerged in Su Sheng's mind. Chapter 8, Come to Wuhan Hall. Around a carriage that was moving slowly, there were countless elite soldiers in armor surrounding it. One of the soldiers at the head suddenly approached the carriage, frowning and wondering, His Royal Highness Xue Qinghe now has reached the center of Heaven-Do City. If I take the liberty to ask, are you planning to go? That's right, sitting on the carriage at the moment is the son of Emperor Sui of Tiandu City, and the Prince of Tiandu Empire, Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe shook his head silently when he heard the words, and said calmly, It's nothing, but I'm a little tired and want to go shopping in Tiandu City. Although he is only 9 years old, he has been able to keep his emotions calm no matter what he encounters. The soldier froze for a moment, and realized his gaffe, apologized, Yes, Your Highness Xue Qinghe. Damn, how could I ask Your Highness so presumptuously? After speaking, I returned to the large army and watched the surroundings vigilantly. After he left, Xue Qinghe bit his thin lips in doubt. The extremely evil wave that just appeared in Tiandu City actually made his martial soul resonate, and it kept trembling. It does not seem to be hostile. More like an excitement. His martial spirit never had such an anomaly before, and even that person, Qian Daoliu, hadn't even mentioned such a situation. Xue Qinghe took a deep breath and whispered in a low voice, What the is going on? Why doesn't this evil fluctuation arouse my disgust? Su Yuntao looked at Su Sheng, who was in a daze next to him, stretched out his hand and shook his eyes a few times. Su Sheng, Su Sheng. Su Sheng smiled at the corner of his mouth and said absently, I'm fine, but it seems that Dushan can't stay in this day. If he stays in Dushan on this day again, he will always feel that there will be an unknown premonition in his heart. As for the Qian Rongxiu that came to mind, it can be seen that my 9-heart blood tang martial soul is quite related to her seraphim. Perhaps this is the wife who is destined to pass through and die? Old Su, you don't want your wife, as long as you open the mouth. He shook his head and put aside all these thoughts. Su Yuntao's face was a bit ugly, and he asked in doubt, Can't stay? Are you worried about not having golden soul coins? Actually, I can overdraft my salary for next month. Su Sheng waved his hand indifferently and said, It's not about this matter, Xiao Dazi, let's go. Seeing that there was no disappointed look on his face, Su Yuntao seemed to really not want to stay in Heaven-Do City. Okay. However, a piece of good news went beyond the expectations of Su Sheng and Su Yuntao. The Pope Palace had sent a message approving Su Sheng to be brought into Wuhan City. And after receiving the information, the positions of the two Su Sheng were quickly locked by the people in the Spirit Hall. Within a few hours, dozens of powerful men in Wuhan Hall costumes appeared in front of them. Su Yuntao's eyes widened and he stared tremblingly at these Spirit Hall powerhouses in front of him. The aura emitted by each of them was extremely powerful, especially the old man with hidden aura in the middle, but even more powerful. It was completely unexpected that Su Sheng would be so valued, so that Wuhan Palace sent people to send each other personally. If Su Yuntao knew that these people included a strong contra power and dozens of soul sects, he would be scared to death. The old man in the middle walked slowly in front of Su Sheng, his turbid eyes looked at Su Sheng like eagle eyes, and then said in a dark tone, You are Su Sheng, right? We are on the order of His Royal Highness the Pope. Come to you to Wuhan City. When he heard the news, he still had expectations, but now that he sees such a young child, the trust in his heart has long since worn out. His Royal Highness the Pope gave an order. If the child's 90th level spirit power is just bluffing, then test his talent. If he has no talent, kill it on the spot. The dignity of Wuhan Temple must never be violated. Su Sheng smiled indifferently, Thank you Master Contra, I don't know when we will leave. Su Yuntao looked at the old man dumbfounded, some wondering if Su Sheng was joking. It was just such a simple sentence that directly caused the old man's eyes to flash with surprise, and his heart was shocked. He never said he was a contra, but this child can actually see through his spirit power level. His identity was carried out in secret. It is absolutely impossible to be exposed. The only possibility is that this child really has 90 spirit power. In order to see through your own strength so easily. Suddenly, a string of icy cold sweat slowly dripped from his forehead, and the old man bowed down respectfully and said, Su Shengmian, I am abrupt. The other people in the spirit hall standing behind saw this scene, and they all bowed their heads. Only Su Yuntao on the side took a breath. Hi, can it be said that this is really a strong person at the contra level? Sending a contra to escort, Su Sheng's face is not unimportant. Su Sheng helped the old man up and smiled indifferently, you don't have to do this, let's set off now. This little demon, wouldn't he be submissive? The old man nodded gratefully, and his affection for Su Sheng grew even more. With such a terrifying talent and the means to win people's hearts, I'm afraid this child will be extraordinary in the future. No, it should be no longer ordinary from the moment Wuhan awakens. It is the titled Douluo at the pinnacle of the mainland. The old man turned around and shouted coldly toward the people in the spirit hall, yes. The people in the spirit hall follow the orders. Do your best to protect Su Shengmian. No mistakes. Su Yuntao, who stood by and didn't know what to do, cautiously said, My lord, I. The old man glanced at Su Yuntao with a cold gaze, scared the latter to take 2 steps backwards uncontrollably. Then, looking embarrassed, he explained to Su Sheng, under Su Shengmian, the Pope only ordered you to be escorted to Wuhan City, I'm afraid. Su Sheng glanced at Su Yuntao standing aside, shivering, her extremely suffocated eyes, and for a moment he wanted to laugh. But Bibi Dong in the original book has always been decisive, saying one thing. In this way, even if he wanted to bring Su Yuntao, he was helpless. Immediately he cocked his mouth and said suavely, Xiao Dazi, in this case, don't let me go, I will cover you in the future. Su Yuntao is very self-aware, knowing that he won't get any good expressions when he goes to Wuhan City, so he nodded, and walked away in silence. Su Sheng covered his forehead and murmured secretly, Hey, Xiao Dazi looks really distressed when he looks like this, and people who don't know think that they abandoned him. That's it, just find an opportunity to compensate him. Thinking of this, Su Sheng slowly turned around, his expression relaxed and said, Let's go. The old man received the order, nodded lightly, and replied yes. Su Shenmiangxia. Set off. With an order, all the people in the spirit hall immediately surrounded Su Sheng, and then began to march quickly. Chapter 9, Enter the Papal Palace. Wuhan City. At this moment, in the Pope's palace standing high, the decorations in the palace are all shimmering, but the hall that should be so shining is full of lifeless haze at this moment, making the surrounding environment a little cold. And the Yuegwen and Gaimei and the elders of the Wuhan Hall are now on the left and right, with the posture of bowing their heads and proclaiming courtiers, staring cautiously at the woman who sits on the highest part of the stairs, and every move is full of grace. The latter is His Majesty the Pope of Wuhan Temple, Bibi Dong. It is such an elegant woman, but with a cold and stern style and decisive judgment, she controls this martial arts palace with countless strong people. Her soft and smooth skin is as soft and charming as a peach. Even when sitting, you can see her tall figure. Behind her is a gorgeous robe with black stripes and gold silk, which makes people feel like it tremble. She lightly held a scepter about 2 meters long and inlaid with countless purple spars, symbolizing her Pope's identity. But the next moment, her whole body exuded an aura of no anger and self-prestige, and she immediately overcame the 2 95th ranks of Yuegwen and Gaimei, who were at the top of the mainland titled Douluo. Yuegwen withstood the heavy pressure in her heart, stared at Bibi Dong cautiously, and whispered, His Royal Highness, we have notified a contra to take the child over. Bibi Dong's eyes did not contain any fluctuations, and said calmly, well, Yuegwen, is there any problem? Yuegwen blinked frantically at the ghost, the latter instantly understood, coughing a few times, and wondering, Your Majesty, this child may just be bluffing, don't we need to pay attention to it? If this kid had just awakened because his innate 90-level spirit power was real, then his two positions would be embarrassing. The thought of being peers with an older child is undoubtedly a slap in the face of both of them. Bibi Dong's face suddenly became cold, and he scolded, Yuegwen, ghosts and spirits, now the Wuhan temple needs to absorb the young elite, so you don't need to hide in front of me with your careful thinking. It's nothing more than afraid that Su Sheng is too young and has already surpassed them. If the Wuhan palace really followed the stupid thinking of the two of them, then it would not have developed to where it is today. The sudden harsh words frightened Yuegwen and Gaimei to kneel on one knee, and said incomparably, His Royal Highness, the Pope, forgive me. After Bibi Dong glanced at them, he leaned back towards the chair behind him, slowly closed his eyes, and muttered at the corner of his mouth, if he really has 90th level of innate soul power, then... After 8 or 9 hours, Su Sheng and others had arrived in Wuhan City. Su Sheng looked at this Wuhan City curiously, and saw that the entire city was distributed in a circular shape. When he looked up, he could clearly see the flow of people and shops around. Wuhan City is nominally in the Heaven Do Empire, but it is almost entirely under the Wuhan Palace. Only because of the presence of the Papal Palace here, even the army of the Heaven Do Empire cannot intervene too much. The Contra powerhouse suddenly stopped and asked Su Sheng kindly, Su Shengmian, we have already arrived at Wuhan City. Do you need to prepare? If ordinary people hear about seeing the Pope, they will feel very uneasy. He is also reminding Su Sheng to be prepared. Su Sheng smiled elegantly, and said very plainly, It's okay, but you can't let His Highness the Pope wait a long time because of me. The Contra powerhouse secretly sighed, even the old man sighs inferior to this calm temperament. Then he nodded and suggested, if this is the case, please follow me to the Papal Palace, where it is heavily guarded and it is absolutely safe. Su Sheng nodded slightly, then trouble you to lead the way. I can only say that Su Sheng is hiding so well, how could he not be excited when he sees Bibi Dong soon? This is the existence of the red face in the original book, and it has extremely powerful strength. If you want to choose a woman to be your wife in Douluo continent, Su Sheng will definitely choose Bibi Dong. Of course, except for the death of Chihiro Chinji. Under the leadership of the Contra powerhouse, Su Sheng entered the Papal Palace smoothly. On the road leading to the uppermost floor of the Papal Palace, there are many guards scattered all over, and almost every node is controlled by heavy soldiers. It is basically impossible for this kind of defense to sneak in quietly. When they were about to enter the highest level Papal Palace, both Su Sheng were stopped. The two Soul Kings took a step forward, stopped them in front, and sternly said, Stop! Don't break into the Pope's palace without an order. Then Su Sheng saw that the Contra next to him took out a token from his pocket. When the two Soul Kings saw the martial spirit of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus engraved on the token, they said respectfully, Sir. Contra just then gave a cold hum, Go and inform the Pope that Su Sheng has been here. Although knowing that this is their task, that tone still makes him unhappy. How could his dignified Contra stand this bird? One of the Soul King nodded and then reported to the rear. The other Soul King said flatteringly, My lord, please wait. The Soul King who came to report cautiously stepped into the Papal Hall, bowed his head and bowed his body, Report. Report to the Pope, there is a person named Su Sheng outside asking for help. Upon hearing this, Ju Douluo Yuegwen bit her lip secretly, a pair of strange eyes flashed with resentment. This kid was delivered safely, why didn't he get killed? Ghost Douluo Gaimei's face was also extremely ugly, but he didn't dare to say it, just silently venting. Bibi Dong suddenly opened his eyes and said coldly, Send them in. The Soul King felt relieved and replied yes. Your Majesty the Pope. After speaking, he left the papal hall. Under the gazes of Bibi Dong, Yuegwen, and the ghosts and ghosts, the Contra powerhouse slowly walked in with Su Sheng on the threshold. The former bowed and said respectfully, His Majesty, Su Sheng has been brought here. A clear and sweet voice uttered from Bibi Dong's mouth, Get out. Only then did he see Su Sheng standing still stupidly, his mouth twitched a few times before he quickly turned and left. Su Sheng raised his eyes, and his bright eyes stared at Bibi Dong on the throne. After seeing Bibi Dong's astonishing appearance, he said with joy in his heart, Fuck. It's hundreds of times more beautiful than he thought. That high cold aura is completely UG. This wave is not lost. It is definitely a wise choice to come to the Martial Soul Palace. Seeing this, Huohuagwen's eyes brightened, finally let him find a good opportunity to vent. At the next moment, a tidal Douluo's coercion burst into his body and blasted towards Su Sheng, twisting his fingers and said softly, Bold. It's not salute to see His Majesty the Pope. Su Sheng got goosebumps when he heard the voice of neither male nor female. After the coercion of the chrysanthemum pass hit Su Sheng, there was no wave of spray. Both are at level 90. Even though his first martial spirit does not have a spirit ring, it is not the chrysanthemum pass that can be suppressed by coercion. This hand directly caused a bit of jealousy flashed in Huohuagwen's eyes, and narrowed his eyes. This kid can actually resist his own coercion. After Su Sheng and Huohuagwan looked at each other, the corners of the former's mouth slightly raised. The chrysanthemum pass on the side naturally saw this little action, and his heart was almost exploded. He gritted his teeth and said, This kid dares to taunt me. Su Sheng chose to ignore the chrysanthemum pass, bowed slightly, looked at Bibi Dong again, and respectfully said, Su Sheng has seen the Pope. Chapter 10, Would you like to be my apprentice? Bibi Dong, who was on the throne, saw Su Sheng not shying away from her gaze, but dared to stare straight into her eyes. She knew that this child was absolutely extraordinary. Her thin lips slightly opened, Your name is Su Sheng, right? Su Sheng is neither humble nor overbearing. Confucianism and Taoism. His Royal Highness, if there is no second Su Sheng who comes to Wuhan City, it will be me. He had already seen his unpleasant ghost eyes flashed with blood, and said coldly, Boy! You are looking for death. Don't think that a little talent can be unreasonable in front of His Majesty the Pope. 9 spirit rings of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black rose from his feet. Behind the ghost, a ghost exuding cold and black air suddenly appeared, and it was closed behind him. The bright red pupils in the black air made people shudder. Afterwards, his first spirit ring suddenly lit up, and the ghost said coldly, The first spirit ability. Ghost. The red pupil of the ghost shadow behind him shook, and an afterimage appeared behind him, and the next moment it turned into a cloud of black energy towards Su Sheng. This guy dares to be so rude to the Pope now, and then treat him and Huohuagwen later, wouldn't it be inappropriate to look at him? He must be bitter, let him understand that there is also a gap between title Douluo. Su Sheng's pupils shrank suddenly, and he couldn't help taking a step back as he watched the evil black air rushing up quickly. Only one step away, the black air is about to hit Su Sheng. Stop it! Bibi Dong's purple gold scepter in his hand was angry, and the cold words directly caused the hearts of the people present to tremble. GUI Maili www.htsw.info. Ma bends down, his mind is instantly aware of his gaffe, and immediately stopped the ghost that was blasting towards Su Sheng and then retracted the Wuhan. There was a trace of discomfort on the face of Huohuagwen's lowered head, and he secretly cursed ghosts in his heart, This old ghost, if you take one step faster, can you create an accident? His Royal Highness will definitely not turn his face with us because of a genius that has been abolished. This guy is as timid and fearful as his martial soul. Bibi Dong's serious Danfan glanced at the ghostly eyes, and then at the chrysanthemum pass, If you make another move without permission, don't blame me for being merciless. At the chrysanthemum pass, the ghosts and charms bowed, Yes. Your Pope. Su Sheng suppressed the acceleration of his heart. I'm scared to death. Don't be so skinny next time. It's useless if there is no soul power without a soul ring. With just that ordinary 100-year-old spirit ring, he felt the feeling of dying. Seeing Huohuiguan and Yu Mei bowing their heads, Bibi Dong said to Su Sheng in an unquestionable tone, Su Sheng, since you are at the 90th level of innate soul power, now release your martial soul. Su Sheng nodded slightly, stretched out his right hand slowly, and moved his mind as he pleased. The begonia flowers that were watered by blood were gathered together. Then, the nine-hearted blood tang became solid gradually, with amazing killing. The mind revolves and emerges from the palm of the hand. The entire Wuhan Hall was stained with scarlet red by this strong soul power. This scene caused the breathing of the three Bibi Dongs to stagnate. The former took a deep breath, his eyes held a bit of nostalgia, and whispered, "This martial soul is so pure evil. It has many similarities with my own spider martial arts. And the deepest feeling is that the chrysanthemum, which is also the plant martial soul, is closed." He secretly exclaimed, "This kid's martial soul has actually made the chrysanthemum martial soul in his body have a tendency to surrender to him." On the other side, the ghosts opened their mouths wide, and muttered, "Obviously they are just plant martial souls, but the murderous aura is far beyond their own martial souls. It's not on the same level at all." He only felt 2 breaths from the Juzing Xutang, extreme evil and endless killing intent. The light in Bibi Dong's eyes flashed by, and he said lightly, "Retract it." Upon hearing this, Su Sheng slowly squeezed the palm of his hand and withdrew Ju Xin Shuetang. Without the influence of Juxing Xutang, the strangeness in the entire Wuhan Hall has disappeared. The corners of Su Sheng's mouth raised slightly, and he smiled and said, "I wonder how the Pope feels. Although this 9-heart blood tang is just a plant, it is a top-level martial soul at the same level as Qian Rongxiu's angel martial soul. He is still very confident about this." The cold on Bibi Dong's face melted a bit, and he did not hesitate to praise, "Yes, with this ultimate evil martial soul, and with the 90th level of innate soul power, your future is limitless." Huohuiguan sighed dejectedly, "It's over." Listening to His Majesty's words, "I am afraid that the status of herself and the ghost will really be shaken by this kid." The ghost looked at the expression of Chrysanthemum Guan, the former's heart also suffered a bit. "Are you coming?" Su Sheng narrowed his eyes, foreseeing that Bibi Dong would have a high-energy reaction soon. On the throne, Bibi Dong's face as cold as frost barely aroused a smile. "Su Sheng, do you want to be my apprentice to Bibi Dong?" Jamaiguan and Gai Mei also focused their eyes on Su Sheng, and they naturally did not want the latter to agree. Su Sheng secretly said sure enough. After seeing his spirit and talent, Bibi Dong thought about soliciting for the first time. On the surface, he was asking himself, but he knew that if he didn't agree, he couldn't get out of the spirit hall without a spirit ring. But what does this have to do with the inspirational salted fish? There was a beautiful woman who asked to be her own master, but she was sorry if she didn't agree. "I'm willing. But His Royal Highness, I have a condition, I don't know if I can agree to it." Su Sheng stared at Bibi Dong seriously. As soon as these words came out, both the ghost and the Chrysanthemum Gate smiled. Chrysanthemum cared for the first burst of joy. His Royal Highness hates others to negotiate with her. This kid is looking for death. Gai Mei, it seems that this kid is planted today, he can already think of the angry look of His Highness the Pope. But they were disappointed. Bibi Dong was not angry, but frowned slightly. "What conditions?" Bibi Dong's words were like a heavy hammer hit on the head of Huohuiguan, and the whole person was dizzy and said, "Fuck, the Pope is not angry." The ghost closed his eyes in despair. Has this kid's talents been reached to allow the Pope to tolerate it? "It's over, it's over." Su Sheng straightened his back and threw his voice in a loud voice, "His Royal Highness, I can be your apprentice, and I can be loyal to the Spirit Hall, but I hope that in the future, when I propose to leave the Spirit Hall temporarily, you will not stop me." Why did Su Sheng propose this condition? Of course it is impossible for him to stay in the Wuhan Hall forever, right? There are a lot of young ladies outside, and countless delicious foods. Being a salted fish is also ambitious. Bibi Dong pursed his soft thin lips, and began to weigh the pros and cons. After a while, she said blankly, I can promise you. But, I also have the conditions. The ghost only felt another arrow in his heart, and the corners of her mouth twitched unwillingly. I'm going. Your Highness, the Pope, do you spoil this guy too much? I didn't expect Bibi Dong to agree to such an absurd suggestion made by this kid. Huaguan patted her infarcted little heart, appearing extremely wronged. When I touched your bottom line again and again, I didn't get angry. The old ghost and I would be annoyed if only one sentence was wrong. Hey, my heart is unbalanced. Chapter 11, Add 3 soul bones to the starter beauty master? Su Sheng's eyes flickered a few times, and his face was calm and said, His Royal Highness, please say. He thought that Bibi Dong would refuse decisively, so he retreated and asked for the second. Can it look like this looks like a show? Bibi Dong suddenly stood up from the throne and outlined a tall figure, but her sharp eyes seemed to want to see through the soul of Su Sheng's tender body, and coldly said, My request is no matter how long you plan to leave. All must come to participate in the National Continental Elite Competition in a few years' time. The Chrysanthemum Pass and ghosts below are all shocked, completely unable to guess Bibi Dong's thoughts. Chrysanthemum Guan thoughtfully looked at the Ghost Elite Tournament. Isn't that a long time from now? Guy Mei also shook his head and hinted that he did not know with his eyes. If it's just for winning the championship in the elite competition, it is completely unnecessary, because the genius cultivated by their Wuhan temple is fully capable of winning. Su Sheng quietly let out a sigh of relief. After the corners of his mouth raised an arc, he respectfully clasped his fist and said, Apprentice Su Sheng has seen the teacher. Seeing that there was no way for Bibi Dong to get useful information from Su Sheng's cheeks, Bibi Dong sat on the royal chair again. Randomly said with a serious face, Very well, Su Sheng, from now on you will be my apprentice of Bibi Dong. From now on, you will also be the saint son of Wuhan Hall. Having tolerated the Chrysanthemum Pass, he finally couldn't bear the loneliness. He could understand what Bibi Dong said before, but Su Sheng had just joined the Wuhan Hall and made him a holy son. This is simply too perfunctory. And who knows if this kid has 2 hearts? Ever since, he stared at the tremendous pressure and took a step forward, looking embarrassed and said, His Royal Highness, this is probably wrong. This time, the ghost is much smarter, shrinking back, and praying for the chrysanthemum in the bottom of her heart, Xiaju, it's not that my old ghost doesn't follow you, don't you still know the position of this kid in the eyes of the Pope? Now go and touch this mold. Are you afraid that you have enough life? When Chrysanthemum managed to disobey her again and again, Bibi Dong's expression gradually became unhappy. What's wrong? Huoguan trembled all over, but now that he said it all, he could only bite the bullet and go on, hoping Bibi Dong could change his mind. He bent down and explained, This kid, no, Su Sheng just joined the Wuhan Hall and made him a holy son, I am afraid that the younger generation of Wuhan Hall will not accept it. Su Sheng next to him looked at him madly, calling himself coldly, and raised his chin to think, why is this little chrysanthemum not sensible at all? How about finding a chance to solve it? His first martial arts spirit does not have a spirit ring, even if he acquires a spirit ring, with the rich combat experience of the Chrysanthemum Pass, I am afraid that he is really better than him? Then he seemed to have thought of something, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. If you can't kill you, are you still afraid of tiredness? Let you be a free thug today. Bibi Dong squinted her eyes, slowly picked up the amethyst scepter, and then slammed it towards the ground. From her elegant posture, 9 spirit rings full of shocking power slowly floated up. Yellow, purple, 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 black, 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 black. The first few spirit rings are stronger than the standard configuration, and when the last one full of scarlet 100,000 years spirit ring rises. The whole Wuhan hall was violent, as if all this was under Bibi Dong's control. Then she coldly said with her eyes domineering, "I, Bibi Dong, is the Pope of Wuhan hall. Who dares not accept it?" On this domineering side, the crushing Jamira and the ghosts dare not look at each other. Except for Su Sheng, who was bright in his eyes, he kept admiring and exclaiming, "Handsome!" At this moment, he just wanted to say, "Shrek, Xing Luo, Heaven Do Empire all go to TMD." This is the unique charm of Bibi Dong. When calm is like a flat boat, when angry, dare to stop the landslide. Chrysanthemum and ghosts felt bad, bowed their heads and apologized, "His Royal Highness, we did not disobey you, please forgive us. Just now my subordinates talked a lot, please forgive the Pope." Bibi Dong's cold face didn't ease in the slightest, and he spit out the word "go." Jamira Guan and Gaimei waited for Bibi Dong's answer with a rough heart. When they heard it clearly, the hanging hearts of the two finally fell. The two bowed slightly and quickly left here. If Bibi Dong gets angry, with that decisive and cruel character, no one will dare to say a word after killing them. In the future, I and Lao Ju still have to be more cautious, lest the city gate really catch fire. Your martial spirit is extremely evil, should it have certain flaws. Bibi Dong said lightly with Su Sheng's figure on his back after seeing Huohuaguan and Gaimei leave. Su Sheng felt cold, how could Bibi Dong know this? Nodded and replied, "Yes, teacher, my Wuhan Juxutang needs to be moisturized with blood and soul frequently, otherwise the Wuhan will gradually wither." What Su Sheng said is true. Although this spirit is very powerful, it must be moisturized with blood and soul for a certain period of time, otherwise it will wither until it disappears. He thinks that his martial soul is probably the first on the mainland to have such restrictions, right? The martial soul after awakening can still wither. Bibi Dong suddenly turned around, staring at the corner of Su Sheng's mouth and muttered, "Blood? Soul moisture rising. This condition is much harsher than she thought." She frowned, then stretched out again, and said lightly, "For a while, you will let Elder Ju and Elder Ghost go with you to hunt and kill soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest. By the way, nourish your martial soul with the blood and soul of the soul beast." Su Sheng pretended to be grateful, "Thank you, teacher. It seems that my plan has succeeded, Xiao Hua, wait and see if I will not exhaust you into a broken flower and a willow. Are they letting them fight the titans? Or the azure bull python?" Bibi Dong looked at Su Sheng in a daze, and slowly shook his head and whispered softly, "It doesn't have to be the case. Since you are my disciple, then these 3 soul bones will be treated as your meeting gifts." With a wave of the amethyst scepter in Bibi Dong's hand, a colorful light appeared from the place she passed, and 3 soul bones appeared in the air out of thin air. They flew into the air under the guidance of Bibi Dong's spirit power, and hovered in front of Su Sheng. These 3 soul bones were obtained by the former Pope Chihiroji from hunting soul beasts. After being killed by Bibi Dong, it naturally came into her hands. Su Sheng looked at the soul bone in front of him, his entire mind was stunned. Fuck! The beautiful teacher is given at the beginning of the game, and 3 soul bones are also included? So those other traversers are going to fight against the Wuhan Hall for Mao? Isn't this fragrant? Seeing Su Sheng dumbfounded, Bibi Dong smiled at the corner of his mouth, and then disappeared. Bibi Dong slowly closed his eyes, and his hand holding the amethyst scepter became tighter. "Take it, you absorb 9 spirit rings at a time, and you need to use spirit bones as support to relieve the immenseness of the powerful spirit ring to you. The pressure from your body, otherwise, you won't survive for 2 years." Su Sheng put away his soul bone, and then frowned, his heart refreshing, not to live for 2 years. He really doesn't know this, but if he hadn't joined the spirit hall, there would be no spirit bones that Bibi Dong had given him. Chapter 12, Star Do Great Forest. Bibi Dong nodded, and solemnly said again, "Yes, and after you absorb the spirit ring, you must not easily use spirit abilities above the 6th spirit ring in the past few years. Otherwise, even if you have a spirit bone, you will be seriously injured if you are not dead. In her life, Bibi Dong only accepted one female disciple, that is, the saint of Wuhan Hall, Hu Lina. Now that Su Sheng's talent and temperament are far superior to those of his age, I have the idea of accepting him as a disciple. Therefore, as long as Su Sheng can be her future helper, she will try her best to train him. Su Sheng's eyes flickered a few times. Originally, he just wanted to see what Bibi Dong looks like. But now, what he saw was more of a personal charm that surpassed her face. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why she was able to command the Wuhan temple. Su Sheng nodded slightly, staring at Bibi Dong with a serious face. "Thank you, teacher. I am very lucky to be your disciple." Fortunately, he not only saved one life, but also got 3 soul bones. He suspected that the identities of himself and Tang San had changed, and that he was the son of destiny in Douluo continent. Bibi Dong's body trembled suddenly, then turned around and stood up, his eyes raised slightly, the amethyst scepter shook, and the cold words came out from his thin lips, "Get out." Su Sheng pressed the corner of his mouth slightly. "Teacher, the disciple should withdraw first." After speaking, Su Sheng turned around and decisively walked out of the hall. Bibi Dong turned his head and looked at Su Sheng's back as he walked out. On the still cold cheeks, a few drops of crystals overflowed from the corners of his eyes. "Xiao Gang, he really seems to be like you, no matter which aspect." As soon as Su Sheng walked out of the hall, he saw the ghost and the chrysanthemum pass walking towards him angrily. They all scolded, "Boy, just tell me what you guys have talked with His Majesty the Pope, or don't blame us for being polite." The ghost burst out with cold air, and said coldly, "Say it. Otherwise, I will kill you." Facing this pressure, Su Sheng raised his head and smiled harmlessly. The teacher said, "Let the 2 of you take me to hunt the soul beast and absorb the soul ring. As for the kind of soul beast, it is up to me." The chrysanthemum pass showed a suspicious look, and said in surprise, "That's it?" The ghosts on the side pierced in a cold voice, "Boy, if you just said this, how could His Majesty the Pope let you stay inside for so long?" Su Sheng was a little dumbfounded. Are these 2 really titled Douluos? Suspicion is so serious, it seems that his arrival has really affected the status of the 2 invisibly. He explained dubiously, "Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, there is really nothing to talk about, the teacher just accepted me as an apprentice, what else can I do?" Jamaiguan looked sideways at the ghost and asked, "Old ghost, what do you think?" The ghost looked at the hall in front of him, then glanced at Su Sheng again, and then slowly said, "The Pope is wise, after seeing that there is nothing suspicious about him." Huohuaguan covered her forehead and said loudly, "Old ghost, what are you thinking? I am not asking this, I mean the Pope told us to go with the kid to hunt the soul beast, what do you think? I want them to be 2 titled Douluo, not to be respected, but to be the nanny of this little kid." The ghost rolled his eyes, "Since the Pope ordered it, what else can I do? Go. He still doesn't want to die young. Isn't he just accompany a little baby to hunt down the soul beasts? The previous difficult years have survived, is this a problem?" The ghost stared at Su Sheng's face, "Boy, the Stardo Great Forest is too dangerous for you, we are going to take you to the Sunset Forest to hunt down soul beasts." Su Sheng frowned slightly, 2 elders, the Pope's palace should be closer to the Stardo Great Forest, right? Just here, right? There must be more spirit beasts in the Stardo Great Forest than in the Sunset Forest, and it is also convenient for him to match his spirit ring. After listening to the chrysanthemum pass, his eyes widened and cursed, "Boy, do you want to die? If you want to kill the spirit ring for more than 10,000 years, you may enter the core of the Stardo Great Forest. There are things that we are not even sure to clean up." Soul beast. The ghost also frowned and reminded, "Boy, you have to think clearly. If you enter rashly, I'm afraid we can't guarantee you safe and sound. This is the person whom His Highness the Pope has ordered to take care of. If he loses his life, the two of them will not be able to make a relationship." Seeing that the two didn't intend to agree to their request, Su Sheng's expression suddenly changed, becoming an incomparably admired look. "It's time to perform your real acting skills." He begged to grab the sleeves of the ghost and the chrysanthemum Guan, with star-like worship in his eyes. "Chrysanthemum Douluo, Gui Douluo, the reason why I asked the teacher to let you go hunting the soul beasts with me, naturally I believe you powerful ability, those soul beasts are definitely not your two opponents." "Hey, this little kid's mouth is quite sweet." Seeing Su Sheng's admiring gaze, the vanity in the heart was greatly satisfied at the moment at the chrysanthemum pass. He glanced at the ghosts, then coughed a few times, and persuaded, "Old ghost, or as this kid said, hunt in the Star-Do forest, the sunset forest is still some distance away." The sentence just now made the ghost's heart softer, and she raised her arms and turned her head arrogantly, "Whatever. Since this kid is going, go, don't blame us if you die." Su Sheng pretended to be grateful, "Thank you two elders. Look, what is this? This is impeccable acting. Even if it is a big villain like the ghost and the chrysanthemum pass, he can mingle with them." The Star-Do forest is one of the three major soul beasts in the Douluo continent. The area is almost the same as that of the Barak Kingdom, and it spans the borders of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Among them, 2/5 of the land area is in the Tiandu Empire. The other 3/5 are in the Xingluo Empire, a huge virgin forest with complex terrain. There are wetlands, swamps and so on. The soul beast there is also extremely terrifying. The closer it is to the center of the forest, the stronger the soul beast. And at this moment, Su Sheng followed the ghost and chrysanthemum pass to reach the outer entrance of the Star-Do Great Forest in just a few hours. Su Sheng looked at the vast expanse of the forest ahead, and couldn't help sighing, "Is this the Star-Do Great Forest? It is so big." He can feel an endless stream of vitality just by stepping into this Stardug forest. Of course, at the same time, there is also a fascinating smell of blood. In an instant, the whole person seemed to have really returned to the primeval forest. Yuegwen glanced at Su Sheng's surprised look, and said, "Let's go, this is the periphery of the Star-Do Great Forest. The soul beasts that have appeared are mostly 10 or 100 years old. With your 90-level spirit power, there is no need to look at this garbage. Especially for plant Wuhan, it is even harder to find suitable plants. After all, only a small part of plants with weak nature can survive in the forest with many soul beasts." Chapter 13, Bloodthirsty Wasp 30,000 Years Soul Beast. Su Sheng nodded, and the three of them gradually started walking toward the depths from the outer entrance of the Star-Do Great Forest. Along the way, Su Sheng saw many weird soul beasts, such as mandala snakes clinging to thick branches, gray-black, 2 meters long, and a pair of dark purple eyes with dark vertical pupils. Staring, spitting out letters from time to time to declare sovereignty. The mutant praying mantis that is hunting has evolved to the size of 1 meter, especially the sharp double-edged blade, which can easily cut a piece of rock. At this moment, Su Sheng is looking around for a soul beast that suits him, but these levels are too low for him. Yuegwen stopped suddenly, turned her head curiously to look at Su Sheng, squinted her eyes and asked, "Boy, before this, can you tell me what direction your martial soul intends to develop?" Hearing what Yuegwen said, the ghosts on the side looked at Su Sheng with a wait-and-see attitude. From his point of view, Su Sheng's mutated spirit of Juxin Haitang should be even more terrifying than that. However, it stands to reason that Juxin Begonia's simple recovery ability even surpasses the mainland's first auxiliary martial arts Kai Bao Liulai Pagoda, but this kid's martial arts spirit is extremely evil, and it might be better to develop toward the control system. Su Sheng was stunned for a moment, and then he came back to his mind and thought about it. "I haven't thought about it yet, but it should be developed towards the auxiliary department. He just awakened the spirit a few days ago, and indeed he has not thought about the development of the spirit, but Su Sheng still thinks that the auxiliary department is more suitable for him. After all, he really just wants to be a humble salted fish. After Yuegwen listened, he burst into laughter. Yin and Yang ridiculed, auxiliary system? Boy, are you sure you are not kidding? Your evil pure martial arts spirit is completely different from Juxin Haitang, don't put your teammates to death. Su Sheng also raised the corner of his mouth slightly, smiling and retorted, Elder Chrysanthemum, your martial soul should be chrysanthemum? Even such a weak and incomparable martial soul has offensive power. Why can't my martial soul be a support? Are you a soul master? Talking? How happy you are smiling now, how embarrassed you will be when you hunt me soul beasts. Upon hearing this, Yuegwen angrily cursed, Fart, kid. You are ignorant. Lao Tzu's martial arts spirit is the strange velvet chrysanthemum, and it is also the top plant martial arts spirit. His martial spirit is not an ordinary plant martial spirit, otherwise he wouldn't be able to successfully cultivate to the 95th level title Douluo. Looking at the whole continent, there are not many, enough to prove the strength of his martial arts. Gai Mei's expression flashed unpleasantly, she frowned and stopped in a cold voice, you two shut up. The suffocated Yuegwen gave Su Sheng a fierce look, and then secretly sneered, damn boy, wait a minute to see the 10,000-year soul beast, and see if you call it. This kid is just a guy from a small place, maybe he hasn't even seen a soul beast, so he will let a soul beast scare him. Hey Black! Looking at the expression on Yuegwen's face, Su Sheng's heart suddenly chilled, look at this, you will have to do something after Yuegwen. But suddenly, there was a violent humming sound around the whole area, and Yuegwen, who was the first to sense among the three, suddenly opened his eyes, stepped forward and blocked them in front of them, and took a vigilant deep breath. Looking at the ghost, old ghost. Protect that kid. A big guy is coming. If nothing happened to him, this guy who was about to appear would have been cultivated for nearly 30,000 years. Seeing that Yuegwen didn't seem to be joking, the ghost guarded Su Sheng's surroundings carefully, but he spit out uncomfortably, I see. If this guy dies, our life will be sad. Up. Su Sheng looked at the front curiously, and whispered suspiciously, the guy who can make the chrysanthemum pass and the ghosts be wary. It seems that this soul beast is unusual. Sure enough, under the buzzing sound that resounded through the sky, a huge wasp suddenly emerged from the grass in front and swooped down at the three of them. This wasp is 4 or 5 meters in size. The tail is full of poisonous thorns. Yuegwen's face changed drastically, and she exclaimed, it's a bloodthirsty wasp. Possessing poison. And the cultivation base is almost 30,000 years old. Boy, what kind of big guy have you hired? Behind Su Sheng rolled his eyes, and secretly vomited, how did I know? It's that your title Douluo was so scared by a 30,000-year-old soul beast. Why does it feel a little unreliable? This chrysanthemum pass is so awkward, how reliable is the guy next to him? The bloodthirsty wasp's combat effectiveness is actually not strong, but it has an extremely strong defense, especially his poisonous needles, which are the most headache. It also has a characteristic, once you smell the blood, you will never die. This is also a guy who is unwilling to provoke easily even if it is a title Douluo. If thousands of poisonous needles fly towards it as soon as it hits, it feels so wonderful. Face this kind of guy. Yuegwen had to go all out, and 9 terrifying spirit rings emerged from under her feet, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black. In an instant, the terrifying aura of the 95th level title Douluo surged out. The bloodthirsty wasp flying in the air seemed to feel the horror of Yuegwen, his body suddenly retracted a step, and the dense rows of small eyes on the dense teeth looked at Yuegwen not swooping past. Yuegwen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene, and turned his head to raise an eyebrow at Gai Mei and Su Sheng and said, fortunately, this guy is afraid of my strong strength. I dare not. The ghost looked at the bloodthirsty wasp behind Yuegwen and rushed when his back was facing, and said careful. Yuegwen turned and looked subconsciously, and saw a huge figure rushing towards him. He swiftly jumped sideways, avoiding the impact of the bloodthirsty wasp dangerously. Yuegwen was suddenly ignited with a violent temper, and said angrily, "My grass! You dead thing! Today I won't kill you!" His dignified title Douluo almost fell into the hands of this sneaky grasshopper, absolutely unforgivable. Seeing such a ridiculous scene, Su Sheng's eyelids jumped, and the corners of his mouth twitched close to the ghost, and asked in a low voice, "Elder Ghost, is it because of you that Elder Ju can survive so hard?" The careless character of Chrysanthemum Pass was able to cultivate to the title Douluo without being tenderly killed. Isn't it strange? He seriously suspected that it was because of the existence of ghosts, which made up for that guy's nerves. The ghost who was asked by this soul choked all of a sudden, coughed, and said disapprovingly, "Nonsense. Otherwise, even though that guy is a title Douluo, he has not died many times." An unusually large velvet chrysanthemum appeared in his hand, and he shouted, "The third spirit ability, Breath Barrier." The strange velvet chrysanthemum split into countless hard as steel petals covering the surrounding bloodthirsty bee, and then burst out a strong ripple. A pale white mask gradually covered it, and the huge pressure that followed boomed straight to the bloodthirsty wasp. The scream of OM roared from its mouth, and the bloodthirsty wasp flying in the air seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, falling straight to the ground, smashing a large hollow pit. Yuegwen floated in the air, stepping on the chrysanthemum, looking at the bloodthirsty wasp lying in the big pit. My heart instantly felt refreshed. Then a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. Charged to the bloodthirsty wasp. Get ready to die. Chapter 14, I can absorb all spirit rings. On the straight line that Yuegwen rushed towards the bloodthirsty Huangfeng, the huge body of the bloodthirsty Huangfeng who should have fallen to the ground stood up, turned his blood-red eyes at Yuegwen, and the next moment, countless poisonous needles passed from it. The tail of the poisonous needle popped out, and in an instant, the eyes of the needles were densely packed on a large scale. And this scene is enough to see that the bloodthirsty Huangfeng's defense is extremely strong, and it has not been the blow of title Douluo forcibly. Yuegwen, who rushed past, narrowed his eyes, looked at the poisonous needle that made the scalp numb, and said with disdain, "Little bug carving skill. Fifth spirit skill, hurricane catching the sky. Does this simple soul beast think he will be fooled by it? Besides, there are some poisonous needles, do you really think they can hurt me?" After the words fell, Qirong Tongtianzhi released the steel petals all over the sky in an instant, and it spun rapidly. In just an instant, a violent whirlwind was formed and blasted directly. Those densely packed poisonous needles were blown away by the violent whirlwind in an instant. Seeing that his tricks were of no use to this man, the bloodthirsty Huangfeng on the opposite side seemed to feel very upset, and quickly stirred his wings to fly into the sky. Yuegwen immediately saw the animal's intentions and said coldly, "Want to fly? Then I will cut off your wings." The sixth spirit ability, Jinrui, is full of clouds. The strange velvet chrysanthemum flew into the sky in an instant, and then it was very similar to the attack method of the bloodthirsty Huangfeng. These petals showed a strong golden light, and they scattered toward the ground. This is Yuegwen's range attack spirit ability. No matter the power and range are less than the explosion of the previous few spirit skills, but it is better than the number. These huge petals relentlessly slid across the bloodthirsty Huangfeng's body, cutting its body like a streamer. After a while, the skin was cut with traces of lavender blood. Its wings were successfully cut off under this fierce attack, and a pair of large but thin wings just fell to the ground. Su Sheng looked at Yuegwen, who was fighting desperately, and said with a smile, "That's right, Elder Ju has suffered. IQ is good. This chrysanthemum pass has suffered from the loss of the bloodthirsty Huangfeng just now. If he is fooled again, the title Douluo's level will be lowered by him." The ghost looked at the bloodthirsty Huangfeng that had been defeated by Yuegwen, and said lightly, "Boy, if this bloodthirsty Huang Feng is a plant martial spirit, it's okay, I can make you a spirit ring, but it's a pity. The bloodthirsty wasp is indeed very suitable for Su Sheng, as he absorbed his spirit ring. Perhaps Su Sheng's Juxingtang martial arts will become familiar with toxins, and if he is lucky, he can get a large-scale attack spirit ability. A big question mark appeared on Su Sheng's forehead. He was a little confused. How could this soul beast be a pity? He happened to have caught this bloodthirsty Huang Feng himself. He immediately said, "Elder Ghost, I think it over, my first spirit ring is this bloodthirsty wasp." The ghost is staring at Su Sheng with the expression that you are teasing me, and the corners of his mouth twitch. The body is dead. No one in the entire continent knows that the plant system cannot absorb the animal system spirit ring. On the contrary, the animal system cannot absorb the plant system spirit ring. This kid said that he wanted to absorb the bloodthirsty Huang Feng's spirit ring. Isn't he crazy? Moreover, this trademark is a 30,000-year-old spirit beast, even the 9th spirit ring of him and Yuegwen is only 80,000 years old. If this guy absorbs it, the ghost knows if it will belch on the spot. Suddenly Su Sheng's inspiration flashed, and he secretly said, "The current soul master does not agree with the 10 core theories of the master." No wonder it is so surprised. He glanced at the extremely vigilant cheeks of the ghost, knowing that if he didn't do any tricks, this martial soul would definitely have a hot water. As a result, Su Sheng calmly covered the corner of his mouth and coughed a few times. He smiled and looked at the ghost, with a confident expression in his words. "Elder Ghost, I am not kidding, because my spirit is a bit special and can absorb the soul of all spirit beasts." Ring. Upon hearing the ghost, his brows wrinkled slightly. Su Sheng's martial arts soul has been seen before, and it can be said to be stronger than the top plant martial arts soul of Chrysanthemum Pass. The self-confidence on this kid's face doesn't seem to be fake. Can he really absorb animal spirit rings? Knowing this conclusion, he trembled all over, and looked at Su Sheng with a look at the monster. "Good guy, the plant system absorbs the animal system, I'm afraid it will create another precedent." The ghost thought for a while and replied, "Yes. But this is what you want to absorb. It has nothing to do with me or him. You'd better write a letter. If something goes wrong, I will have an explanation." Ghost is not a reckless person. Su Sheng wants to absorb this spirit ring, yes, he doesn't care. But something must be left to prove that it has nothing to do with himself and the Chrysanthemum Pass, otherwise the anger of Pope Bibi Dong is waiting for him. Thinking of the last time His Majesty the Pope was angry, his heart was terrified. Su Sheng smiled and thank you Elder Ghost. Then he took the parchment that Gaimei handed over, and then returned it to Gaimei. Gaimei took a look and put it away. "With this thing, I feel more at ease. Use the Qirong Tongtianju to defeat the bloodthirsty Huang Feng Yuegwen with a single blow," watching the two happily talking on the side, fighting the monsters hard here. He was very uncomfortable. He turned his head and cursed at the ghost and said, "I said the old ghost, don't just watch the show. This soul beast is 30,000 years old and has a thick skin. I can't kill him for a while." The ghost glanced at the scarred, but still full of vitality, bloodthirsty wasp, then looked at Yuegwen, spread his hand and said lightly, "Didn't you tell me to protect this guy? Don't tell me you even do this soul beast." Indefinite. Yuegwen glared at him angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. Get rid of this soul beast with me." 9 spirit rings rose from the ghost's feet, and rushed towards him speechlessly. Afterwards, with the addition of ghosts and charms, facing the attack of 2 tidal Douluo, the bloodthirsty wasp, no matter how strong the defense was, fell dying to the ground at this moment, his whole body convulsing constantly. Yuegwen wiped the sweat from her forehead, patted her hands and took a deep breath, finally solved. "This ghost is really forbidden, let's go now." Gaimei pointed at Su Sheng next to him, rolled his eyes, "Why are you going? I haven't seen this guy yet absorb the spirit ring." He drew a sharp blade from his pocket and threw it to Su Sheng. The latter took it and squeezed it tightly, walking up to the bloodthirsty wasp and directly facing his head. A deep pitch-black spirit ring slowly emerged from the corpse of this spirit beast. Su Sheng sat on the ground, closed his eyes and meditated. Watching this scene, Yuegwen solemnly said, "Old ghost, this kid is a plant." Gai Mei first waved his hand to stop the second half of his sentence, and then the corners of his mouth slightly cocked. He said lightly, "This kid said that his martial spirit can absorb all the spirit rings, and even if he is dead, having this thing will not involve us." He patted the parchment in his trouser pocket. Chapter 15, The Hunt is Complete, Title Douluo. Wait, is this a bit too high profile now? Su Sheng frowned. He didn't want to attract the attention of the audience every time he revealed his martial soul. His dignity as a salted fish does not allow him to do this. Well, to put it bluntly, he just wants to make something different. Suddenly he was thinking about it, and his mind seemed to have found a new road. He whispered secretly, "Since the spirit ring can be given to the spirit master, can you try to use the spirit ring to attract the spirit ring and absorb it in the spirit? This will not only retain the power of the spirit ring, but also enable the spirit ability to be more perfectly integrated with the spirit." However, it is not clear what Su Sheng was in a daze. Yuegwen rested his chin and patted the ghost next to the shoulder. "Old ghost, do you think this kid is scared?" There was no movement for a long time. Gai Mei gave him a white look, and then after thinking about it, she felt that Su Sheng had absorbed a spirit ring for the first time, and probably didn't know how to absorb a spirit ring. Thinking of this, he was about to walk over to tell Su Sheng, but just halfway through, Su Sheng's body finally moved, and Ghost Mei stopped her movements. I saw Su Sheng slowly standing up, taking a step back, and looking squarely at the deep soul ring in front of him. Looking at Yuegwen, he was anxious, wishing to slap him to death and absorb a spirit ring like this. Impatiently rebuked, I said, "Kid, do you want to absorb it or not? Don't waste our time, I will hunt you 10,000-year soul beasts for a while." Before he finished speaking, the ghost stopped his words. "Wait, don't talk, this guy." Seeing Su Sheng's heart moved, Juxing Xiutang slowly burst into a light from his palm. He tried to control Juxing Xiutang to seduce the blood in the bloodthirsty Huang Feng. Unexpectedly, the full body of the dead bloodthirsty wasp instantly squashed, and drops of pure blood condensed from the flesh. 1 drop, 2 drops, a drop of blood quietly merges into one, forming a stream that is steaming like a clear spring. Then he irrigated straight towards the petals of Juxing Xiutang, and absorbed the blood. The scarlet Juxing Xiutang became more fascinating, and his expression was even stronger. Yuegwen was so frightened that she was cold, and she shrank quietly. "Damn, old ghost, this kid's martial arts spirit is incredible, he can control blood flow." What he was afraid of was not the current Su Sheng, but whether this spirit could directly control the blood flow of other spirit masters after he grew up. That scene, thinking about it, is sweaty. The ghost seems to have seen the strangeness of this Wuhan, but silently stares at Su Sheng's next move. Su Sheng smiled softly at Juxing Xiutang, who was full of blood in his hands, and asked softly, "If you are full, can you start work?" Unexpectedly, the Juxin begonia in his hand trembled and made a buzzing sound, as if responding to Su Sheng's words. Su Sheng, who received the response, looked happy. It seems that it is really possible to give the spirit ring to the martial soul. He took a deep breath, then raised his head to focus on the 10,000 years spirit ring. Used Juxing Xiutang floating on the palm of his hand to make a random move towards him. Juxin begonia immediately understood what Su Sheng meant, and used its unique ability to draw the spirit ring to the front bit by bit. Then, after this 10,000-year spirit ring touched Juxing Xiutang, it started to be swallowed by a trace. Only a few seconds later, the entire 10,000-year spirit ring was completely absorbed by Juxing Xiutang. Afterwards, he felt the spirit ability message in his mind and knew he had succeeded. The first spirit ring, 30,000 years of cultivation. Soul ability, begonia blossoms. The numerous petals of the blood thorns that spread across the sky cut the enemy, which is weakly toxic, successfully cut the enemy and feeds back after touching the blood. Su Sheng was quite surprised and said, "This spirit ability seems to inherit the poison and attack method of the bloodthirsty wasp." But I have to admit that he hadn't expected this cut enemy to feed back. Yuegwen and Gaimei, who had just seen the scene in their eyes, glanced at each other, and they moved close to Su Sheng. Yuegwen grabbed Su Sheng's two arms and asked impatiently, "Boy, where is the bloodthirsty wasp's spirit ring? Was it swallowed by your martial spirit?" Gaimei also curiously asked, "Boy, tell us, where is the spirit ring just now?" Su Sheng smiled mysteriously at them, "Didn't you see it? It was swallowed by me." Seeing Su Sheng's appearance, even if she wanted to get to the bottom of Yuegwen, she said disdainfully, "Cut, don't tell, who rarely knows." It's just that those eyes that stared at Su Shenju's Tang martial soul revealed his thoughts. The ghost also reduced the curiosity on his face, and coughed, "It doesn't seem like something is going on when you look like this. If you don't want to say it, then let's continue hunting the next soul beast." Su Sheng still chuckled a few times, then bothered the two elders. "If possible, I will say something nice to you in front of the teacher." A glimmer of admiration flashed in Yuegwen's eyes. This kid was quite acquainted, and after all this kid had said so, they would be merciful not to target him. "Don't talk nonsense, hunt down the next soul beast at speed." Finally, when night came, Su Sheng finally finished hunting the last 80,000-year soul beast. This soul beast was so difficult that Yuegwen and Gaimei could barely kill it when they used the martial soul fusion skill. Even Su Sheng almost thought that these two goods were going to be killed by this soul beast. Yuegwen covered her injured chest, a few traces of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, and she gasped in grief and anger, "Boy, this time you have to remember the kindness between me and the old ghost. You almost died by this soul beast." The ghost also squatted on the wooden pier next to her with her mouth covered, panting continuously without speaking. In order to hunt down this soul beast, the soul power of both of them has been overconsumed. The two of them worked hard for themselves before, but now he always feels sorry if he doesn't do anything. He took out 2 bottles of water, handed them over, and said with a smile, "Chrysanthemum, elder ghost, drink some water to rest." "I really do thank you two today." Yuegwen and Gaimei took a swig and took a swig. This was a lot easier. Yuegwen felt that her heart was itchy because of what happened in the morning, and blinked her eyes to testify, "We were almost caught up with you today. Can you tell us about your spirit ring absorption before?" When Su Sheng heard it, he smiled and said, "Of course, two elders, this is my answer." Then with a wave of his hand, he quietly released the spirit ring contained in Juxing Xutang to his feet. 9 incomparably deep black spirit rings slowly rose from his feet, and a more terrifying aura than Yuegwen and ghosts appeared. For a moment, the surrounding trees rustled and the wind continued to flow, even the nearby soul beasts fled after feeling this terrifying power. This pressure made Ghost and Yuegwen both have to cast spirit rings to resist. Yuegwen and Gaimei both looked at Su Sheng in amazement, their thoughts coincided. If this kid hadn't been able to use the spirit ring now, I'm afraid the strength is only stronger than me and Ghost, Yuegwen. Chapter 16, Change. Seeing the dense black spirit rings under Su Sheng's feet, the ghost said helplessly, "Boy, quickly put away the burst of spirit power, and soon other powerful spirit beasts will be attracted. We must all be planted here today." The terrifying spirit power erupted in the Star Do Great Forest, although it would shock the lower-level spirit beasts, but it was also very likely to absorb those terrifying spirit beasts who were fond of fighting and good at fighting. This was not a good thing for the now weak Yuegwen and ghosts. Yuegwen didn't get angry and made a wiping motion, and then coldly frightened, "Boy, I tell you, don't avenge your gratitude in the future, or the old ghost and I will kill you first." He was really afraid that after hunting down the spirit ring for this kid, he would turn his face and refuse to recognize anyone. Su Sheng can't smile, is he like this kind of person? Recovered the 9 dark spirit rings into the 9 hearts and blood. After finishing this, when Su Sheng was about to sit down and rest, he suddenly found that the expressions of Ghost and Yuegwen had changed drastically. Yuegwen stood up and looked at the ghost dignifiedly, squinting his eyes. "Old ghost, do you feel it? This breath?" The ghost also stood up, looked up at the direction of the breath, and affirmed, "Yes, it is the rabbit soul beast that has escaped a catastrophe for 100,000 years. This breath is exactly the same as that of the little girl who turned into a human form when they and Bibi Dong came to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt and kill the 100,000-year-old soul beast." Even though the two of them spoke very quietly, Su Sheng could hear clearly, and he could probably understand what they were saying. He secretly thought, 100,000-year-old rabbit spirit beast, Xiao Wu? It seems that Tang San shouldn't enter Notting College to worship master as a teacher. I saw Yuegwen sighed, and said with a hint of regret, "Boy, I didn't rush to absorb your last spirit ring. Maybe I can get you a 100,000-year spirit ring." If his spirit ring hadn't been absorbed, he would have to get this precious 100,000-year spirit ring. As far as he knows, in the entire Douluo continent, there are only 2 people with 100,000-year spirit rings. Haoshan Douluo, Tang Hao, and their pope, Bibi Dong. When Su Sheng was thinking about this, he immediately regained his senses, pretending to be delighted. "Hey! Elder Ju, Elder Yu, what did you just mean? Can you get me a 100,000-year spirit ring? This is Xiao San's wife, if he hunts down the spirit ring. Hey, it doesn't seem to be bad? Maybe the plot will change as a result." "I think so, but it's too late. I have absorbed all my spirit rings." The ghost ruthlessly interrupted Su Sheng's fantasy, and rolled his eyes towards the latter. "Don't think about it, there is a more terrifying guy next to that soul beast. Give it away." After the ghosts finished speaking, woo woo woo, a terrifying ape chirp came from the entire Star Do Great Forest, which exploded directly in the ears of everyone in the Star Do Great Forest. Yuegwen sat on the ground, cross legs and closed eyes to recover her spirit power. The ghost is also sitting on the ground. "It seems to be a little more stable. Boy, you will help me and the old ghost protect the law today." After he gave a casual command, he closed his eyes and concentrated on regaining his spirit power. Su Sheng shrugged helplessly and summoned Juxin Switang from the heart of his right hand. Staring at the strange red glow in the night, Juxin Switang said with interest, "Since I am already a title Douluo, should I get a name?" Suddenly, several titles came to mind. Blood Tang Douluo? Too dirty. Bing Tang Douluo? I'm afraid. Vitang Douluo? I'm going, I can't afford this title with Tang. At the end of the night, Su Sheng and others hurried back from the Star Do Great Forest to the Wuhan Hall. Yuegwen, who folded his fists and bowed, carefully looked at the beautiful woman sitting on the throne, where every place was fascinating. He lowered his voice and respectfully said, "Your Majesty the Pope, the old ghost and I have been with this little Saint Sun finished hunting the soul beast." On the throne, Bibi Dong, who closed his eyes slightly, opened his eyes glowing brightly, and his thin lips opened slightly. "Not bad." Then those moving eyes rolled around, and curious eyes flowed on Su Sheng. Then he said elegantly, "Su Sheng, release your spirit ring now, how far have I seen?" Su Sheng took a step forward. "Yes, teacher." Then his mind moved, and Juxin Switang slowly appeared in the palm of his right hand. After the increase of the spirit ring, it was far from what it had before, whether it was the intention of killing or the figure. Under Su Sheng's precise control, 9 spirit rings glowing with black light floated from under his feet. The extremely terrifying coercion is coming towards Bibi Dong. Seeing her fingertips lightly tapped, the pressure that came in instantly became invisible. Bibi Dong looked at the spirit ring under Su Sheng's feet, and based on the fluctuations revealed by the spirit ring. Bibi Dong's face gradually revealed surprise. There are actually 3 spirit rings that are close to 40,000 years. She originally thought that with Su Sheng's body, she would be able to withstand the spirit ring for 20,000 years, but this unexpected gain did make her a little suddenly. Su Sheng smiled indifferently, and looked at Ghost Mei and Yu Guan. It is also thanks to Elder Yu and Elder Ghost that the disciples can absorb it so easily. Bibi Dong looked at Su Sheng. Even if he was facing himself, he always maintained a look of neither humble nor overbearing, and he sighed inwardly, this character really surpasses his peers. She got up from the throne, walked in front of Su Sheng, looking at his slightly green and handsome face. For a moment, I felt a little dazed. My palm had somehow touched Su Sheng's cheek. With such white and silky fingers touching his cheek, Su Sheng at this moment. My heart is in a mess. Her cheeks became rosy, and she reminded softly, "Teacher, you." Bibi Dong's pupils were startled, and his fingers shrank from Su Sheng's cheeks like an electric shock. The expression remained the same as before. "Su Sheng, although your spirit power has reached title Douluo, you still need to know more about martial arts, so let's study in the martial arts hall in the future." The ghosts and Yuegwen in the audience were stunned. "Yuegwen, did His Majesty the Pope stroke Su Sheng's cheek just now?" The ghost seems to be yes. Shhh, don't make a sound, pretend not to see it. Yuegwen understand, over. Bibi Dong looked back at Yuegwen and Gaimei, who bowed his head in silence, and said with a cold tone, "Yuegwen, Gaimei, you go out first." Unknown Ghost and Yuegwen got up. "Yes, Your Majesty the Pope." After speaking, he left the hall in a very familiar walking posture. After a while, a clear and happy voice came from outside the hall, "Teacher, are you looking for me?" The girl stepped in, dressed in a glaze-like off-shoulder gauze dress, soft as feathers. Bai pupil is like the waves of the night sea, and the golden hair slicks across Lan's face like a waterfall. The body is filled with a faint seductive atmosphere, and it is even more moving with a smile. Chapter 17, Wuhan, Tianhu. Just seeing the first impression of this girl, Su Sheng's heart first thought of Jian Rongxiu. Just because the elegant and cold little girl in front of me is not as charming as the one afterwards. When Bibi Dong next to him saw Hulina, the coldness in his eyes became a little weaker, and he said softly, "Come here first, right? Is teacher? I don't know what the teacher is asking for me today." Hulina moved to the side of Bibi Dong gracefully and respectfully said. Although she was talking to Bibi Dong, her curious eyes still looked at Su Sheng inadvertently. When he saw Su Sheng's charming and handsome cheeks, his face became slightly ruddy, and he whispered, "Who is this kid? He is so handsome." Hulina dared to say that among all the boys I have seen, I can't find a temperament and appearance comparable to Su Sheng, especially the invisible sense of laziness on his body has made his heartbeat slightly accelerated. She has always had a high self-esteem, but she didn't expect someone to make her heart beat crazy faster when she saw it. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, looked at Su Sheng and explained to Hulina softly, "Lina, his name is Su Sheng, he is the disciple I just received." Hulina nodded slightly when she heard the words. She was a little surprised and said, "Is this the saint's son who was preaching yesterday?" "It is indeed the teacher's fancy, it must not be simple. My name is Hulina, and I am 11 years old this year. How about you?" Hulina stretched out her hand and smiled. 11 years old? It's even older than my own age. That's right, Tang San is 9 years old, and his own age is only 1 year older than Tang San. In this way, in terms of age, he is indeed a little younger than the younger generation of Wuhan Hall. Su Sheng stretched out his hand and shook it very gently, then quickly released it, and then smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Su Sheng, I am 10 years old this year." Hulina's eyes flashed with consternation. "What? He is only 10 years old?" After Hulina first saw Su Sheng's unique temperament, she naturally thought of his age more mature. I didn't expect to be 1 year younger than myself. Bibi Dong Maisu next to her watched the two get along well, and the worries from the bottom of her heart disappeared a lot. She gently touched the amethyst scepter, and said in a faint tone, "Lena, I call you over today. In addition to letting you meet Su Sheng, she also tells you that Su Sheng will also study with your team in the future." Although Lena didn't show any unpleasant expressions on her face, she worried, "But teacher, my brother, they..." She didn't mind, but if they wanted them to sharpen the team for so long, they suddenly added someone. The corner of Bibi Dong's mouth curled slightly, staring at Su Sheng, his eyes gleaming lightly, and said, "No problem, Su Sheng's ability is far better than other auxiliary soul masters." "No, not so much Su Sheng is an auxiliary soul master, but rather an auxiliary dual-type soul master." Su Sheng, who did not say anything, raised his chin and thought, "Hey? I am going to join the golden generation who is known as the Wuhan Hall after joining? Interesting. In this way, there seems to be a conflict with the plan I thought about later." That's all in Bibi Dong's dialect. Lena naturally didn't dare to say more. She nodded and responded with, "I understand, teacher." Bibi Dong looked at Su Sheng, who was stunned there, frowned slightly, and asked patiently, "Su Sheng? You have no opinion?" After recovering, Su Sheng shook his head indifferently, "I have no opinion, and the disciples have no opinion on how the teacher arranges." Facing what the beautiful teacher said, he couldn't bear to refute. Of course, this is not the most important factor. Bibi Dong's brows stretched, and then he ordered, "If you have no objection, it's so decided, Lena, let you take Su Sheng to where you study. Don't underestimate the papal palace, although it sounds small, but if no one leads the way, it is very likely to get lost." Lena glanced at Su Sheng, then bowed slightly and said, "Yes, teacher, then let's go first." Su Sheng and Lena walked together. The road was still far away, but the atmosphere was already extremely embarrassing. Su Sheng glanced at Lena, then coughed slightly, and decided to speak first. Can't let Lena speak first. Girls are generally very shy, of course, including Lena of this period. His gaze slowly looked over, and his tone slowly said, "That, Lena." Lena heard Su Sheng's question and paused, with a puzzled expression on her face. "Hey? Su Sheng, is there any problem?" In fact, her heart was very tense just now, but when Su Sheng spoke to break the deadlock, the atmosphere eased a lot. After all, with this boy, her heartbeat will always speed up inexplicably. This made her feel a little flustered, but she seemed to be secretly expecting something. She could feel this feeling, but she couldn't tell it. Su Sheng smiled elegantly and asked softly, "Well, can you tell me what kind of soul master you are?" Lena saw that Su Sheng was very embarrassed and pretended to be calm. She couldn't help but stretch her hand to cover her mouth and smile. This slight smile seemed to dim everything around. Faced with Su Sheng's gaze, she realized that she seemed to be a little gagged, and immediately apologized, "Su Sheng, I just..." Su Sheng blinked his eyes indifferently and praised, "It doesn't matter, you just laughed, it's really beautiful, smile more, it's good." Being attacked by Su Sheng's gentle words, even Lena, who is usually very cold, flushed unconsciously. She lightly touched the roots of her hot ears, and said angrily to herself, "What am I thinking about? Obviously, I only met Su Sheng for only an hour." Lena's changes were naturally seen by Su Sheng, and he was not good at stimulating the former. Su Sheng leaned close to her, stretched out his palm and shook slightly in front of Lena's eyes, "Lena." After recovering, Lena saw Su Sheng, who was so close to herself, and subconsciously moved a few steps to the side. Then quietly took a deep breath, and revealed a slightly stiff smile. "Yes, is that right? That, continue with what I just said, I am a control spirit master, and my spirit is a sky fox." After speaking, Lena's heart moved, and countless particles exuded in front of her, and then condensed an arm-sized layer of furry snow-white skin. It was a fox that looked extremely proud, but the red vertical pupils were full. The endless power of charm. 2 spirit rings glowing with yellow light float under the feet. Su Sheng looked at this very spiritual fox, held his chin and looked up. This day fox looks so beautiful, just like you. When the words fell, Hulina's mind was hit hard. She lowered her head shyly, and pursed her thin lips silently, not knowing what to say. His words completely broke his thoughts inadvertently. Then, what about your Wuhan? Hulina, who was so shy, didn't even dare to look up at Su Sheng's eyes. Su Sheng looked at her shy appearance and shook his head helplessly. It seems that Hulina has a long way to go if he wants to achieve the appearance of disaster to the country and the people in the future. He calmly said, I am an auxiliary soul master, Wuhan, Juxing Xutang. In the next moment, under the mixture of scarlet and evil aura, Juxin Switang, full of deadly temptation, slowly bloomed from the palm of his hand. Immediately, a turbulent and powerful aura suddenly emerged from Su Sheng, caught off guard. Chapter 18, Keep it secret for me. Suddenly, the 9 pitch-black desperate spirit rings made Su Sheng unable to restrain it at all. They burst out instantly, and a terrifying gust of wind suddenly set off all around. It directly caused Su Sheng and Hulina to explode strong soul pressure. Hulina stretched out her white arms to block the violent wind, and was forced to squint her left eye to look at Su Sheng beside her in amazement. After recovering, Su Sheng was frightened in a cold sweat, and secretly cursed, "Fuck, it's a big game." Thinking of this, he quickly recovered the 9 spirit rings into the martial spirit. In an instant, the anomaly that had appeared before was quietly calmed down like a turbulent wave. Hulina stared at Su Sheng in shock, and when her thin lips were about to speak, Su Sheng stretched out his finger between his lips, and smiled softly, "Wait, I'll tell you later, okay?" His expression seemed to have magical powers. Hulina flushed and nodded subconsciously. After that, the huge guards stationed in the Wuhan Palace quickly rushed over after feeling the strangeness. The head guard walked in front of Su Sheng and the two, bowed and put their arms on their chests. He said in a very solemn tone, "Holy Son, Your Majesty, I'm sorry to shock you. I wonder if I can tell you what just happened. It's no big deal, it's just that Elder Ju and Elder Ghost quarreled just now, so they leaked their spirit power and it's all right." Seeing Su Sheng's answer, the guards frowned suspiciously and looked at Hulina. That kid was only established as a saint by His Majesty the Pope yesterday, and I don't know if he can believe what he said, but the saint is different. Hulina just wanted to tell the truth, looked at Su Sheng and choked down, choosing to nod silently. After the guard saw it clearly, he stood up again. "If this is the case, then don't disturb the saint woman, saint son, withdraw." After speaking, he led a team of guards and left here. Hulina's pure cheeks were greatly confused, and she glanced at Su Sheng curiously. "Su Sheng, can you tell me now? Are the 9 that just appeared?" Su Sheng didn't answer immediately. Instead he approached Hulina with a relaxed expression, smelling the delicate fragrance of a girl, and rubbing her hair. Even he himself didn't know that his eyes were full of petting colors. Seeing that Hulina was stunned by this action, Su Sheng's mouth curled up quietly, exhaling warm air in his ears, and said, "Well, it is 9,000-year spirit rings, but, Lina, you have to keep it secret for me." After the hot air flowed into the already hot ears, Hulina's whole body was suddenly struck by lightning, and a strong numbness spread throughout the body. She slightly hurriedly pushed Su Sheng away and choked with her words, I know, I promise not to say." Su Sheng turned out to be a titled Douluo. Could it be said that the teacher knows this to let him join us? However, why Su Sheng is as big as himself, so he has reached title Douluo. You know that there are not many title Douluos on the whole continent. You can imagine the rarity. Su Sheng, who was pushed away, didn't feel any annoyance, and whispered, "It was just a joke, let's go. I can't stimulate her anymore, mainly because Su Sheng didn't expect Hulina to react so intensely. If it arouses disgust, it will not pay off. Although he was a little moved when he first saw Hulina, he knew. He just looked at Hulina's body. Hulina shook her head, put aside all the thoughts in her mind, returned to normal, and smiled very shyly. Ah, good. From the bottom of her heart, she decided to take what just happened as a joke. After the two walked a short distance, a seemingly extravagant college finally appeared in front of them. The entire college covers a very large area, with a touch of antiquity in appearance, especially the location of the layout has been deliberated many times by a dedicated person. Of course, what is most sighing is not these, but this academy was specially built for the golden generation of Wuhan Palace, just to concentrate the best resources and teachers. To put it more simply, this academy was only opened for 3 people. No, it should be 4 people now. Hulina pointed to the college excitedly and said, Su Sheng, this is where my brothers and I study. It is also the only college specially built for us in the Wuhan Hall. Speaking of this, Hulina's face showed a hint of pride. Su Sheng raised his eyes and looked at the college. It's really good, but if there are only a few people in this college, isn't it too deserted? Hulina heard the words, her eyes dimmed a little, and she smiled helplessly. The teacher is very strict with us, so except for special circumstances, we must do our best to practice and study. Of course, I might make an exception because of you in the future. Su Sheng is already a titled Douluo, so he doesn't need to practice more, but he still has to learn some things about spirit beasts, team collocation, and so on. Su Sheng meaningfully looked at this college again, and it seemed that it was another place not mentioned in the original book. The corner of his mouth murmured maybe. After Hulina and Su Sheng stepped into the only class in the college, they saw a middle-aged, fat man, Chiruo. Regardless of his appearance, this person's cultivation has reached the terrifying 73rd level of the Battle Soul Saint. And there were only 2 students in the audience listening to the class. Yan, Wuhan, Lord of Flame, 25th level of spirit power. Ziyu, Hulina's brother, Wuhan, Blade of Ziyu. Soul power 26th level. Hulina smiled and said, Teacher Chiruo, did you interrupt your class? Chiruo shook his head. This is the saint of Wuhan Palace, who dares to say that she is not? But even so, he glanced at Su Sheng who was aside, and asked Hulina, what is this kid? Hulina turned towards Xiaoyu below. Yan smiled and explained, his name is Su Sheng, who is also the saint son of Wuhan Hall. He will also practice here. Chiruo took a closer look, and made a pertinent comment, deserving to be the saint son of the Wuhan Hall. It was very popular in the Wuhan Hall yesterday. This unique temperament is really different. Upon seeing this scene, Yan in the audience was extremely angry and said, what? This guy joins as soon as he joins, and he dares to stand so close to Hulina. He had a crush on Hulina for a long time. If his brother Xiaoyu were not here, he would have confessed it. No, he must be repaired in a while. Seeing the appearance of this little white face, his spirit power is definitely not strong. Ziyu squinted her eyes. This guy, I can't see the fluctuations in his spirit power. But this guy seems to be handsomer than me. No, I can't allow someone handsomer than me to come in. He glanced at Yan who was sitting next to him, and secretly said, surely this guy can't help it. As Hulina's brother, Yan knew exactly what he thought of his sister. Although, Hulina didn't feel anything about Yan. Forget it, let these 2 stunners take a look. Chapter 19, Fight Me. Chiruo touched his beard, and then slowly said, if this is the case, then leave today's lesson to yourself, familiarize yourself with the martial arts of your teammates, and their strengths and weaknesses. Originally, Hulina, Xiaoyu, and Yan had been honed for a long time, and they were very familiar with each other. But now that a new child has arrived, then we need to re-understand, otherwise the tacit understanding and cooperation of the team will cause big problems in the future. After speaking, he left the room without waiting for a few people to reply. Hulina just breathed a sigh of relief, and subconsciously pulled Su Sheng towards Ziyu. Ziyu and Yan slowly stood up from their seats, both staring at Su Sheng, who came over without expression. Hulina saw that her brother and Yan were so shameless. She smiled awkwardly. Su Sheng, let me introduce them to you. When Su Sheng heard the words, he turned his head and replied with a smile, then I will trouble you. But his gaze kept staring at Xiaoyu and Yan. He always felt that these two people seemed to be hostile to him. It's like eating his own rice, which is very uncomfortable. Of course, when he was looking at Xiaoyu and Yan, they were also looking at Su Sheng. Hulina pointed to Xiaoyu and said, this is my brother Xiaoyu, Wuhan is the blade of Xiaoyu, and his spirit power has reached level 26. I saw Ziyu draped with grey hair, and there was no expression on a handsome cheek, but on the right brow was covered with a blood-red line like a wound, quite a touch of unruly style. Su Sheng stretched out his hand harmlessly, and smiled lightly, hello, I just said it, Su Sheng. Xiaoyu Lang Hui. Without reaching out, Su Sheng's arm just floated in the air. The extremely cold words came out of Xiaoyu's mouth, Xiaoyu. It seems that saying one more word is an insult to oneself. Hulina on the side frowned and whispered, brother. This is our new teammate, can you stop being cold? If they are excluded like this, I am afraid that such a team will definitely not be much better in the future. The reprimanded Xiaoyu just wanted to refute. Seeing the unabashed anger in Hulina's eyes, she coughed fiercely, and hurriedly reached out her hand and shook Su Sheng, and said hurriedly, that Su Sheng, welcome to join our team. As a sister-in-law, he really didn't want to see his sister angry. If you are angry, you have to find ways to make her happy. The exchange between Hulina and Xiaoyu made Su Sheng confused. He looked at Ziyu, who was holding his palm tightly, and there were August 1 Chinese network www.zwdu8.me. Some speechless. What is this young man doing? Just now he looked like he didn't answer, Hulina said. Just so obedient. Fuck, isn't this guy a sister-in-law? I've seen it for a long time, I can meet a living sister-in-law in my lifetime. Su Sheng only felt a little response in his heart, and quietly let go of Xiaoyu's palm. Seeing Ziyu deflated, Yan immediately changed the anger on his face, forcing the corners of his mouth to up, and laugh strongly. He can't make Hulina angry, who is her favorite. Wouldn't it be cold if you lose your impression of yourself? But all this is in vain. Hulina pointed at Yan with a displeased expression, and said uncomfortably, this is Yan, Wuhan, Lord of Flame, with 25th level of spirit power, a bit silly, not bad. Don't think she didn't see it, it was obvious that Yan just wanted to give Su Sheng a good start. Naturally, I didn't bother to give him a good face. The smile on Yan's face instantly became petrified. Kind of silly. Silly. Stupid. The three words kept echoing in his mind. Lina hates me, she must hate me. This little white face, blame this little white face. Yan raised his eyes again, staring at Su Sheng with resentful eyes, as if he had done something indescribable to himself. Su Sheng happened to look at Yan's gaze, and there was a lot of doubt in his heart. What is Yan's expression? These two are stranger than the other. Could it be that the brains of children with a little talent are not very normal? Hiss. It should not be contagious, right? Or, now quickly go to Bibidong to talk about letting myself go to other Wuhan Hall branch halls to study? Xiaoyu lifted the cold grey hair covering her right eye, and asked first, Su Sheng, you know our martial soul, can you tell us what your martial soul is? Yan also looked at Su Sheng curiously, thinking that Xiaomeng's little white face shouldn't be a force attack system, most likely it might be a control system or an auxiliary system. But Hulina is completely different. She knows that Su Sheng is an auxiliary type, and a truly titled Douluo level auxiliary type spirit master. The bonus to their team can be imagined. You must know that Ning Fengzi, the supreme master of the seven treasure glazed glass sect, possesses the mainland's first auxiliary system martial spirit, and his cultivation is only a soul saint. It is enough to see that the cultivation of auxiliary type spirit masters is much more difficult than other types. It has even appeared that there is no title Douluo of the auxiliary system on the mainland. If there is, I am afraid that they will be regarded as VIPs by those big sects, or become the top worship of any empire. I am an auxiliary soul master, and my spirit is Juxing Xutang. After he said, Su Sheng waved his hand at random, and Juxing Xutang, exuding rich blood, appeared in his palm. Xiaoyu squinted at the terrifying Juxing Xutang in Su Sheng's hand, and gradually said with a solemn tone, Juxing Xutang, there shouldn't be a martial soul with this name in the mainland, right? If I guess right, it should be Ju. Heart Begonia mutated. I'm afraid this mutation is developing in a good direction, even surpassing Juxin Begonia. Su Sheng glanced at him with admiration. This Ziyu is quite witty, and found out the origins of his martial soul in a moment. Then he shrugged and explained indifferently, yes, my martial soul is a mutation of Juxin Begonia, but with good luck, it has mutated in a good direction. Yan shook his head, not believing that Su Sheng was an auxiliary soul master. Does the spirit of your auxiliary soul master have such a powerful killing intent? Isn't this as funny as the auxiliary soul master clamoring to kill the enemy and attack the soul master? Seeing Yan's completely unbelieving face, Hulina whispered, Yan, Su Sheng is indeed an auxiliary soul master. This is what the teacher personally told me. Yan was full of confidence in his own thoughts, and retorted that it was impossible. With such a powerful killing intent, it might be an auxiliary spirit master, unless this kid fights me. Through the battle, you can figure out what kind of soul master Su Sheng is in that minute. And I can pretend to be a miss, rubbing this little white face in front of Hulina. It kills two birds with one stone. Seeing Yan Yi not forgiving, Hulina frowned, Yan, don't go too far. Of course. She was not worried about Su Sheng, but worried that Yan's self-confidence in cultivation would be undermined after losing to the auxiliary system as a strong attack system. The physical attributes blessed by Su Sheng's 9 terrifying 10,000-year spirit rings alone are far beyond Yan's resistance. Okay. I accept your challenge. Chapter 20, Slap Problem. Xiaoyu gave Su Sheng a surprised look. He thought the latter would decisively refuse. After all, there is basically no chance of winning the auxiliary system spirit master against the storming system spirit master. What's more, Yan is a spirit master with 200-year-old spirit rings. Simply speaking of attack power, it has even surpassed itself. Seeing that the scene is no longer under her control, Hulina sighed helplessly, holding a hint of pleading, Su Sheng, do it lightly, Yan is also our teammate. Su Sheng looked at the worried Hulina and smiled warmly, don't worry, everyone is a team, I will give him a little face. Hulina now really loves to think about others. If it weren't for Wuhan, I believe her temperament would not lose much to Jianrongxiu. Well, I beg you. Hulina took a deep look at Yan with a pure and innocent gaze, then slightly nodded back to Xiaoyu's side. No one knew that this scene was clearly seen by Xiaoyu, and a little confusion appeared in her eyes. She glanced at her sister Hulina, and then he held her chin and asked, what's going on? Lina can't help but know a strong attack soul the result of a single battle between the teacher and the auxiliary soul master, but why should you ask Su Sheng to release the water? It is impossible for my sister to be joking in this situation, that is to say, even she feels that Yan is not Su Sheng's opponent. This guy named Su Sheng is really full of mystery. But because Hulina didn't lower her voice, these words and sentences all sounded in Yan's ear. These words were inserted into his heart like a knife. Could it be that in Hulina's eyes, her own combat power is not as good as an auxiliary soul master? He glared at Su Sheng, his eyes seemed to tear Su Sheng to pieces in the next moment. Angrily said, stop talking nonsense, kid. I won't let you just because you are an auxiliary department. There was no ripples on Su Sheng's calm face. Humans and animals stretched out a hand harmlessly, and said calmly, "Let's start." Yan saw that Su Sheng hadn't even released his martial soul, and made it clear that he looked down on himself, and coldly shouted, "Hey!" Even the martial soul was not released. Arrogant. "I will teach you a little lesson today. Flame Lord." The voice fell, and behind Yan appeared a terrifying soul beast full of fiery flames, with 2 red spotted horns on its head, and raised his head domineeringly and howled. 2 yellowish spirit rings emerged from under the feet. This breath made Su Sheng also dignified. "This is the Flame Lord? It looks like the Gerudo before crossing." Compared to Su Sheng's careful observation, Yan had no intention of thinking about this. He only wanted to defeat Su Sheng with one blow. I saw the first yellow spirit ring under his feet lit up. First spirit ability. Howling Giant Beast. Howl of Giant Beast. It can put pressure on the opponent to a certain extent and effectively limit its ability to move. After speaking, the behemoth flame beast behind Yan slapped his chest fiercely, and something like a shock wave under the sparks splashed through Su Sheng at an extremely fast speed. After being touched by this shock wave, Su Sheng looked down at his legs and barely felt that a force belonging to the earth was quietly binding his legs. But it's a pity that he possesses the 90-rank spirit power. This spirit ability is a joke. The restraint effect of this spirit ability on him is minimal. Seeing this, the onlooker Xiaoyu shook her head silently, a little disappointed at Su Sheng's arrogant performance. The battle seems to be set. Even if I hit this move, my movement speed will drop by at least 3 levels. If Yan is performing the second spirit ability, Su Sheng's situation will be irresistible. Hu Lina next to him smiled, and turned her head to Xiaoyu mysteriously, "Brother, that's not necessarily, Su Sheng is not as simple as you think." Ziyu's eyes shone brightly, maybe his sister knows something. Curious, he couldn't help asking, "Oh? Lina? Do you know something? Tell your brother." Hu Lina raised her eyebrows triumphantly, sticking out her cute tongue and said, "I just won't tell you." Xiaoyu. How come my sister is very mature sometimes, and sometimes cute like a child? Pity yourself as a brother, don't mention too much trouble. Yan naturally saw the small movement of Su Sheng's eyes moving downward, knowing that the latter had discovered the effect of this trick. He provocatively said, "Su Sheng, do you feel it is difficult to move an inch now? I thought this guy was different, but I didn't expect to be so stupid to pick up his first spirit ability. Then he doesn't have to be polite." The opposite Su Sheng stared at Yan Yan's owing appearance, a little speechless, and scratched his hair lightly, not knowing how to answer this question. The restraining effect of this horror: if you tell Su Sheng that a rubber band is holding his ankle, he will believe it. But after thinking about it, Hu Lina just said that don't hit this kid's self-confidence, then go against his heart and agree with this kid? Well, then for the sake of team friendship, reluctantly agree. Su Sheng replied silently, "It is indeed, I feel that the legs have increased a lot." Yan clenched his fist and glanced expectantly at Hu Lina behind. However, the latter only gave him a pitiful look. Who knows that Yan's thoughts are very peculiar, and he swept away the sadness just now, and said with a cheerful expression, "Boy, did you see it? Lina is pitying you. Ha 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 ha." His energetic expression gradually changed. "Hu Lina, brother, do you know what Yan is doing?" Xiaoyu denied it and shook her head, "I don't know, maybe I forgot to take the medicine today." Hu Lina put her hands together, closed her eyes and prayed in her heart, "I hope he won't give up treatment. Yan, when you were restrained by my spirit ability, you already lost. Now, accept the price of your arrogance, the second spirit ability." Mountain fire collapse. A high temperature broke out on Yan's body, and huge flames ignited on his skin. All the muscles on his body were covered with dense lines, which looked very hard. In the next second, the whole figure rioted and rushed towards Su Sheng at high speed. Suddenly, Xiaoyu exclaimed fiercely, "Oops! Forget that Su Sheng is an auxiliary spirit master. I am afraid that even his bones will be broken by this trick." Hearing what Ziyu said, Hulina, who was originally calm, couldn't help but worry. In a hurry, she hurriedly reminded out loud, "Su Sheng, run away." However, it was too late. In an instant, Yan appeared in front of Su Sheng, and in the next moment, he was about to hit Su Sheng. Unexpectedly, Su Sheng's pupils tightened, and he subconsciously stretched out his palm and forcibly pulled it away. Boom! There was a loud noise in the room. Amidst the misty dust, a hot slap print appeared on Yan's cheek, and he spits out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably, only to see his eyes narrower and narrower, and he flew out. Yan's body slammed straight on the wall, leaving a hollow human pit on it. In the next few seconds, the enveloping dust and smoke slowly dissipated. Su Sheng looked at his slightly numb right hand with a complex face. "Couldn't you accidentally slapped it to death? Don't tell me, the one you just smoked seemed pretty cool? No wonder Tang Hao likes not to beat people with martial spirits, it feels great." Chapter 21, Hulina and Xiaoyu took the hands that were in front of them. When the latter saw Su Sheng standing there, who was bombarded by Yan's second spirit ability, he was unscathed. Yan's attack didn't even touch the corner of this guy's clothes. "This is not the most exaggerated, you are a special auxiliary spirit master," with brute force slapped the assault system spirit master who released the second spirit ability away. He only felt that his three views were about to collapse. What was going on in this world? The strong attack could not beat the auxiliary system single-handedly. This kid is too weird to provoke, not to provoke. Hulina immediately woke up and looked around anxiously, when a huge noise just happened. Su Sheng looks okay, so it means Yan is the one who is in trouble. A few seconds later, Hulina finally found the Yan who was slapped into the wall by Su Sheng and couldn't be deducted. "I saw the latter with a blue nose and a swollen face, and fell into a coma with a hot slap mark." Hulina's jade hand gently shook the latter's shoulders, his arms supported his upper body and said quickly, Yan, are you all right?" Yan's whole body gradually woke up, and slowly opened his weak eyes. When he saw that it was Hulina, his tone was natural and gentle, "Cough cough cough, Lina, I'm okay." Then Su Sheng's and Ziyu also came over, knelt down, and frowned and said, "Yan, is there any physical discomfort?" Yanming glanced at him and didn't answer. Instead, lying in Hulina's arms pretendingly, he gave Su Sheng a provocative look. Su Sheng, in terms of strength, I would like to call you the strongest of the four of us. However, you have lost your life." Su Sheng looked very uncomfortable, and he didn't understand why he stopped slapping this kid to death just now. It's so cheap. Ziyu squatting on the ground naturally saw Yan's provocative expression just now, but he didn't bother to pay attention. What this guy had just suffered was just a skin trauma. There was no need to be sent to the auxiliary soul master in the spirit hall for treatment. It is estimated that Su Sheng would heal it casually. Thinking of this, Xiaoyu turned to look at Su Sheng and said, "Su Sheng, you are an auxiliary spirit master, should you have a recovery spirit ability?" "Yes, it's just that the way I get martial souls treatment is a bit peculiar. I don't know if Yan can accept it." Su Sheng replied, staring directly at Yan. "Good guy, didn't you just jump very much? I hope you can stand it for a while." This gaze made Yan a bitter cold all over his body, and she shrank into Hulina's arms. After Hulina felt the change in her arms, she only treated Yan hadn't recovered. She cared about the latter only belonging to a teammate, not mixed with personal feelings at all, so she didn't think much about it. Hulina put Yan on the cold floor again. "Su Sheng, let Yan treat it first, it won't be good if you leave the sequelae." Looking at Su Sheng's increasingly ill-intentioned eyes, Yan, who was lying on the ground, seemed to find that something was wrong. This guy's eyes are obviously vengeful. "Even if you die, you can't let him treat yourself. No way. I saw Yan lying on the ground being pierced into the body by countless pieces of nine-hearted blood tang's petals, and a numb feeling of extreme comfort made him hum, coupled with the expression of incomparable enjoyment. This appearance instantly caused Xiaoyu's heart to feel a strong feeling of vomiting. Seeing Hulina with a red heart beating again, she was obviously ashamed and didn't know what to do. Xiaoyu decisively stretched out two palms to cover Hulina's beautiful eyes. Just because this scene is too spicy, it can be called possession of the East Asian Demon King. Su Sheng folded his arms, smiled at the corners of his mouth and looked at Yan, who was constantly whispering. Sample, this time you will lose the right to choose a spouse for 3 years. Originally, the petals of Juxing had weak toxicity, but Su Sheng cleverly controlled the toxicity to a range that would not harm the body. This resulted in the Juxing petals being non-toxic, but with an extremely strong tingling sensation, coupled with the restoring power of Juxing. Hiss, that's sour and refreshing, just make people feel like a fairy. After a few more minutes, Su Sheng saw that the treatment was almost the same, and with a wave of his hand, the petals of the Juxing gradually became transparent, and finally turned into particles and disappeared. Without the intrusion of the tingling sensation, Yan shook his head relaxedly, and finally his mind was able to think. He looked up and saw Su Sheng's smile. Then what happened to me before came to my mind. Suddenly, his face was gloomy and chilling, and he looked at Su Sheng angrily and shouted, Su Sheng, what did you just do to me? Why would I do that kind of thing? He was so ashamed that he wanted to take his own thing, thinking with his feet and knowing that his perfect impression in Hulina's heart would definitely fall to the bottom. Su Sheng blinked innocently, then shrugged, I didn't do anything to you, didn't you just enjoy it? This guy just started to deny after enjoying it. The proper scumbag. Yan clenched his fists tightly, trying to rush to kill Su Sheng with a punch. But the next moment he took a breath from the bottom of his heart, and suddenly thought that this guy could slap himself using the spirit ability to half-death with a slap just now. I am afraid he is not an opponent at all. He held back his anger and looked at Ziyu and Hulina with a stiff smile. Hulina's face was still blushing like an apple. Ziyu pulled her behind her, and said vigilantly, Stay away from Lina, you are a pervert. I special. Yan gritted his teeth and squeezed his fists, and the nails left deep nail marks on the skin. The next moment, he seemed to be unable to hold it anymore, his eyes went dark, and his body fell to the ground in a daze. Under Su Sheng's gaze at Yan Yuan all day, he finally understood today's class, and Su Sheng suddenly heard a soft female voice. Su Sheng, come out for a while. This very familiar voice made Su Sheng immediately know his master, who was Bibi Dong. Su Sheng stood up from his seat calmly and walked out of the college. Upon seeing this, Yan deliberately sneered and said, What is this guy doing now? Don't you know if we have to study at night? Ziyu glanced at him and said with contempt, It's almost done, it's not that you are going to be singled out with others, and you are almost defeated by a slap. At this moment, he mentioned Yan's sadness and retorted unconvincingly, Ziyu. What are you doing with me here? If you have the ability, go and fight the monster Su Sheng. See if he can slap you to death. The leisurely words came out from Xiaoyu's mouth, Why? As long as I don't fight, who knows I'm not as good as him. IQ is a good thing, but you don't have one. Yan's eyes widened, and he didn't expect Ziyu to be so shameless, and scolded, Ziyu, you are shameless. Xiaoyu closed her eyes and ignored him. The fact is like this. As long as the two of them don't play single-handedly, Su Sheng is an auxiliary spirit master outside. Who knows that he can't beat him? Chapter 22, Go to my room to absorb the soul bone. When Su Sheng walked to the entrance of the academy, he saw a woman in a pope uniform with a graceful figure and full of desires in her heart. And beside her stood a respectful Chi Ruo, who kept nodding his head during the discussion with Bibi Dong. But the next moment, I saw Bibi Dong's thin lips spit out a few words. In an instant, Qi Fan seemed to have heard something unbelievable. His pupils suddenly shrank, and then he was filled with fear and surprise. Qi Ruo took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Your Majesty the Pope, don't worry, I will never tell you about this." Holding a purple golden scepter in his hand, Bibi Dong's expression on his face was so cold that he relaxed a little, and nodded slightly. The fact that Su Sheng has reached title Douluo should not be exposed too much, except for a few people who must know. She absolutely does not allow anyone to spread it out without authorization. Because he is very likely to set foot in the limit Douluo before the age of 30, and even obtain the gods. And this will become the trump card of Wuhan Palace to completely dominate the entire continent. Su Sheng walked towards the two with a calm expression, and when he walked to Bibi Dong respectfully said, "Teacher, what do you want me to do?" Bibi Dong responded softly with a Afterwards, the emotionless eyes cast a glance at Qi Ruo, and said coldly, "Qi Ruo, you go back first." After Qi Ruo took a deep look at Su Sheng, he turned and left. If His Majesty the Pope doesn't say anything, he may never know that this child named Su Sheng has a cultivation base far beyond him. Having reached the terrifying title Douluo level, apart from theoretical knowledge, he has nothing worthy of being Su Sheng's instructor. Su Sheng squinted his eyes, wondering, "Teacher, what were you talking about just now? How do you feel that Teacher Qi Ruo seems to see something wrong with my eyes?" Bibi Dong didn't answer this question, instead he pursed his thin lips silently, and looked at Su Sheng with a stiff smile, his pupils shining with hopeful stars. "Xiao Sheng, can I call you like that?" She can always see Yu Xiaogong's figure from Su Sheng's body. They are all the same genius, but they are in different fields. The entire continent knows that Yu Xiaogang, the master, has proposed the 10-core competitiveness of Wuhan, but no one has dared to try it with his own Wuhan. After the mutation, the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit, which can be called a waste, was a stain on his life. On the other hand, Su Sheng had a unique talent for horror in Wuhan, but his theory was not outstanding. That's why Bibi Dong connects two people who are irrelevant. A bit of surprise flashed across Su Sheng's face, and Bibi Dong, who had always been cold, said such affectionate words to himself who had not known him for a few days. "I'm afraid I can't separate from Yu Xiaogang, who I loved when I was young." Su Sheng smiled and said, "Naturally, it is possible, but, teacher, is there anything hard to tell in your heart?" Bibi Dong's body was shocked, as if he had been greatly stimulated, and suddenly he said coldly, "You will know about this later." Su Sheng immediately stopped speaking dumbly. He knew what he said just now, and he obviously hurt Bibi Dong's painful memories in the past. She needs to calm herself down, otherwise it will only lower her impression. Bibi Dong quickly closed his eyes and opened them again, his tone faintly apologetic, "I'm sorry, Xiao Sheng, when there are some things to say, let's talk while walking." This is a rare time when the relationship between the two masters and apprentices was brought closer. How could he stupidly refuse? Bibi Dong and Su Sheng, who were walking along the road of Wuhan Hall, could clearly see from a distance that the former was at least 3 heads higher than the latter. Bibi Dong's purple gold scepter slowly put down, and said in a leisurely tone, "Su Sheng, what I told Qi Ruo just now is about you. Is it because of my spirit power level?" The witty Su Sheng immediately thought of this. Bibi Dong nodded, staring at Su Sheng, and said solemnly, "Yes, you have now reached the title Douluo level, and Lena's training is harmful to you. That's why I came to formulate your training plan myself." Su Sheng was taken aback for a moment, then smiled slightly, "Teacher, I understand. Bibi Dong is worthy of being a decisive woman." After accepting herself as a disciple, she only gave herself 3 spirit bones on the surface. Secretly, he painstakingly worked out a plan for himself. With such a dedicated teacher who is not hypocritical, Su Sheng only feels that he is right to become her disciple. But he has some doubts in his heart. Although he didn't deliberately cultivate during this period, his spirit power was also rising steadily and strangely, but he had been hovering around the bottleneck, and he couldn't feel the opportunity for breakthrough. He curiously expressed the doubts in his mind. Teacher, I probably touched the level 91 threshold recently, but there is still no opportunity to break through. Do you know what happened? Bibi Dong has reached the level of the 99 limit Douluo, these must have been experienced. So maybe she knows something. Bibi Dong frowned when he heard this, and realized that Su Sheng's situation was very different from what he thought in his heart. According to her experience, after Su Sheng had absorbed the soul bone, his body was able to withstand the pressure caused by the rise of soul power. If he had touched a threshold, he should not be unable to break through. Immediately, Bibi Dong's tone gradually accelerated, and he solemnly said, "Still at level 90? Xiao Sheng, have you absorbed the spirit bone I gave you before?" Su Sheng was stunned for a moment, shook his head and denied, "No, there has been no suitable opportunity to absorb the spirit ring after obtaining the spirit ring." When the words fell, his eyes lit up suddenly. Could it be that it is because of physical reasons that I can't break through? This is very possible. Bibi Dong leaned closer to Su Sheng, quickly stretched out a smooth and white jade hand to grasp Su Sheng's tender wrist, closed his eyes and sensed the situation in his body. Unknowingly, a delicate fragrance that belongs to Bibi Dong's mature woman slowly flows into Su Sheng's nose. Su Sheng couldn't help but sink into his mind, and felt a sense of joy that he had never had before, and his whole brain was instantly awake dozens of times. In this atmosphere, Su Sheng didn't even dare to move, for fear that the woman would see something. After a while, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes gradually opened, and Su Sheng slowly released Su Sheng's hand and retightened the purple gold scepter. A cold grimace appeared on that beautiful and presumptuous face. "Su Sheng, today you will go to my room to absorb the soul bone, where there is a special shielded soul guide." "Yes," Su Sheng responded subconsciously. After reacting, his eyes widened unbelievably. "Teacher, you just said, let me go to your room to absorb soul bone. Did he hear me right? Bibi Dong let him go to her boudoir to absorb spirit bones?" Bibi Dong's face became colder. "What? Are you not willing?" Su Sheng got cold all over and waved his hand to explain. "Teacher, I didn't mean that, I was worried that this would disturb you." Ma Dan went to Bibi Dong's boudoir alone. I really don't know if it is torture or welfare. Chapter 23, Alone in a Room. Bibi Dong's indifferent eyes swept over Su Sheng's face while holding the purple golden scepter tightly, trying to see something from that handsome but faintly jerky face. Some things, talking to Su Sheng is like talking to an adult, even if the latter is only a 9-year-old child. After a while, he said blankly, "Don't worry, it's very quiet, I usually live alone, so how can I bother you?" Although in the Wuhan Palace, except for Hulina, no one is allowed to enter her room, but Su Sheng is not very repulsive from the bottom of her heart. It is possible that this child has a bit of his breath, so that he can feel the affinity. Seeing that his dear teacher Bibi Dong said so, Su Sheng refused, fearing to anger the former. But this matter is still quite exciting to think about. Not many people on the entire continent can enter Bibi Dong's room, enough for him to blow a year among other traversers. Su Sheng's head lowered slightly. "Then please trouble the teacher to protect me tonight." Su Sheng followed Bibi Dong for a long or short distance, and finally there appeared a very shabby hall in front of him. No, it should be a simple hall. From the outside, it can be vaguely felt from this hall that it has not been moisturized by the sun for a long time, and the whole surrounding exudes a very depressive and dull atmosphere. After stopping, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with nostalgia, and she looked up at this simple, but in her heart, it was second only to Wuhan Hall. If she could follow the original agreement, she should have lived with that man in such a leisurely time. However, contrary to his wishes, he left, and there is only an empty hall left here. Su Sheng next to him raised his head and looked up. After a while, he found that there was nothing unique about it. It was in contrast with the expensive papal palace. On one end, the walls are made of crystals or even diamonds, and the other end is made of ordinary bricks. With such a big contrast, Su Sheng would not believe it if there were no stories in it. But he didn't dare to ask, how many days did he get acquainted with Bibi Dong? He is not so stupid to think that Bibi Dong already trusts himself completely. Bibi Dong naturally saw the curiosity flashing on Su Sheng's face, her brows gradually relaxed, a smile from her heart raised her mouth slightly, and she whispered, "Xiao Sheng, isn't it strange why it's so shaky here? Even the gate has become rusty." Seeing Bibi Dong see through his thoughts, Su Sheng, with an embarrassed face, chose to remain silent. At this time, not telling is the best way. Bibi Dong's personality is changeable, who knows that smiling at each other in the last second, the next second his face will be cold and wanting to kill. But after waiting for a while, Bibi Dong didn't say a word. Su Sheng quietly took a sideways glance at Bibi Dong, only to see that the latter had already noticed his small movements, and was staring at him with a slight concentration, as if waiting for Su Sheng's answer. Su Sheng patted and coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment. He thought that Bibi Dong was talking to himself about her past. Unexpectedly, I froze for a long time because I wanted to hear my own answer. Don't understand, don't understand. Whether it is Yu Xiaogang or Bibi Dong's affairs, how can he know these secret things? The only thing I know is that Bibi Dong has become like this. From the outside world, she is cruel and decisive, but it is only used to cover her other side. I had to ask cautiously, with the funds of the Martial Spirit Hall, it is impossible to solve this small place, but it is because this hall is a very important thing to you, teacher, and it is not even to be defiled. Bibi Dong stared at Su Sheng quite deeply, and said noncommittently, "You guessed it right, as you said, this place has the happiest time for the teacher, nothing, let's go first." She didn't want to mention the things that evoked her painful memories. Especially, Chihiroji. That scumbag in his teacher's skin. Bibi Dong slowly opened the door, and the two walked into this room. As soon as he stepped into it, Su Sheng felt a sensation similar to shielding sound waves. He thought it was a soul guide. On the table in the very center of the room, there was only a small faint candle burning, barely bringing a trace of light to the dim room. Bibi Dong put down the purple gold scepter, approached a chair, and sat down slowly. Looking at Su Sheng, he whispered, "Su Sheng, you can absorb the soul bone right now. The surrounding soul guides will block all the movement that occurs when you break through the cultivation level in the room. Don't worry about the excessive movement causing other things. Human attention. The reason why I brought Su Sheng here to absorb the soul bone. One is that the production of the soul guidance device is very difficult, even for the Wuhan Hall. The second is that the soul guidance device installed in this place is precisely the highest level currently developed, even the breath of titled Douluo is shielded here. Otherwise, breaking through the Wuhan Hall without authorization, the huge movement caused will even affect the attention of the Elder Hall and other hostile forces." She didn't want to reveal Su Sheng's trump card that could subvert the mainland in the future. Su Sheng stared at the tense feeling of being alone with Bibi Dong, sitting cross-legged on the ground gently. Then he took out the 3 spirit bones that Bibi Dong had previously given him, and saw 3 spirit bones glowing with different lights quietly floating in front of him. The 3 soul bones are, the wisdom skull of condensed spirit, the right arm of bursting and burning flame, and the left leg of the chasing wind that moves forward quickly. Su Sheng's mouth twitched and looked at the 3 floating soul bones. For a moment he didn't know how to choose. Sitting on the chair, Bibi Dong held up her cheeks, her charming pupils seemed to see through everything. He said, "Xiao Sheng, start to absorb it from the skull. That is also the most dangerous." Su Sheng cast a grateful look in the past, "Yes, teacher. Others can't think about soul bones, but they worry about having 3 soul bones but don't know which one to absorb first. This person is more annoying than a person, if he is placed in front of the current title Douluo, I am afraid that they will be beaten to death alive. Su Sheng shook his head, calmed down his restless heart, and then grasped the spirit of wisdom skull and placed it on his chest. Turning the soul power into silk thread and pulling it on the soul bone, then closed his eyes. Bibi Dong saw that Su Sheng had begun to absorb, and reminded him from the side, Xiao Sheng, feel the existence of the soul bone with your heart, don't try to resist him. After the soul bone is absorbed by the soul master, it is like a bone that grows out of oneself. So you must relax your body and mind when absorbing, so that the body and soul bone can be perfectly integrated. Su Sheng, who closed his eyes and absorbed the soul bone, could feel that he was in a sky-blue ocean even without looking around. He looked at this extremely quiet ocean, as if he was the master here, and could control everything here. Su Sheng couldn't help but pursed his lips and praised, "Is this the scene of absorbing soul bone? It's so beautiful." Chapter 24, It and number 039, S getting late, let and number 039, S sleep together. But the next moment, the entire light blue ocean began to rush, and the whole surrounding sky revolved, and countless mental power consciousness attacks from within the soul bone directly blasted Su Sheng. This kind of attack that wanted to tear his mind made Su Sheng's face a little bit of pain, and he bit his thin lips and endured the pain in silence. After that, the pain became more and more violent. When Su Sheng's pain reached its extreme, he couldn't help but hiss coldly. Even though he already has the cultivation base of title Douluo, his mental power is still very weak. Even absorbing this skull will still cause unnecessary pain. As the surrounding ocean gradually became transparent and merged into Su Sheng's body, the pain gradually disappeared. In the real world, the soul bone held in the hand also quietly merged into Su Sheng's head. Su Sheng, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes slightly, and he could already feel that after absorbing the skull, his mental power had made a big breakthrough. Even if you don't need to look at it at this moment, you can still perceive everything within 5 meters. Bibi Dong, who had been staring at Su Sheng all the time, squinted his eyes and asked, "Xiao Sheng, how? Is there any rejection after absorption?" Although the possibility of repulsion between spirit bones and spirit masters is very small, it must be taken seriously, especially for spirit bones such as skulls. There is absolutely no mistake. IQ damage occurs at a small scale, and it leads to confusion. Su Sheng turned his head and smiled and said, "Teacher, don't worry. After absorbing this skull, my mental power has been greatly improved, but my cultivation still seems to have not broken through." Bibi Dong's expression remained unchanged, and he put his cheeks on his cheeks, and said lightly, "This is reasonable. A soul bone alone cannot withstand the pressure of your title Douluo level soul power. At least after you have absorbed 3 pieces, to break the bottleneck." Su Sheng looked at the other 2 spirit bones thoughtfully, then "Teacher, should I start to absorb other spirit bones now?" What he wanted was to absorb it earlier and rest assured. After all, he had heard what Bibi Dong said before. Without absorbing spirit bones, one's own body can only survive for 2 years at most, which is like a time bomb with one's own body. Unexpectedly, Bibi Dong shook his head and denied Su Sheng's thoughts, and said coldly, "No, stop for a while and continue to absorb. Although other spirit bones are not that dangerous, it is not that easy." Su Sheng nodded without asking too much, and continued to practice cross-legged. After that, Su Sheng successively absorbed the 2 spirit bones of the bursting and burning flame on his right arm, and the 2 spirit bones of the left leg of chasing wind rushing forward. Because it has little to do with mental power, the whole process went smoothly. And his cultivation level successfully crossed that bottleneck, breaking through from level 90 to level 91. Su Sheng stood up from the ground and patted his pants, staring at himself with Bibi Dong in a daze. She could not help but interrupted her thoughts loudly, "Teacher, what else do you have? If not, I will go back now." He and Bibi Dong are alone in this small black room, always feel that they have to be cautious about what they want to do. The most important thing is that there is a big beauty next to him who can only watch but not eat. This man can stand it. What's more, his current body is a kid, that thing hasn't developed at all. The beautiful eyes of Bibi Dong, who had recovered his senses, flashed with a gleam. Yao looked outside from the window. I saw that the huge Wuhan temple has been shrouded by night. Bibi Dong thought about it very calmly, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly unconsciously. Looking at Su Sheng, Qingguo Qingchen's cheeks flushed a little, and then it flashed away. Standing up and slowly approaching Su Sheng's side, he stretched out his palm and patted the latter's shoulder gently. Pretending to be indifferent, Xiao Sheng, it's getting late. Let's sleep here today, just as talking to the teacher, okay? Standing Su Sheng's legs stiffened, and his whole person was as if struck by a thunder. What does this do? My current relationship with Bibi Dong is a master and apprentice. First, the lone man and widow were alone in a room, and then Bibi Dong let him sleep with him again. My God, why is this plot development always so bloody? Could it be that you want to develop a teacher-student relationship with Bibi Dong? Su Sheng shrank silently, forcing Bibi Dong to release his palm from his shoulder. Then he took a deep breath and replied in a tactful tone, Teacher, I think it's better to forget it, it's not far from the college, and if someone else sees it, I'm afraid to you. She would not agree so easily because Bibi Dong is a beauty. He Su Sheng, although lazy, but also an upright man. After Su Sheng's reply, Bibi Dong made no secret of disappointment on his face, turned his back slightly and sighed quietly, that's it. Because Su Sheng at the beginning of the side had absorbed the skull, he could clearly perceive Bibi Dong's undisguised disappointment. Seeing a beautiful woman, his teacher showed this expression, he still couldn't bear it. Or from Bibi Dong. Hesitatingly suggested, Teacher, it's better to be like this. You sleep on the bed and I practice on the ground. I wonder if this is okay. I'm still so young, Bibi Dong shouldn't do anything to me, who is young and ignorant, right? Probably not. Bibi Dong, who turned his back, seemed to have received some precious gift, and smiled fiercely. The clear smile without any impurities made everything seem less important. Bibi Dong walked up to Su Sheng again and hugged him in his arms and whispered, Of course, Xiao Sheng, thank you, no one can talk to the teacher for a long time. The night gradually faded, and a ray of light shot into the house from outside the window. It happened to shine on Su Sheng's face, he stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyes, and then wanted to stand up. However, I found that my waist was held tightly by a pair of hands, and the sound of extremely uniform breathing sounded slightly from my ears. Su Sheng reached out and grabbed the soft bed, and couldn't help taking a breath, I'm going. Didn't I always practice on the ground yesterday? Why did you run on the bed? The sound of breathing just now, could not be. Su Sheng looked to the side quietly with a bitter face, and saw that Bibi Dong was clearly asleep and still had a very elegant posture. Her beautiful cheeks were soft without a trace of wrinkles, and she was lying quietly beside her. If so, it's no big deal. But what is the situation now? Bibi Dong's body is completely close to his back, and he can vaguely feel the warmth and softness of the two groups. Su Sheng slowly thought of this sentence, Are you moved? He trembled, Don't dare to move. Don't dare to move. As long as you move slightly, you will touch Bibi Dong's body that outlines a perfect arc. At that time, I can't explain anything. Chapter 25, Rest Day. The cute Bibi Dong hugged Su Sheng tightly. Although the latter wanted to break free, he couldn't use brute force to break her arm apart, right? Besides, that would definitely wake her up. Su Sheng slowly raised his eyes, looking at Bibi Dong's delicate face, his arms trembled and stretched towards Bibi Dong. He thinks it is better to wake up Bibi Dong personally, lest she think she has done something to him. But whoever wanted to tremble arm was not strong at all, the arm that was too tense suddenly dropped, and it happened to touch Bibi Dong's soft and smooth skin like a baby perfectly, which made Su Sheng's heart ripple. Su Sheng's heart suddenly accelerated. What did he just do, petting Bibi Dong? When it's over, Bibi Dong must be awake soon. Seeing his reckless actions, I'm afraid it's not really going to roll over. However, after a long while, the elegant Bibi Dong's slender eyelashes trembled slightly, and then returned to normal. The big rock hanging from the bottom of Su Sheng's heart fell, and he secretly said with a sigh of relief, "Fortunately, I haven't woken up." He carefully retracted the arm that stroked Bibi Dong's cheek, and then stretched out his right hand. There is really no way that Su Sheng stretched out the palm of his right hand, and the evil red glow of Juxin Suitang slowly emerged from the palm. In the next moment, the petals of these 9 heart blood tangs were linked together, towards Su Sheng's back, covering Bibi Dong's arm. These petals gently wrapped the latter's arm, and then pressed against the skin to exude a weak toxicity, temporarily making this arm lose the sense of touch. Su Sheng raised his palm, and these 9 heart blood tangs petals slightly lifted Bibi Dong's arm, and then moved it away from Su Sheng's back. After doing all this, Su Sheng quickly got up from the bed and stood up, stretched his waist comfortably, and turned to look at Bibi Dong, who was still sleeping behind him. Bibi Dong, which is a bit less fierce and spicy, and a bit more lovely and friendly, makes people unable to look away. After smiling slightly, Su Sheng walked out, gently pushed the door up and left here. As everyone knows, after sensing the door closed, Bibi Dong, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. His face was full of complicated staring at the closed door. She actually woke up very early, but because she was afraid of Su Sheng's embarrassment, she kept pretending to be silent. As for how Su Sheng, who fell asleep on the ground last night, got to bed, she was the one who carried him up. After leaving Bibi Dong, Su Sheng has already arrived in the academy, opened the door and walked in. What caught the eye was Hulina, who was wearing a little white warm robe and full of innocent girlishness, but the 2 dark circles under her eyes and the sleepy expression were very cute. Su Sheng walked towards her and said with a smile, "Lina, good morning. Did you sleep well?" Hulina glanced at Su Sheng bitterly. "It's Su Sheng, we haven't slept all the time last night, we are all learning the knowledge of spirit beasts." "Oh." Su Sheng was a little surprised, looking at Xiaoyu and Yan behind, they were also full of tired eyes. It seems that after leaving yesterday, the 3 of them received another round of intensive study. Yan slapped the table abruptly, rolled his eyes and squatted down very uncomfortably. "I can't do it. I want to go to bed, and there is no time to sleep on this day. Is it a human thing?" Ziyu shook her head helplessly. "Let's get up, don't be seen by Chiruo, or you will be punished again. Trying to practice soul power can also relieve fatigue." "You said lightly," Yan said, closing his eyes and fell asleep. Seeing that the 3 of Su Sheng didn't know whether to call him, Xiaoyu spread her hands and said that she could do nothing. Their study intensity is not at the same level as other academies. First, they study soul beasts and various theoretical knowledge in the morning, then they practice soul power in the afternoon, and they have to study until dawn. This kind of terrifying level of cultivation has made their cultivation level improved quickly, but it also often leads to lack of sleep. Ziyu shook her head, looked at Su Sheng again, and asked curiously, "Su Sheng, where did you go last night? Why didn't even the extremely harsh teacher Chiruo stop you?" Before Su Sheng came, Chiruo treated the 3 of them extremely strictly. If it is not a very important matter, he must be in the process of studying and practicing at all times. As for rest, I can't even think about it. Unexpectedly, Su Sheng was like this on the first day, and Chiruo could bear it. Su Sheng thought about it, and casually lied, "Me? I went to discuss some things with the teacher, so I didn't come." Sleeping with Bibi Dong like this, bah, what could be the way to say something like this, rested with Bibi Dong for a night. Hearing this, Xiaoyu couldn't help sighing, "So it's so, No wonder Chi-Ruo instructor agreed, tusk tusk. Hulina, who was next to Su Sheng, struggled a few times before reaching out and poking at the corner of Su Sheng's clothes. Her face was a little bit shy and said, Su Sheng, you sit next to me, right? Su Sheng turned his head and froze for a moment, then smiled lightly and said okay. Ziyu took this scene into her eyes and looked at Yan, who was sleeping on her stomach, sympathetically, and said contemptuously, Yan, it seems that my sister already has her own heart, and pity you are still sleeping stupidly. The next moment, he suddenly realized a very serious problem, watching Su Sheng's eyes gradually cool down. Damn it! This guy is going to grab my sister. Hiss, if he can't beat him. Before he finished speaking, Chi-Ruo walked in from the door with a cold face. Ziyu hurriedly shut her mouth. Hulina and Su Sheng also sat down one after another, and Yan, who was sleeping soundly on the table, was suddenly awakened by the sound of pushing the door and straightened her back to stare at Chi-Ruo. Chi-Ruo first glanced at Xiayu's trio. When he saw Su Sheng, he felt a sweat at the thought that this child was a powerful titled Douluo. Chi-Ruo covered his mouth and coughed, ahem. Hulina, Xiayu, Yan, the three of you have been studying very hard during this time, so today I will let you rest for a day. But don't forget to cultivate soul power. Yan's eyes widened, and he drew out his ears and did not dare to say, I heard that right? Did this old thing let us rest? The head was chewed by a dog. Ziyu lowered her head and said in deep thought, it's unscientific, is it a change of nature, and intends to let us return to normal practice and learning? It's impossible, there is definitely a conspiracy. Hulina directly asked suspiciously, Teacher Chi-Ruo, did you say something wrong just now? Or let us practice all night today? Su Sheng was silent, looking at Chi-Ruo curiously, waiting for his next words. When Chi-Ruo saw the reaction of Xiayu's trio, his face suddenly darkened. Thanks to himself for teaching them, is he such an unhuman mentor in the eyes of these three people? You heard it right, let you rest for a day today. Well, Su Sheng, come out with me. Chi-Ruo looked at Su Sheng in awe. Chapter 26, Go to the Great Arena. After Su Sheng and Chi-Ruo went out, the former questioned, Teacher Chi-Ruo, are you looking for me? Chi-Ruo nodded and said solemnly, Su Sheng, His Royal Highness the Pope has already told me that you have reached the level of title Douluo. Su Sheng pursed his mouth thoughtfully, raised his brows and said, so what? I just skipped the practice. Chi-Ruo denied Su Sheng's statement, ahem, no, it's because the training plan set up by the Pope for you is different from Xiayu and the others. When he heard His Majesty the Pope let this few-year-old child go to the Colosseum, he almost thought he had a hallucination. After all, casualties are prone to occur in the Great Fighting Soul Arena, especially in the Great Fighting Soul City in Wuhan City. The number of people who have died and injured is terrifying. It wasn't until later that she told herself that the child in front of him was awakened with 90th level spirit power, and was a veritable title Douluo. After that, he could understand what the Pope meant. Su Sheng glanced at him silently, Instructor Chi-Ruo, go ahead, what is the difference from Xiayu and others? He is a little expectant, what exactly is the task Bibi Dong will give him? Since Bibi Dong knew that his spirit power had reached 91, he would definitely not arrange anything that was useless to him. So what kind of training can be effective for yourself? Chi-Ruo said solemnly, Su Sheng, as ordered by His Majesty the Pope, you learn theoretical knowledge with Xiayu and the others every morning. In the afternoon, I went to the Great Fighting Soul Arena in Wuhan City alone for a 1v1 duel, and the rank needs to reach the diamond medal. In the evening, I will hunt alone at least one soul beast with a cultivation level of more than 20,000 years. After speaking, Chi-Ruo felt that these training tasks were very difficult for him. Moreover, Su Sheng was still an auxiliary spirit master, so he was afraid that he would be killed by the spirit beast if he was not careful. After listening to Su Sheng with a calm face, his expression did not show any fluctuations, because these tasks are not difficult, especially in the battlefield. With the spirit power of his title Douluo, he can basically achieve a complete victory. If there is no limit to the number of games, the last diamond medal he even only used one day. Su Sheng felt a little boring and said, "Is that all?" The corners of Chi Ruo's mouth twitched. "Hey? That's all?" Does Su Sheng understand the difficulty of this task? Even if he is a title Douluo, he is only an auxiliary type. He wants to fight against a 10,000-year soul. The beast is almost impossible. Otherwise, I will definitely lament that I am nearly 50 years old, but I am not even as good as a few years old. Chi Ruo thought about it, thinking that His Highness the Pope had only told him so much. It won't be any more. Su Sheng, you don't know where the great fighting arena is yet, do you? Su Sheng nodded non-committal. He had only been here for a few days, and he was naturally not familiar with Wuhan City. Well, I haven't been familiar with it after just a few days here. Chi Ruo touched her white beard and suggested, "That's right, now Xiaoyu and the others are resting, let me take you there." After taking Su Sheng there again, what Su Sheng should do in the future is not about his own business. Chi Ruo led Su Sheng towards the great fighting arena of Wuhan City. Because Su Sheng's appearance was too handsome, he was very conspicuous on the entire street, and the exclamation of men and women continued to sound. "Wow, that boy is so handsome, I don't know which disciple of the clan. So handsome, if this kid can be engaged to my Xiaoqing, then my mother-in-law will have no regrets in this life. Don't dream of it. Look at the white-bearded middle-aged man next to him. That is the instructor of the Wuhan Academy. He is a powerful soul emperor." Chi Ruo, who was walking with Su Sheng, moved his ears slightly. Hearing these unsparing praises, he looked at Su Sheng and said in a somewhat sour tone, "Su Sheng, it seems you are very popular. Think of him as the instructor of the Wuhan Academy, a powerful soul emperor, he doesn't have this kind of attention." Sure enough, the difference in appearance between people is still very important. Su Sheng grinned and said with a cheeky smile, "With each other, isn't the name of teacher Chi Ruo also known to everyone? Good looking, this is given by God, we can't refuse it." Chi Ruo smiled bitterly and shook his head. He stretched out his finger at the looming circular building in front of him and explained, "Hey, it's getting old, it doesn't work, Su Sheng, look, the circular meeting hall in front is the arena for the great fighting spirit." Su Sheng raised his eyes, barely able to see an outline, and said lightly, "Well, it's almost the same as the description in the original book. At the entrance of the great fighting arena, there are 2 rows of women who are not very beautiful, but are extremely attractive." Seeing Su Sheng and Chi Ruo approaching, they all bowed and said softly, "Welcome to the great fighting soul arena. Guests please." Chi Ruo nodded and took Su Sheng into it. The 2 stopped slowly, and Su Sheng raised his head and looked up, only to see that their current position was the bottom passage, and there were 3 floors above it that were exactly the same. Seeing him regaining consciousness, Chi Ruo began to patiently explain, "Su Sheng, the great fighting soul arena is divided into 2 places. One is where the contestants sign up, which is where we are now. The upper floors are rest area. The other part is the Fighting Souls Observatory. You have to walk into that road and find your seat." Su Sheng secretly took a note, and then saw a shop front that was open with computers and other items in it. Inside, there was a pale pink-haired and beautiful female service staff busy entering information for other soul masters. After Su Sheng replied, he walked slowly towards the store. "Understood, there is the place to sign up, right?" Chi Ruojian Su Sheng was so impatient, and followed. The waiter in the store wiped the fragrant sweat from his forehead, and after seeing Su Sheng sideways, his eyes flashed with surprise. "This little brother is so handsome, if he grows up a little bit, maybe he wants to fuck." A group of people nearby saw the waitress staring at Su Sheng, and said unhappy, "Hey, what are you staring at the other kid like this? Hurry up and enter our information." The waitress hurriedly picked up their card and said apologetically, "Ah, sorry, I will enter it now." She finalized a few clicks on the computer and asked, "Please tell me the name of your team." The man who scolded him before lifted his chin and thought for a while, "We have 7 people, so the name of the team simply calls the 7 people to carry the coffin? That's it." When the waitress heard the weird name, she asked with a weird face, "Sir, are you sure?" The man felt the aura of being questioned from the words, and said angrily, "Hey! Are you a woman who doesn't understand the words? Just fill in this if you ask you to fill in this." The waitress got a reply and didn't bother to pay attention to them. "Just call this if you like. Best, I wish the 7 of them be carried away together." After the waitress finished recording, she coldly handed the card over again. "The entry is successful, please wait in the fighting spirit area." The man gave an unhappy cold hum and left here with the other 6 people. The waitress took a deep breath and looked at Su Sheng again. Seeing the little face of the British drama, the irritability suddenly became much more beautiful. This child has magical powers. After looking at him, he feels that he has renewed vitality. She then smiled slightly, and gently said to Su Sheng, "Little brother, are you here to watch the battle? The watch stand is from there." Chapter 27, 9 Hearts vs Coffin Carrier. Su Sheng showed bright eyes and white teeth, and said calmly, "Miss Sister, I'm here to participate in the soul fight, not to watch the battle. Are all the young ladies in Douluo so pretty?" At this time, pretending to be cold is the most attractive. Su Sheng used his virgin complex to infer the first one to make a girl. When the waitress heard the words, she covered her mouth and smiled gracefully, then her face became solemn, and she threatened, "Little brother, shouldn't you make your sister happy? How old are you? It's going to die if you participate in a spirit fight." Su Sheng stretched out his palm and directly called out the scarlet Juxing Xutang, and 4 black spirit rings slowly emerged from his feet. "Miss Sister, I'm serious and didn't joke with you." 4 dark spirit rings flashed around Su Sheng's shout, and the waitress's face changed drastically, taking a step back in fright. A shocked expression appeared on his face, and his mouth hesitated. As he spoke, a bit of fear was mixed in his tone. Moreover, the first 4 spirit rings are all 10,000-year spirit rings. How terrifying is this kid? All spirit masters on the mainland know a taboo. The absorption period of the first spirit ring of a spirit master is generally not more than 600 years. Once the absorption exceeds the limit, the soul master's body will be unable to withstand the pressure and explode. But this kid? The first spirit ring is the 10,000-year spirit ring, which is unprecedented in the entire continent. And how strong the background should be for people who can cultivate such terrifying children. Su Sheng was not surprised to see the surprised look of the woman, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. "Miss Sister, can you enter information for me now?" I said, "Not here to watch the battle." The woman calmed down her inner surprise, and said as gently as possible, "Of course, but you need to pay 10 gold soul coins for information processing." Even with their rigorously trained professionalism, for a while, everything just happened was too dreamy. After Su Sheng heard the 3 words golden soul coin, his face suddenly jerked. "By the way, doesn't Bibi Dong give him some soul gold coins? Can this be fun to play?" Seeing Su Sheng's embarrassing appearance, the wise-eyed waitress suggested very politely, "Brother, don't you have no gold soul coins? If that's the case, I can. If you can pay for such a handsome little brother, then the money is worth the discount." Su Sheng looked at the woman and scratched her hair awkwardly. When he was about to thank her, Ruo, who came by, grabbed his shoulder. Su Sheng turned his head and saw Ruo take out a black card from his pocket and handed it to him. Su Sheng, this is specially ordered by His Highness the Pope to give you 100,000 gold soul coins. It should be enough for you. It's expensive. Su Sheng took the black card. Bibi Dong is really careful, but I just thought she didn't prepare anything, so it seems that he was wrong. He looked at the black card, and only felt that there was nothing special except for the very unique texture. Only the waitress who saw this black card in front of the counter couldn't help taking a breath. Today was really lucky. I just saw a shocking scene, and now there is another even more powerful one. If there are a few more, her little heart will be unable to bear it. Her eyes flashed suspiciously. This card is only available to His Royal Highness the Pope of Wuhan Hall. Could this child and this middle-aged man be? I'm afraid that he is not a cronies of His Highness the Pope, but someone who has strong contacts. No wonder this child's spirit ring is so terrifying, so it will be explained. Su Sheng handed the black card to the waitress. Miss Sister, is this all right? Unexpectedly, the woman shook her head and refused. When she saw that Su Sheng's face was full of doubts, she hurriedly explained, Little brother, this is exclusively for His Highness the Pope, so all handling fees can be avoided. Now that he said that, Su Sheng took back the black card, shrugged his shoulders and lazily said, It turns out that it is like this, it is still convenient to have high authority. The woman pressed her finger in front of the computer a few times before she asked warmly, Brother, please tell me your name, title, spirit power level, and the type of spirit fight you want to participate in. Su Sheng thought for a while and muttered, Su Sheng, the title is Juxing Xutang, soul power 49. He wouldn't stupidly say that he is titled Douluo, so I am afraid that there will be no one in the entire arena of souls that can fight him. And I can't experience the refreshing feeling of not having to use martial arts to draw people. As Tang Hao's son, Tang San didn't learn these bells and whistles, but let him learn them. After a while, the woman had successfully entered Su Sheng's information into the computer, and she reminded, Okay, it has been entered successfully. You are participating in the 1v1 fighting, you can go to the rest area and wait for the notification. Thank you, Miss Sister. Su Sheng nodded, then turned around and walked towards Ruo. The waitress had beautiful eyes on Su Sheng's back, and then she sighed helplessly. He sat next to Su Sheng in the rest area and waited for a while. Ruo looked at the sky and realized that it was about to afternoon, so he apologized to Su Sheng who was sitting next to him. Su Sheng, since you have successfully signed up, then I should gone back. Su Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Teacher Ruo, didn't you let Ziyu rest? He now knows why Xiaoyu is so miserable to this guy. This is just like farting. It is conceivable that the Ziyu trio must have experienced this process from hope to despair. Ruo was swallowed by these words, and was a little embarrassed about how to explain ahem, that's what I said, but I'm very afraid that their practice will fall. I believe they can understand my painstaking efforts. Su Sheng waved his hand without changing his face and said, Teacher Ruo, you should go first. Poor Xiaoyu and the three are about to start their learning journey again. Ruo nodded, stood up straight and quickly left. Not long after, a high-spirited male voice rang out from the rest area, Here is a 1v1 single-player soul fight. The 9 hearts and blood will fight the coffin carrier. Please speed up to the third soul fighting arena. After Su Sheng listened to this, he stretched out slowly, who had been paralyzed in a chair, and muttered, Is it finally me? But the title of the coffin carrier? Is it one of the people who signed up for the 7 souls fight before? Before he signed up, he happened to meet a team of 7, as if the strange team was called the 7-man carrying coffin. Shaking his head and putting aside these, Su Sheng quickly moved towards the third arena. In the third fighting arena, the people in the audience looked at the men who were wearing black robes at this moment, full of the breath of kings, and slowly walking on the stage of the fighting men. A man exclaimed, "The one who carried the coffin? Is that the one who can summon the monster with the coffin?" A woman next to him nodded, showing a frightened expression, and whispered, "Yes, that's right. It is said that the monsters summoned by his coffin are very difficult to kill. None of the opponents in the previous few games survived." Another person said with a frivolous face, "Then I have never heard of Zhu Xin Shuetang. I am afraid I am a novice. It is only bad luck to meet a horrible guy like a coffin lifter. Look, this guy has designated to be torn to pieces by the monster who carried the coffin." Chapter 28, Brighten the Soul Ring. And the man who kept stepping on the hoverboard on the battlefield had reached a high level of emotion when seeing the spectator stand. "I knew it was time for me to play." He gracefully supported the two halves of chrysanthemum sunglasses he was wearing on his face, and said affectionately, "Hello everyone, I am the handsome guy who is in charge of the interpretation of this scene, Jia Le." In an instant, the audience below was ignited with anger. This guy is a famous poison pacifier in the great arena. It is almost impossible for anyone who has been opened up by this guy to win. Even the one who already has a huge advantage will lose. Therefore, this person's reputation is very bad in the great fighting arena, but because of the excellent commentary, no one will expel him in the great fighting arena. "Stop talking nonsense, start now." "That's right, what about the guy named Juxing Xutang? How come he hasn't been on stage yet, did he escape?" "Shut up you fellow! It was your poisonous milk last time, which caused us to lose a lot of gold soul coins." Looking at the audience who blurted out their mouths and became dirty at him, Jiali just laughed and said cheekily, "Seeing that you welcome me so fiercely, it seems that it will be very interesting to explain this game. Do you want to point your face? Who welcomes you? Get off the court. I want to ask for a substitution." "Damn, I have never seen such a brazen person." Jiali didn't pay attention to these people at all. He looked suspiciously at the opposite of the coffin carrier. When he saw that it was a small child, he was surprised. "Wow, the opponent of the coffin carrier has already appeared. It's just age. Isn't it a little young? Could it be a disciple of that sect?" Su Sheng's face sank sharply when he heard Jiali's explanation, then raised his eyes and glanced at the latter, and said uncomfortably, "This guy, can you speak? Isn't he just a little younger?" The spectators in the audience looked at Su Sheng, who was even less than half of them on the stage, and yelled, "What the hell? This nine-hearted blood is a little handsome. www.x81zw.info. Isn't this a trouble?" A wretched-faced man had greed in his eyes and rubbed his palms with joy and said, "It seems to be stable today. It is definitely a big profit." Endless disappointment appeared on the face of the woman next to him, shook her head and said, "The great fighting soul arena is getting less and less rigorous. Even this kind of kid can get on stage, and this battle should be at the soul sect level." The coffin bearer in the black robe stared at Su Sheng with bright red eyes, and his voice was hoarse, "I am not interested in the little kid, and there is no sense of accomplishment in taking your life. Hurry up and go." Su Sheng squinted his eyes, and then showed a harmless smile. "Coincidentally, I am not interested in you either. After all, I have never met such an opponent." The person who carried the coffin was shocked, and a few fierce killing intent gradually mixed in his tone. "Boy! You are looking for death. I wanted to let you go. Now, prepare me for death. I wanted to let this kid die for the sake of being a child. It seems unnecessary. He wants to use his own coffin to shroud this fellow who knows no height." Su Sheng yawned, then lazily replied, "If you can do it." Jiali applauded. "It seems that both sides are full of fighting spirit, so please prepare for the battle and start in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1, start." The coffin lifter slammed his left leg and said coldly, "Hey, kid, I'll show you what strength is." He opened his hands, his hands directly slowly solidified a huge coffin, and then put the coffin in front of him. 4 brilliant spirit rings slowly emerged from his feet. They are white, yellow, and purple, not even the standard spirit ring ratio. When Jiali saw the white spirit ring, a look of contempt flashed in his eyes, and then flashed by. Pretending to be excited, our coffin lifter revealed his 4 spirit rings. It turned out to be a 40th level soul sect. It seems interesting. The first spirit ring is only 10 years old, which is enough to prove that this person's talent is not strong, and even extremely poor. It is estimated that the person under the gloomy black robe is already 50 or 60 years old. However, even though the first spirit ring of the coffin bearer is a laughing point, the people in the audience still talk about it. After all, a 40th level soul is there, you want it, even if it has a 10-year spirit ring, it has killed someone of the same level. And the other is a sucky kid, who won the game without even watching. Sure enough, although the first spirit ring of the coffin bearer is 10 years old, it must not be underestimated. Yes, if he doesn't have a certain strength, how can he defeat or even kill the people who are also the 40th level soul sect with him? Su Sheng saw the lonely 10-year spirit ring glowing with white light, holding a smile on his face, clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Wow, I didn't expect that there are people with the first spirit ring of 10 years? You are indeed amazing." Hearing the tone of Su Sheng referring to Sang Shihui, the person carrying the coffin couldn't help becoming a little irritated. This 10-year spirit ring was the pain of his life, because his talent was indeed poor. He resisted the urge to tear Su Sheng, and said coldly, "Boy, you dare to humiliate me like this? Hurry up and reveal your spirit ring, I can't wait to tear you apart. Want to see my spirit ring? Okay, please satisfy you." Su Sheng's mouth on the stage slightly cocked. If you want to see your spirit ring this way, of course you have to satisfy him. After all, it would be quite interesting to hit his weak mind a little by the way. At the next moment, gently stretched out the palm of his hand, and the trembling and Juxin Switang bloomed in the palm of his hand. The red glow has a large radiation range, and it has brought a cold and depressing atmosphere to the entire great fighting arena. The coffin carrier on the opposite side stared at Su Sheng with disdain. This kid is still so young, the soul power level is the greatest soul master, in any case it is impossible to be his own enemy. But then, his face gradually solidified, his eyes gradually changed from disdain to deep fear. He took a few steps back in fright, his face of fear was enough to show his emotions. What did he just see? 10,000 years spirit ring. That's right. It is the 10,000 years spirit ring. This child under 10 years old is not only a soul sect. And every spirit ring is a terrifying 10,000 year spirit ring. 4 spirit rings floated under Su Sheng's feet, and he asked with a smile, "How? Don't you want to see my spirit ring?" Since he would use special eyewear to cover his face when participating in the fight, Su Sheng did not worry about revealing himself. The person who carried the coffin wanted to speak, but found that the words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't speak. Instead, it was Jiali, as if he had been ignited, and shouted enthusiastically, "Audience friends! This child turned out to be a soul sect. Moreover, the ratio of soul rings has far exceeded the limit that a soul master can reach, 4 Wanyan spirit ring." A brawny man with a stubble face stood up fiercely from the seat, rubbed his eyes and stared at the 4 dark spirit rings at Su Sheng's feet, and said in fear, "Are you kidding me? 4? The 10,000 years spirit ring." The man next to him kept repeating, "How is this possible? Impossible. Even title Douluo can't achieve such a spirit ring matching, right? Only at level 40, there are already 4 10,000 year spirit rings, if he grows up in the future." It seems that the person who carried the coffin has planted this time, and this kind of opponent has crushed him to the point of being unable to resist in any way. In an instant, Su Sheng became the focus of the entire arena of souls. Chapter 29, Fight. The man carrying the coffin took a deep breath, madly comforting himself. This kid is just so talented, I won't necessarily lose to him when I really fight. His eyes lit up suddenly, and he said grimly, yes. I won't lose. Second spirit ability, White Bone. The second yellow 100-year spirit ring lights up, and the closed coffin begins to tremble crazily, as if something terrifying is about to break out of the coffin. Su Sheng didn't rush to do it, looking curiously at the trembling coffin. It's interesting, this martial soul should be similar to summoning alien creatures. Stepping on the hoverboard in the air, Jiali saw that the coffin lifter had already started his hand, exclaiming, wow, the coffin lifter took the lead in launching his second spirit ability. What will appear in the coffin? The audience below was aroused by curiosity, and their eyes widened for a quick glance. Is it out? The special ability of the coffin carrier summons alien creatures. It is said that the creatures summoned by his spirit ability are all flesh and blood. Even if it is cut off, it can quickly regenerate. This kid is miserable, this kind of thing can't kill. With a click, the entire coffin board exploded directly, and the coffin lid was blown into the sky by a huge impact. Afterwards, slowly stepped out of the coffin, a creature with a magnificent body, covered with white sensen bones. At a glance, the most strange thing was that there was a trace of blood flowing between its bodies. This boneless gaze stared at Su Sheng, constantly showing a terrifying and weird smile, and muttered kill, kill repeatedly in his mouth. Su Sheng was surprised. I can still vomit, this martial soul is quite distinctive. Although still lazy on the surface, a trace of vigilance arose in my heart. The coffin carrier sneered, this kid must be shocked. Good opportunity. After receiving the order, the bones shook abruptly, pulled out one of his ribs, squeezed it and rushed towards Su Sheng. The bones' eyes were filled with infinite killing intent, kill, kill. After arriving in front of Su Sheng, he pierced the ribs in his hand severely. Su Sheng looked at the white bone man who was about to stab him indifferently. The next moment, he turned sideways and flexibly avoided its attack, his itchy backhand just slapped away with all his strength. Boom! Su Sheng's huge power easily drew the white bones out mercilessly, and the whole person's bones were scattered to the ground like fragments, making a crash-crap sound. The person who carried the coffin was shocked and said, "What? I broke my bones with a slap." His white-boned body was even able to withstand the fierce blow of the battle spirit sect of the power attack system, but it was as fragile as paper in front of Su Sheng. Su Sheng shook his painful arm handsomely. After all, it was a hard bone, and he blasted it out with all his strength. Although he didn't know if there was anything wrong with the bone, he must have received a counter-shock. After the tingling sensation disappeared, Su Sheng mocked and said, "No, you can't help but beat your bones like this." The embarrassed coffin lifter clenched his fists and said, "Boy, don't be proud. My bones can't be beaten at all. As long as he has spirit power, the creatures he summoned are immortal." Su Sheng frowned when he heard this, and refocused his eyes on the white bone's body that had just been shattered into pieces, and wondered, "Can't you kill?" After speaking, the bones that were slapped to pieces by Su Sheng began to reorganize automatically. Within a few seconds, the bones stood up again, and again drew out his ribs and rushed towards Su Sheng. Su Sheng's eyes flashed in astonishment, and he secretly said, "Am I playing Gundam? It's a reorganization." However, the lifeless bones won't give him time to breathe. It is a spur to approach Su Sheng. Su Sheng spit out a faintly third soul ability, the Imperial Blood Tang. The third black spirit ring under Su Sheng's feet lit up. Blood Tang's royal, extremely strong single-piece defensive skills, it will not disappear by itself before the shield is broken. In other words, if you don't break this mask at once, it will always exist. Suddenly, a few millimeters away from Su Sheng's skin, an extremely rich mask wrapped his whole person at a very fast speed. The ribs spurred by the bones blasted heavily on the mask, and the latter did not even show a crack. Instead, the rib it held in his hand broke in half like a branch and fell to the ground. A bit of doubt appeared in the confused white bones and black eyes. It stared blankly at the ribs on the ground, and then at the mask around Su Sheng. In this way, an extremely dramatic scene appeared on the court, and the unconscious bones kept pulling out a rib spur. Broken, and then pumping and stabbing, and then breaking, and repeating. The audience in the audience was still full of confidence in the coffin bearer, but now some people have begun to ridicule. Puff, ha ha ha, laughed at me. What is the spirit ability of the coffin carrier? This bone is so dumb, it can't be pierced by the mask on the body after being pierced for so long. The coffin lifter squinted his eyes, his face solemnly said, damn. Is this the power of the 10,000-year spirit ring? The attack of the bones is simply not enough to leave a mark on the mask. Only relying on the bones cannot break the mask. The person carrying the coffin took a deep breath, and the only situation now is to let go. Coldly shouted, the third spirit ability, devouring blood. The fourth spirit ability, troll. The third and fourth yellow and purple soul rings light up. The coffin lying on the ground directly copied 3 coffins in a phantom gesture. At the next moment, only a familiar click was heard, and the 2 coffin plates flew into the air again. Jiali, who hasn't spoken all the time, pretended to be excited and said, wow, it seems that our coffin carrier has already planned to show off his strength. Let us guess what creatures are in the 2 coffins? Su Sheng looked at the other 2 coffins that appeared, and the corners of his mouth were slightly tilted. It's useless. The difference between 100-year spirit ring and 1,000-year spirit ring is huge, and he is a titled Douluo level spirit power. The difference is irreparable. I saw in the 2 coffins, first there appeared a giant beast with 4 or 5 bones as big as the total. The hideous monster's face roared, and the sharp serrations in the mouth seemed to carry endless danger. The other is a tall and beautiful woman with pale skin. Her face is full of smiles, especially the 2 slender fangs, which look like a vampire. The 2 summoned creatures screamed fiercely, and then tore at the mask on Su Sheng's body. The 3 creatures are under the control of the coffin carrier. Poke the ribs. The woman in white bit her teeth. The giant beast smashed with his strong arm. After a long while, the person who carried the coffin rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and stared at the light mask without a trace of dimness. Astonished, this is impossible. Why hasn't the mask been gone after so long? That's right, the 3 creatures smashed the mask for dozens of minutes without any damage. What is this guy's defensive spirit skills? Chapter 30, 9 Hearts and Blood. Such a monotonous battle caused the audience who were still a little passionate to be thrown with cold water, and even some of the audience were already lying on the chairs and sleeping. Jiali frowned slightly, feeling that the current situation was a little uncomfortable. If there were no bright spots in this fight, he would also be punished by the great fighting arena as a commentator. He lifted the 2 halves of chrysanthemum sunglasses again, and shouted excitedly in a heart-stringing tone, it seems that the coffin carrier can't even break the opponent's spirit shield. Can it be said that this is the 10,000-year spirit ring and the 1,000-year spirit? The gap between the rings. But what method will this gifted child use to defeat the coffin carrier? Let us wait and see. But the audience in the audience didn't buy it. Feeling that they spent money to watch here to see these 3 alien creatures fighting against the shield? What a joke! As the biggest battlefield in Wuhan City, this kind of fighting is simply disappointing. The pretty handsome man lifted his chin and said speechlessly, cut, it's boring, this coffin lifter can't even break the shield, this is a hammer. The woman with the man's arms nodded slightly and sighed, yes, and even if this child has 4 terrifying 10,000-year spirit rings, he still stays in the shield stupidly. We ask the great fighting arena to return the gold coins. That's right. Return the gold coins. I will waste time, I might as well go see the other first and second battlefields. Hearing so many protests and refunds, Jiali suddenly became anxious, and quietly calmed down. Everyone, stay calm, and stay calm. The most exciting duels are often the simplest fighting methods. Maybe for a while there will be a wonderful performance. Su Sheng looked at the man who was lifting the coffin, who was panting because of excessive consumption of spirit power, with a smile in his eyes. It seems that the audience can't wait, otherwise you should surrender. The man who lifted the coffin looked at the three creatures he had summoned, and said secretly, I can maintain it for more than 10 minutes. This kid's 10,000 years spirit ring will definitely consume a lot of soul power. I will win if I keep on. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously, and he raised his head again to look at Su Sheng, thinking that he had seen through Su Sheng. Impossible. I think it took most of your soul power to maintain this shield, right? The current appearance is just a forceful pretense. Besides, do you think you still have a chance to attack me now? Now he is the one who has the initiative on the field. How could it be easy to admit defeat? Su Sheng spread his hands, and the tone of his speech to the coffin lifter gradually became cold. That means there is no need to talk? I will do it, but it all needs to see blood. If this guy doesn't admit defeat, then he doesn't need to show mercy anymore. The man who carried the coffin chuckled and mocked, Boy, do you really think you can beat me? If you can beat me, I will judge myself on the spot. Bone, bloodthirsty, troll, continue to bombard me. I don't believe this kid can free his hands, what? As soon as he was halfway through the words, he looked at Su Sheng's feet lit up again in shock. Dark Soul Ring. How is this possible? This shield should need to be continuously injected with soul power. How can it be possible to attack others while protecting yourself? Su Sheng didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, and said coldly, the first soul ability, Begonia Blossoms. The Juxin Switang that bloomed in his hand split instantly, floating towards the person carrying the coffin like thorny bright rose petals. The pupils of the coffin lifter who stood still shook, and he felt a deep anxiety from the petals in his heart, and even had a trembling illusion. If these petals hit his body, he will die. He hurried towards his three creatures, shouting angrily, No! Give me all back! The petals of these 9-hearted blood tangs slowly fluttered with the wind, and every trace that they moved in the air brought red floating tails. The three giant alien creatures were instructed by the coffin lifter, and immediately stopped their attacks on Su Sheng, blocking the latter's front with extremely fast speed. Looking at the three giant and tall creatures in front of him, the person carrying the coffin accelerated his heartbeat, and said angrily, Hey, fortunately, this kid's spirit skills are too weird. But his creatures are immortal. Su Sheng's indifferent gaze was full of disdain for the three giants. Resist by these vulnerable guys? Can you stop it? If it were other spirits, they might be stopped, but their spirits were extremely bloodthirsty. These creatures happened to be enough for a full meal, right? A red light flashed in Su Sheng's eyes, and then it was hidden in his pupils. The three giant creatures subconsciously slapped the petals of the falling 9-hearted blood tang, but everything that is touched by the petals is tightly absorbed. Seeing that the petals were easily blocked, the person who lifted the coffin began to feel complacent. How could a little bit of broken petals deal with their powerful creatures? The vigilance of my heart gradually loosened. When Su Sheng saw this scene, the corners of his mouth curled slightly, and a few words were silently spit out from his mouth. The next moment, his fourth 10,000-year spirit ring suddenly lit up. It is his fourth spirit ability, growing wildly. Fourth soul ability, the bloodthorn flower can be covered by the target contaminated by the petals instantly, and can absorb the soul power of the target to restore its own soul power. The sharp-eyed coffin lifter saw the fourth 10,000 years spirit ring light up under Su Sheng's feet, frowning and watching his surroundings vigilantly. Secretly thought, this kid's fourth spirit ring is on. Has his spirit ability been activated? Jiali, who was in the air, also noticed this situation, and was surprised. Hey, it doesn't make sense, the fourth spirit ring of Juxing Xutang is bright, why nothing happened? A man wondered, Does this child's fourth spirit ability have nothing? The young man next to him denied the words just now. It shouldn't. Even the most trash 10-year spirit ring has a spirit ability. It is even more unlikely that this will happen to the 10-year spirit ring. However, the man closest to the viewing distance seemed to have discovered something. He stretched out his finger at the feet of the three giant creatures and said in astonishment, "Wait! Look!" The body of the three giant creatures started to grow red. With this person's reminder, others soon discovered that it was wrong. Really, these red petals seem to be the petals of the nine-hearted blood tang. I see. The spirit ability just now must be similar to parasite. Hearing the sound from outside the field, the suspicious coffin lifter quickly turned his head and looked at his three giant creatures. Suddenly, the humble nine-hearted blood tang petals that were close to the bodies of the creatures began to grow savagely, and in just a few seconds they had all wrapped up their legs. After a while, Sanju, the creatures are easily entangled by Juxing Xutang. The confined three giant creatures began to struggle, but with little effect, as if these nine-hearted blood thorns were made of steel, they could not be broken at all. The coffin lifter who reacted was shocked, and the little soul power in his body started to lose quickly. Then he looked at Su Sheng with angry eyes. "Damn, stinky kid, what have you done to me? Why is my spirit power constantly losing?" Chapter 31, Set off in the Sunset Forest. With a plop, the three creatures that had lost their spirit support fell helplessly to the ground and burst into crystal light spots and disappeared. As he collapsed on the ground and the coffin lifter, his eyes dully repeated the words in his mouth, "But, damn! What method did you use? I refuse. I dissatisfied. Why does his spirit power disappear out of thin air? Why did that Juxutang's petals touch the creature he had summoned, but absorbed his own soul power? He never admits that he lost. This guy must have used despicable means." After Su Sheng glanced at him indifferently, he looked at Jiali in the air and whispered softly, "Is it time to declare the victory or defeat?" Jiali, who stepped on the hoverboard, was stunned for a moment. After reacting wisely, he quickly clapped his hands and announced loudly and passionately into the microphone, "Now it is announced that the winner of this game is Nine Hearts. Let's congratulations to this powerful rookie for winning the first match in the Arena of Souls with warm applause." When the words fell, I saw the big screen on the Arena of Fighting Soul instantly appeared with eye decorations, and Su Sheng with a bit of coldness all over his body. As if suddenly became the most beautiful boy in the third arena. With Jiali's encouragement, everyone in the audience of the third Arena of Souls stood up one after another, clapping their hands with loud applause. Handsome! I didn't expect that even though this nine-hearted blood is young, his strength is so strong. Yes, I'll buy him next time, maybe I can take the opportunity to make a fortune. Ha 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 ha! I made it! I made it! I squeezed these 9 hard work and 500 gold soul coins. 1 loss of 10, I earned a full 4,500 gold soul coins, developed. Some people are happy and others are sad, but those who press the coffin will lose out. The man with a gloomy expression sipped, "This coffin carrier is really a waste, even a child can't solve it." The woman next to her clenched her fists and said, "Hey, I lost 1,000 gold soul coins. I really want to kill this waste. It's over, all my belongings. That's all my belongings." Su Sheng stretched his waist, glanced at Jiali, and said faintly, "Then can I step down?" Jiali in the air nodded hurriedly, "Of course, you are always welcome to come to the great arena at any time. This kid is afraid that after today, he will become a hot spot in the battlefield. There will be a chance," Su Sheng murmured, turning around and preparing to step down and leave. Unexpectedly, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded behind Su Sheng. It was the coffin carrier who had just collapsed on the ground. Now he stood up again, took out the dagger and stabbed Su Sheng's head with his back. Full of killing intent, "Boy, die for me. I can't lose." Jiali jumped in the air, and noticed the small movements of the coffin lifter. He hurriedly shouted into the microphone, "Be careful behind." Su Sheng, who was facing his back, stopped and shook his head silently. Then he snapped his fingers briskly with a pop and left without looking back. Behind him, the coffin lifter who was about to pierce Su Sheng's head was instantly overwhelmed by countless vines. When Juxing Xutang disappeared again, there was only one body whose blood had been sucked dry left in place. The audience's sigh suddenly sounded on the field. "Hi, he could kill the coffin lifter in an instant. Did he keep his hands before? This kind of method of sucking others up in an instant is too terrifying. Fortunately, it is not me." Unexpectedly, the powerful coffin lifter would die like this. I guess the 7-man coffin lifter team could also be disbanded. Who would have thought that people have been concealing clumsiness all the time, and this coffin bearer would be self-inflicted? Still the familiar waitress, she handed the card to Su Sheng and smiled and said, "Little brother, this is 1,000 gold soul coins after your victory, which has been deposited in the card. The opponent of this handsome little brother is the coffin carrier who often abuses and kills opponents, and his combat experience is extremely rich." She didn't expect to be able to win, which she did not expect. After Su Sheng took it, he smiled at her. "Thank you, Miss Sister." This handsome little face that makes people want to sink in, her hormones are almost out of control. She suppressed the surging emotions, and secretly said, "Inhale, exhale, inhale, is this the feeling of mental infarction?" Immediately there was a look of reluctance on his face, and his face was red and said, "That, little brother, will you come again in the future?" Su Sheng blinked lovingly, "Well, I will come every afternoon during this time, but please ask my sister to book a 1v1 soul fight for me in advance." Affirmed by Su Sheng, the waitress happily stretched out her finger and made an OK gesture. "Don't worry, wrap it around my sister, and ensure that the opponents you find are normal." In this way, Su Sheng succeeded in eating soft meals with his excellent appearance, but, wrongly, he successfully bribed the waitress. Su Sheng, who walked out of the great arena of souls, yawned lazily, raised his eyes to look at the dark and lacquered sky, and sighed, "Is it night already? It's still a long way from the Star-Do Forest. If he goes to the Star-Do Great Forest now, he is afraid that it will be almost dawn just by rushing. With his lazy personality, he is worthy of Bibi Dong if he can come to the great fighting arena to participate in a soul fight. How could it be possible to spend time running to the Star-Do Great Forest? Besides, things like the butterfly effect are very imaginary. Maybe you will encounter Titan giant apes, sky blue bulls and so on." The next moment, Su Sheng thought, "Why don't you go to the Sunset Forest to try your luck? The Sunset Forest is definitely much closer than the Star-Do Forest. And it is also a relatively easy place to find." After weighing the more labor-saving, he decided to leave immediately for the Sunset Forest. Kai Bao Li Yulitsong, in the main hall. On the main seat of the main hall, there is a man sitting with a crystal laurel crown glittering with silver light on his head, and his dusty and elegant cheeks make people feel close at first sight. He is the sect master of the 7 treasures Li Yulai sect, Ning Fengzi, and the ones who retreated to the left and right are Sword Douluo, Chinexin, Bone Douluo, Gurong. Both are Super Douluo above level 95, and they are also the guarantee for the 7 treasure glazed glass sect to stand on the mainland. Ning Fengzi stared at the little girl in front of him, only to see that the latter was pure and slender, but was full of rich and extravagant aura that refused to be 1,000 miles away. Ning Fengzi said softly, Wrong, why haven't you absorbed the first spirit ring until now?" Ning Rong heard that his father didn't mean to be angry, and then bit his thin lip lightly, retorting in a very unhappy tone, "Dad, the soul beasts that Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Sword hunted for me before are too ugly. I don't want it." Ning Fengzi frowned and said softly, Wrong, you. Chen Xin quietly took a look at Ning Rong, covered her mouth and coughed, and said faintly, "Fengzi, this is how my old Bone and I didn't think about Rong's feelings. Let's expose this." I will take Rong to hunt again tomorrow. Other spirit beasts. Gurong also touched his beard and smiled and said, yes, these are all small things, as long as we Rong are happy. Hearing Chen Xin and Gurong both speaking for himself, Ning Rong gained confidence, and he straightened up his chest without fear. Ning Fengzi looked at Chenexin and Gurong, who doted on his daughters so much, and sighed, Rong, I apologize to you Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Bone. Dad doesn't care about this. Ning Rong folded his arms and said with disdain, I don't. It's obviously their fault. Hearing this answer, Ning Fengzi finally couldn't help but patted the table with a bang, angrily said, Rong, you are too presumptuous. Chapter 32, Repel the Human Face Spider. When Ning Rong heard Ning Fengzi's roar, she couldn't help but shake her body. A few tears flowed from the corner of her aggrieved eyes. Dad has never said this to me, but it is obviously the fault of Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Jian, why should I apologize? I won't apologize. The big deal is that I will hunt the soul beasts by myself. Don't bother you. Ning Rong flicked his sleeves angrily, then left angrily. Gurong got up and hurriedly said, Rong. However, being held back by Ning Fengzi, Ning Rong, who was already angry, heard Gurong's voice and accelerated his pace to leave. He sat down somewhat helplessly, sighed and whispered, Fengzi, why is this? But the uncomfortable Chenexin's face was stern, and he asked with a displeased face, Fengzi, what are you doing? What's the point of apologizing or not? As long as Rong is happy, that's it. This mess made his family Rong unhappy, which is completely unnecessary. Hearing Chen Xin's words, Ning Fengzi slowly closed his eyes. Isn't his heart uncomfortable? Ning Rong is his own daughter, she is simply the treasure of his heart. He has never been reluctant to be angry with her, but this time, he can no longer indulge. Letting her develop so self-consciously, can she have friends who can put her back in the future? Sitting on the chair, Ning Fengzi exhaled silently, and a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Uncle Jian, Uncle Bone, you all indulge her too much. This is not good for Rong's future. Chen Xin stood up and folded his arms, and said sideways, Hey! I don't care, if Rong is angry with me this time, I can't spare you. Ning Fengzi could only answer with an awkward smile to Chen Xin's little temper. Gurong frowned. He thought about what would happen to Ning Rong alone. Fengzi, Rong won't do anything like this, right? I'd better check it out. Who knows that Ning Fengzi shook her head and rejected this suggestion, and said lightly, No, let Rong think about it for herself, and as long as she stays in the 7 treasure glazed glass sect, no one can hurt him, right? Chen Xin and Gurong looked at each other and had to give up. Su Sheng, who was walking in the sunset forest, looked up at the dark surroundings, which were all covered by dense locust trees, especially the wailing of soul beasts from time to time, even he was quite a little worried. Su Sheng sat down and said, This sunset forest looks scary at first glance. It's a grey area. Compared with the Stardo Great Forest, it's a lot scarier. I didn't know it would come. He thought that the quality of spirit beasts in Sunset Forest was lower than that in Stardo Great Forest, who knew that at night it would feel completely different. Suddenly a hiss sound rang from the branch behind Su Sheng. It was a mandala snake about 1.5 meters long and covered with poisonous mandala. Its gloomy eyes stared at Su Sheng's neck, waiting for the moment of a fatal blow. Su Sheng didn't bother, and stretched out leisurely. At this moment, the pupils of the mandala snake's insidious and poisonous eyes dilated, and the purple meaning gradually appeared, biting away with lightning speed. Su Sheng rolled his eyes and slapped the mandala snake's jaw with his backhand, making it unable to go further. Then he easily pulled it down from the branch, holding his head to the ground. It was a mess. Only the mandala snake whined softly came from the place, and then it stopped the fluctuation of life. A yellowish spirit ring emerged on the corpse. When Su Sheng saw that he was accidentally killed, he scratched his head in embarrassment and threw it aside. Shaking his head helplessly said, "I can't help but fight." Before the words fell, a woman's harsh screams rang out from the front. "Ah! Stay away from me! Stay away from me!" Su Sheng, who didn't intend to be nosy, narrowed his eyes after hearing the female voice, always feeling that he had heard this voice somewhere before. Ning Rong Rong, who collapsed on the ground, only felt that his legs and feet had lost strength, and looked pale at the soul beast in front of him. It was a giant spider with a pattern similar to that of a human face. Dozens of small, cold eyes under the tentacles stared at Ning Rong Rong, as if they had already seen it as delicious food. Ning Rong Rong, who was completely frightened by the human-faced demon spider, kept trembling, with endless fear in his tone. "You ugly monster, stay away from me! Get out of here!" Ning Rong Rong is full of regrets now, knowing that he shouldn't have come to this dangerous ghost place alone. And also let her encounter such an ugly soul beast. The human-faced demon spider, who could not understand human language, shook several of its thighs, and slowly approached Ning Rong Rong. Ning Rong Rong squeezed into a ball, desperate eyes looking at the human-faced demon spider that was getting closer, but there was no resistance. He had to repeatedly say, "Save me, who will save me?" The human-faced demon spider, who was already less than 1 meter away from Ning Rong Rong, seemed to be unable to bear the killing intention, and jumped up directly with a huge body to pounce on Ning Rong Rong. Ning Rong Rong hurriedly stretched out his arm to cover his head, closing his eyes in fear, and exclaimed, "Ah!" Only heard a bang sound. The human-faced devil spider's sack was sunken several tens of centimeters, and its huge body flew out more than 10 meters, and hit the tree fiercely. It slid down and stood again, staring unwillingly at Ning Rong Rong, who hadn't reacted to the front. Ning Rong Rong, who was curled up on the ground, quietly stretched out his hands and scanned the surroundings with fearful eyes. Seeing the human-faced demon spider disappeared from her eyes, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She embraced her right hand that had been cut by a sharp stone before and slowly stood up. She scanned the dark surroundings and tried to ask, "Is it Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Sword?" Without a response, the light on Ning Rong Rong's face dimmed. Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Jian would definitely rush out immediately if they heard her voice, but now they are obviously not here. With her 10th level spirit power alone, she could not escape the crisis-ridden sunset forest without absorbing the spirit ring. Anxious Ning Rong Rong began to stamp his feet and think about it. What to do? What to do? What would she do if the human-faced demon spider came again? If you encounter other spirit beasts, can you escape? Su Sheng, who was standing behind Ning Rong Rong, began to twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had stood behind her since he repelled the human-faced demon spider. The ghost knows, the girl didn't find him. Su Sheng stretched out a finger and gently poked Ning Rong Rong's delicate and charming shoulder. The latter felt that someone was poking himself behind him, and subconsciously frowned and said, "Don't bother me." In the next second, she seemed to realize something terrifying, and her face solidified again. Covering her chest tightly, her jiaisha slowly turned to trembling. Chapter 33, Ning Rong Rong and Number 039, S Shock. After Ning Rong Rong saw a figure a little taller than himself behind him, he subconsciously stepped back a few steps. His feet couldn't react to each other at once, and the whole person leaned back. Su Sheng, with quick eyes and quick hands, when Ning Rong Rong was about to fall, he quickly rushed out and grabbed her enviable waist. Su Sheng's fingertips flowed with this comfortable touch, and he secretly sucked in a cold breath. Hiss, such a slender waist, isn't it also a beautiful embryo that harms the country and the people? Then I smelled a scent of fragrance, that was, the residual smell of shampoo. With his head buried, Ning Rong Rong only felt that his sensitive waist was tightly hugged, and his face blushed suddenly, but was well covered by the night. After she reacted, she escaped from Su Sheng's warm embrace like a frightened rabbit, squeezed her hands together, and said very nervously, "Who are you? Who are you? Was Dad sent to save me?" Su Sheng shook his head gently, "No, I just happened to be hunting soul beasts in the sunset forest." Ning Rongrong showed some unbelief on his face, and he covered his mouth and laughed softly, "Hunting soul beasts? Seeing you are about the same age as me, how could you hunt soul beasts alone in this sunset forest? There is no shortage of 10,000 years soul beasts in this sunset forest. She doesn't think people of the same age can hunt soul beasts with their own power." Maybe even Ning Rongrong didn't know that when talking with Su Sheng, his tone was a bit less arrogant. Su Sheng was about to speak, but his mental power suddenly sensed that dozens of soul beasts around him were quickly approaching here. So he frowned and reminded Ning Rongrong, "You quickly stand by my side. Besides the human-faced devil spider, dozens of soul beasts have gathered around. The target should be us." Logically speaking, they didn't do anything to attract spirit beasts. How could they suddenly be surrounded by a large number of spirit beasts? Hearing Su Sheng's words like this, Ning Rongrong's face changed drastically again, who had just relieved a little fear, and he believed this sentence in his heart. Thinking of the human-faced demon spider just now, if it wasn't because of good luck, I'm afraid it has already died under its claws. Ning Rongrong hurriedly covered his right arm, which was still dripping blood, approached Su Sheng, and said worriedly, Can you do it?" Su Sheng nodded solemnly, "Well, just be careful not to leave my side." Then, seeing Ning Rongrong holding his right arm, he squinted and looked, barely able to see the blood dripping from her right arm. These spirit beasts seemed to be attracted by the smell of blood. Sure enough, for a while, the concealed soul beasts surrounded Su Sheng from all directions. Even among these soul beasts, there are also 2 soul beasts with a cultivation base of about 30,000 years. Under the tremendous pressure, Ning Rongrong's palm couldn't help but tightly hold Su Sheng, which barely gave her a sense of security. Standing behind Su Sheng, she only felt that she was staring at her with countless pairs of eyes, and she didn't even dare to breathe. Xiao Hu clung to Su Sheng again, and whispered in a nervous voice, "Hey, so many soul beasts, what are you going to do?" Feeling the slightly elastic warmth of his back, Su Sheng coughed, "Just kill them." In his eyes, these spirit beasts were just guys that could be slaughtered at will, but for the safety of the girl behind him, he had to be more cautious. Su Sheng stepped on slightly and released Juxing Xutang, gradually spreading out in a ring shape on the ground, covering the feet of the 2 of them. The next moment, 4 extremely dark spirit rings suddenly appeared under his feet. Behind him, Ning Rongrong suddenly covered his mouth, staring at the 4 10,000-year spirit rings at Su Sheng's feet in shock. He turned out to be a soul sect. Moreover, the 1st to the 4th spirit ring are all 10,000-year spirit rings? This is simply impossible to achieve. Even she, the proud girl of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect, can only bear the life of 100 years of spirit ring. How sacred is this person? Su Sheng looked at the spirit beasts around him eagerly, and said in a cold tone, "The 3rd spirit ability. The Imperial Blood Tang." Around Su Sheng and Ning Rongrong, a trace of blood slowly condensed them together, and then turned into a seemingly weak mask. Wow! Pouch! Dozens of soul beasts stretched out their sharp claws and giant teeth, and couldn't wait to rush over from all around. But when they collided with the mask, they were thrown out mercilessly by the huge counter-shock. Getting used to it, Ning Rongrong pursed his mouth, and couldn't help but stretch out his hand and gently touch this extremely weak mask. The mask that was touched by her fingers stretched out, like a film. "I can't believe that this light shield actually blocked the simultaneous attacks of dozens of soul beasts." My heart gradually began to become curious about Su Sheng's identity. The cunning human-faced demon spider's eyes suddenly rolled, and a silk net was thrown straight out of his mouth, accurately covering the area where the 2 of them were. The other spirit beasts that were bounced off stood up again, and didn't care when they saw the spider webs around Su Sheng. Once again, a new round of attacks were carried out on the two of Su Sheng. Ning Rongrong held back the feeling of vomiting in his stomach, and tremblingly pointed his fingers at the human-faced demon spider that was gnawing in front of him and was firmly stuck to the silk net. She made no secret of the disgusting look in her eyes. This human-faced demon spider is so cunning, it counts her own kind. Su Sheng's faint eyes glanced at the human-faced demon spiders who ignored them and kept gnawing at other spirit beasts. I guess you know that it's not my opponent, so sit back and enjoy it. He turned to look at Ning Rongrong, looking at her blood-stained arm. Does your arm still hurt? Ning Rongrong looked down, gritted his teeth and endured the pain and shook his head. It's okay already. Su Sheng felt a little amused, and the first spirit ring suddenly lit up. First spirit ability, Begonia Blossoms. A touch of 9 heart begonia petals pressed against Ning Rongrong's injured arm, and a tingling feeling gradually came. The injured area immediately began to scar, and then slowly fell off. Ning Rongrong's eyes glowed, and he gently rubbed the wound, knowing that the injured area had completely recovered. After that, Ning Rongrong's eyes were filled with doubts again. This is recovery of spirit abilities? Are you not a control-type spirit master? Su Sheng smiled and rubbed her head, and said affectionately, I'll tell you later, let's leave here now, so as not to attract other spirit beasts again. Ning Rongrong's heartbeat trembled, and only felt a strange feeling emerging from the bottom of his heart. Obviously I hate other men touching myself. But, why does this man not only feel no disgust when touching himself, but his heart beats so fast? She silently answered him. Chapter 34, Put some cumin and some coriander. Su Sheng and Ning Rongrong sat cross-legged, the former quickly lit up a bonfire, the hot flames gradually surging, and the intense firelight slowly illuminated Ning Rongrong's cheeks. After Su Sheng raised his eyes and stared at this slightly delicate and cold face, his pupils shrank quickly, and he immediately recognized that this girl was the sect master of Kai Bao Glazed Glass, Ning Fengzi's daughter, Ning Rongrong. Because the night was too dark before, he didn't observe her face carefully, until now he discovered that it was Ning Rongrong. Su Sheng secretly said, the road to Yuanjia is narrow. He was also planning to see the 7 Shrek monsters by the way when he went to Shrek in the future, but he didn't expect to meet Ning Rongrong in advance today. Su Sheng is looking at Ning Rongrong, and the latter is also looking at him. Especially after seeing Su Sheng's handsome appearance, there are ripples in Ning Rongrong's eyes from time to time. It was the first time she saw a man who made her eyes shine, especially the looming sense of laziness, even more than his father Ning Fengzi made people want to be close. After all, the value of appearance can improve the goodwill in others' hearts. This sentence is not groundless. Ning Rongrong was the first to stretch out his white arms and smiled and said, My name is Ning Rongrong, thank you for saving me this time. Su Sheng was stunned for a moment, and stretched out his hand to squeeze, and then smiled back, My name is Su Sheng. If I meet such a beautiful girl, I think a man will save it. Ning Rongrong's fingers are very soft and silky, like jade fat that makes you unbearable to let go. However, he remembered that Ning Rongrong, who had not entered Shrek Academy, had an extremely arrogant and willful temper. At that time, he even paid a big price for Tang San to kill Dai Mubai. But now Ning Rongrong doesn't feel that way, but has a kind of gentle and intellectual feeling. Ning Rongrong was stunned when she saw Su Sheng squeeze her palm. She retracted her hand slowly. Doubtful, then Su Sheng, can you tell me what kind of soul master you are? She can't figure it out. Su Sheng's spirit is obviously more like an auxiliary spirit master, but why can he also treat spirit beasts? Su Sheng threw a bundle of wood into the bonfire and nodded, Of course I can. I am a dual system spirit master who assists in controlling. His soul skills can be understood as either a control system or an auxiliary system. What direction Wuhan wants to go does not actually require fixed thinking. For example, Hu Lina's martial soul Tianhu can also obtain an offensive soul ring. If Oscar's sausage absorbs soul beasts like the mandala snake, maybe it can be used as a poison-type soul master. Hearing Su Sheng's answer, Ning Rongrong frowned, controlling the auxiliary dual system soul master? Why have I never heard of this type of soul master? If the soul master develops in two directions, it is just being able but not refined, which will seriously affect the future development of the soul master. Su Sheng scratched the upturned dull hair and explained, "Ah, this is actually my own thought. If specifically, I should be an auxiliary soul master." Ning Rongrong nodded slightly thoughtfully, his face solemnly said, "Then your spirit power and spirit ring." Su Sheng shrugged his shoulders and said lightly, "Sorry Rongrong, these things are not convenient to tell you, but I think there will be opportunities in the future." The two of them sat in this silent atmosphere for an unknown period of time, and they were suddenly broken by a cuckoo. Ning Rongrong hurriedly covered his stomach, and quietly looked at Su Sheng with a look of embarrassment in his eyes, and could not speak again. Su Sheng showed a weird expression and quietly asked, "Rongrong, didn't you have no dinner at night?" Being so bluntly concerned by Su Sheng, Ning Rongrong's cheeks turned red, and under the shining flame, he nodded silently. When she vomited and left the Kai Bao Liulai sect, she had no time to eat. It's weird if the stomach is not called. Su Sheng stood up and said, "Then you wait here, I will find something to eat." Can't let the dignified Kai Bao Liulitsong's little baby be hungry? If Ning Fengzi and Gurong Chen knew about this, I'm afraid they will kill themselves if they are desperate. Then my heart secretly said, well, even though they may not have beaten themselves together. Seeing Su Sheng about to leave, Ning Rongrong subconsciously reached out and grabbed Su Sheng's wrist, and said in a vague voice, "Su Sheng, I'll go with you, too." Seeing the worried look on her face, Su Sheng suddenly realized. It must have been frightened by the previous human face demon spider, fearing that after Su Sheng left, there will be a soul beast coming. She is also an auxiliary soul master, and she has no power to protect herself at all. Su Sheng released Juxing Xutang, and the third spirit ring instantly lit up, condensing a mask directly around Ning Rongrong. He patted the back of Ning Rongrong's hand lightly, and calmly said, "Rongrong, you are still waiting for me. As long as it is not a spirit beast with a cultivation base of 30,000 years or more, it will basically be impossible to break this shield." Ning Rongrong thought for a while, sat down again, hesitatingly said, well, then you should be careful." But thinking that dozens of soul beasts had not breached this shield with all their strength before, it was not so nervous. Kaka suddenly a crisp sound resounded by the campfire. Ning Rongrong, who was already leaning against the tree and almost falling asleep, woke up instantly, and asked who. The visitor was Su Sheng, who came back from the hunt. At this moment, he was holding two plump rabbits in his hands. Seeing Ning Rongrong awake, Su Sheng slowly sat next to her, smiled softly, and raised the two rabbits in his hands and said, "Rongrong, are you awake? Wait for me to deal with these two rabbits. Ready to eat." Ning Rongrong suspected that he had auditory hallucinations. Someone was eating rabbits there? So I tried again and asked, "How to deal with rabbits?" "Su Sheng, don't you want to eat rabbits?" Su Sheng gave her a surprised look. "Yes, the taste of rabbit meat is quite delicious." He forgot that Ning Rongrong was born in a big sect like Kai Bao Liulai sect, and he would definitely not eat rabbits. Ning Rongrong said with a look of embarrassment, "This, isn't it? Isn't it a cute bunny, how can he eat it?" Su Sheng didn't answer, he took out his dagger decisively, skinned and bleed the two rabbits, and then inserted them with two branches. Finally, I took out the oil juice from the storage type soul guide given by Bibi Dong, put it on the campfire and started to smoke it. Before long, the smoked rabbit meat became red and full in color, and it seemed to make people appetite. Not only that, but it also continued to emit a rich, meaty aroma to the surrounding. Ning Rong Rong, who originally hated rabbit meat, smelled the scent, stared at the rabbit meat and swallowed quietly, and secretly said, "Okay, it smells good." Compared with this simple food, the expensive food of the Kai Bao Liulai sect, the latter looks much stronger. Su Sheng naturally saw her little movement, so he took a piece of rabbit meat and handed it to Ning Rong Rong. "You're hungry, try it." Ning Rong Rong took the rabbit meat gracefully with both hands, gently smelled the scent, and then quietly moved closer to the thin lips. "Wait, Rong Rong, it might taste better with some cumin and coriander powder." Su Sheng stopped Ning Rong Rong's movements, and then hurriedly took out 2 boxes of seasonings and sprinkled some on the rabbit meat in Ning Rong Rong's hands. Su Sheng was quite satisfied and said, "Okay, how about a try?" Ning Rong Rong took a bite of the rabbit meat, only to feel that the delicious taste of the outer burnt and the tender inside immediately wrapped his tongue. The slightly spicy taste of cumin added a touch of satisfaction. Ning Rong Rong's eyes were shining, only 3 words appeared in his mind. "Very delicious." Chapter 35, Gu Rong, Chen Xin is here. Ning Rong Rong's hunger made her unable to maintain the elegant appearance of the 7 treasure glazed sect daughter. After eating, she hardly cared about the rules. She started biting on the rabbit meat bit by bit, tearing it apart and swallowing it suddenly. She was more authentic by the campfire. Su Sheng handed over a tissue and smiled, "Rong Rong, don't worry, eat slowly." Seeing Ning Rong Rong eating so fragrant, Su Sheng also felt a sense of accomplishment. Secretly said, "It seems that my cooking skills are really full marks. Although I said that I passed through, these basic common senses are still remembered by muscles." Ning Rong Rong, who was staring directly at Su Sheng, suddenly blushed. Wouldn't Su Sheng be able to see all of his own food just now? Her thin lips moved a few times, and she said briskly, "Thank you, Su Sheng," like a mosquito noise. Su Sheng waved his hand, "No thanks, just now I was afraid that this rabbit meat would not suit your appetite. Now it seems that my craftsmanship is pretty good." Ning Rong Rong heard Su Sheng tell her identity directly. He was taken aback for a moment, and then said in amazement, "Su Sheng, how do you know my identity? I remember I didn't say it." She didn't remember that she had exposed her identity. Su Sheng asked with a smile in his eyes, who didn't know that the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school was named Ning Rong Rong. Ning Rong Rong angrily said, "I hate Su Sheng, you have changed. You eat quickly, and then come to talk about business." In fact, it wasn't a big deal, but Su Sheng was very curious, and for Ning Rong Rong's sword Douluo and bone Douluo, whom Ning Rong Rong had always regarded as the most treasures, she had the heart to let her come to Sunset Forest by herself. "Oh," Ning Rong Rong replied, and looked at the rabbit meat in his hand again a little dazedly, and began to chew slowly. When Su Sheng saw her wipe her mouth, he curiously asked, "Rong Rong, then I will ask directly, if you are not staying in the Kai Bao glazed sect, why come to this Sunset Forest alone? This is not friendly to the auxiliary soul masters. Not only is it unfriendly, if there is no powerful assault system spirit master who can protect the latter, I am afraid that he will die in minutes. As long as the soul beast believes that you are weaker than it, it will basically not care about anything." Ning Rong Rong thought of Ning Fengzi's roar before, and she felt a bit wronged in her heart. I quarreled with my dad and came out secretly." Then Ning Rong Rong explained the whole story. After Su Sheng understood the situation, he held his chin and thought, "That's the case, but this is indeed wrong. You are wrong. No matter how you put it, you can't be so unreasonable with your elders." Ning Rong Rong heard Su Sheng's words, his eyes gradually reddened, and stared at the latter's eyes closely. "Su Sheng, do you even think I am wrong? Even Su Sheng thinks he is wrong. Is it possible that the whole thing is my fault?" Su Sheng coughed and felt that it was time to play a mouthful of miraculous effects on all planes. In order not to irritate Ning Rong Rong, he decided to explain it patiently from another aspect. "Rong Rong, you are born in the 7 treasure glazed tile school of the upper 3 sects. Naturally, you have a higher temperament than ordinary people. I can understand. However, you have to understand one thing. Various types of spirit masters must pay attention to cooperation. If you lose a teammate who can rely on your back because of your willfulness, this will make the already weak auxiliary type spirit master even more difficult. And the most important thing to build friendship between teammates is equality. Presumably Uncle Ning thinks so too, for fear that your little temper will delay your future. After talking about such a general principle, Su Sheng calmed down and took a deep breath. But to be honest, he didn't understand it himself. Opposite Ning Rongrong's eyes were thinking, and he didn't know if he understood it or not, and smiled softly at Su Sheng. Thank you, Su Sheng, maybe I was really wrong. Su Sheng used his soul power to extinguish the bonfire. Stand up calmly, this is just my understanding, you don't need to care too much. Rongrong, take advantage of the dawn, I will accompany you to hunt the soul beast. Ning Rongrong looked at the sky that had gradually lit up, and said secretly, it's been so long since I've been out, Dad won't be worried, right? Su Sheng watched her stare at the sky in a daze, stretched out his hand and shook it before her eyes, and reminded her out, Rongrong, don't be in a daze, let's go. Yeah, subconsciously answered, Ning Rongrong elegantly put his arms around the light blue skirt, stood up and followed Su Sheng. Su Sheng Tong took a look and kicked the lovable stone beast with a 300-year cultivation base to Ning Rongrong's side. Rongrong, just absorb the spirit ring of this spirit beast. The 300-year cultivation base is very close to the lifespan of the first spirit ring of the spirit master. Moreover, if nothing happens, Ning Rongrong's first spirit ring can have spirit abilities that enhance defense. Ning Rongrong, who stretched out his jade hand and clenched the dagger, looked down at the stone armor beast that was lying on the ground with only a breath, and slowly squatted down and turned his head to the side, and the former was killed. A pale yellow spirit ring floated from the stone beast. Ning Rongrong just sat down cross-legged, glanced at Su Sheng, blinked, and said playfully, then Su Sheng, please help me protect the law. Su Sheng folded his arms and nodded slowly, well, feel relieved to absorb the spirit ring. Chen Xin, who is grey and still temperamental, frowned and looked at Gurong next to him, old bones, do you feel the spirit power of Rongrong fluctuate? Gurong shook his head with an ugly expression, the spirit beast has too much aura, maybe it has covered Rongrong's aura. The two of them fluctuated according to Ning Rongrong's spirit power all the way at night, and finally narrowed the scope to the sunset forest. But the sunset over the forest is so big, wanting to find someone is like finding a needle in a haystack. Damn it, if this continues, Rongrong will definitely have something wrong. Chen Xin clenched his palm tightly. But before he finished speaking, his nose sniffed, and he smelled a very scent of meat that made people want to swallow. Seeing this, Gurong tried to smell it too, his eyes were suddenly startled, and he was extremely certain, this is the smell of meat after being smoked. Who dares to make a bonfire in the sunset forest? This is very likely to be attacked by Ziguang, a powerful soul beast. Most people who can do this have great strength. Chen Xin pointed to the direction where the smell of meat was coming from, and immediately said, this smell of meat is coming from over there, let's go take a look first. After speaking, the two immediately set off to the direction they pointed. And when they arrived, they only saw a pile of extinguished bonfires and pieces of leftovers. Gurong glanced around, and when he saw the delicate handkerchief falling on the ground in front, he rushed to pick it up. Seeing that he was so strange, Chen Xin walked over, looking at Gurong who was squatting down and wondering, old bones, what's wrong with you? Gurong, who was holding the handkerchief in his hand, stood up and looked at Chen Xin solemnly, there can be no mistake, this is the handkerchief I gave to Rongrong a few days ago. She should be not far from here. Chapter 36, Misunderstanding. Su Sheng, who closed his eyes, suddenly felt 2 breaths, and slowly opened his eyes and grinned coldly. Hey? 2 people with powerful auras are approaching here. Is it the chrysanthemum pass and the ghost? The next moment, he squinted his eyes and shook. No. No. These 2 strands are even stronger than them. It can be stronger than the chrysanthemum pass and the ghosts, and it is in the Heaven Do Empire. If nothing else, Su Sheng looked at Ning Rongrong, who was absorbing the spirit ring with cold sweat on his forehead. If this is the case, you should leave the handle first, so as not to cause. Su Sheng slowly lowered his head and picked up the dagger. Before he could put it away, he heard a voice. Rongrong's breath just disappeared here. From behind the woods, 2 figures quickly rushed out. Then they stopped. The 2 of them were Chen Xin and Gurong, who had already arrived. They began to scan around, and at a glance they saw Ning Rongrong, who was absorbing the spirit ring cross-legged on the ground. Gurong was somewhat delighted and said, "It's really Rongrong." The big stone hanging from the heart of the dust finally fell, and he was quite fortunate to say, "Fortunately, I am fine, otherwise I will never let Feng Zigai go." They walked to Ning Rongrong and checked the latter very carefully, for fear of finding traces of injury. And as they checked, Su Sheng's face gradually solidified. He looked at the dagger that he had not had time to put away in his hand, always feeling that something was going to happen. It seems that walking now easily attracts attention, and sooner or later you will be noticed if you do not. Before he could even think about it, Gurong and Chen Xin's cold eyes shifted to him. Chen Xin's eyes flashed with endless chill, and angrily asked, "That kid on the other side? Who are you? Why are you here?" Su Sheng stepped back, with an awkward but polite smile on his face, quickly threw the dagger on the ground, and hurriedly explained, "Well, I was protecting her just now." Gurong stared at the dagger that fell to the ground in Su Sheng's hand, and sneered, "Legal guard? Boy, what's the matter with the dagger in your hand? Was this kid when the 2 of their battle-tested title Douluo were fools? Who knows how to protect the law with a dagger? This kid is definitely wrong with their wrong intentions." Chen Xin on the side laughed hee. Then he said lightly, "Now the whole continent thinks that I am good to be bullied by the 7 treasure glazed tile school, right? Even an unknown junior wants to do something against us wrong. Since he had a murderous intent on their wrong, don't blame him for facing the juniors in spite of his face." Chen Xin waved his sleeves as an immortal, and a saber exuding endless killing intent gradually solidified in his palm. This sword is his martial soul, the 7 kills sword. Then 9 spirit rings slowly appeared under his feet, yellow, purple, black, and black. It was indeed the terrifying title Douluo. Chen Xin slowly stretched out his sword, and the sharp blade pointed at Su Sheng's head. "Boy! Are you ready to die?" Seeing Chen Xin like this, he seemed to be about to do something on himself in the next second. He suddenly became alert. Seeing Chen Xin couldn't wait to swing his sword, Gurong quickly reached out to stop him, glanced at Su Sheng coldly, and said to Chen Xin, Wrong needs to be quiet now. Pull this kid to another place before processing, so as not to affect Wrong's absorption of the spirit ring." Chen Xin squinted her eyes, nodded and stared at Su Sheng, nakedly threatening, "Boy, are you following up by yourself, or should I catch you myself?" Su Sheng's face was a little unhappy. This Chen Xin and Gurong, 2 titled Douluo, acted recklessly. Even if it is Su Sheng, they are very upset now. But Su Sheng's gaze cast another glance at Ning Rongrong. Seeing that she is about to absorb the spirit ring now is the most important stage. Silently shook his head, and secretly said, "Nothing." Chen Xin looked at Su Sheng, who looked very calm on the other side, with a hint of surprise in her heart. When this kid saw his title Douluo, there was no trace of fear or even shock on his face. This kid. Chen Xin inserted the 7-kill sword into the ground, and said domineeringly, "Boy, what are the last words? I can give you 10 seconds. If he wanted to kill Su Sheng, it was just a casual matter, and now giving him 10 seconds to say his last words is the last bit of kindness to the younger generation. Although, it can't stop myself from killing him. Su Sheng's eyes became cold. Last words? I have no interest in this. Seeing this situation, he doesn't need to explain, even if he does, it is nothing but Jinexin's sophistry. Since we have to fight sooner or later. Then. Just try it. After awakening the martial spirit, he had never fought with the powerful fellow who was also titled Douluo. This kind of battle at the same level may allow him to find an opportunity to break through the 92nd level under pressure. Although it is very dangerous. After figuring it out, Su Sheng was not ready to hide himself, and slowly stretched out his arm. On the palm of his hand, the Juxin Switang quietly bloomed. The surrounding woods are stained with a bit of trembling red light. Chen Xin saw that Su Sheng didn't speak, but instead released her martial soul, and raised her eyebrows slightly. Oh? You even released the martial soul, do you plan to make the final struggle? The corner of Su Sheng's mouth, who was looking at Jinexin, slightly cocked, when the Juxing Switang in his hand was completely released. One by one, pitch-black spirit rings gradually appeared under his feet. 1 ring. 3 rings. 6 rings. 9 rings. It is exactly the 9 10,000-year spirit rings in order. Chen Xin couldn't calm down anymore, staring at Su Sheng's spirit ring in shock. Astonished, he said, "What? This kid actually has 9 spirit rings. A strong titled Douluo like himself. And the 9 spirit rings he possessed turned out to be 10,000 years spirit rings. This terrifying spirit ring matching has far surpassed himself. It is expected that no one in the entire continent can reach it." Chen Xin stretched out his hand to cover his dull chest, and he felt a little blocked. His calm mood for decades began to shake today. How can this be possible? He is obviously just a child who is less than 15 years old, and he has reached title Douluo. Su Sheng looked at Chen Xin, who was burying his hair, knowing that he should have been stimulated by himself. The performance of this guy just made him very uncomfortable, so he will definitely not make him comfortable. Naturally, I have to take this opportunity to fight against Jinexin. After all, a person who had cultivated for 6 to 70 years before breaking through to title Douluo met a child who had already reached title Douluo at the age of 9. This is not something that can be changed by hard work. It's true talent. Ever since. Su Sheng took a step and said coldly, "Junior Su Sheng, level 91 title Douluo. Please enlighten me." Chapter 37, Fight, Dust Heart. Chen Xin gradually calmed down and slowly raised her head. In addition to the accidental killing of Su Sheng, her eyes were mixed with other traces of emotion. He silently pulled up the 7 kills sword, clenched it, and said to himself, "Boy, your name is Su Sheng, right? I admit that your talent is the first person I have ever seen." He reached the title of a teenager when he was only a teenager. Luo's level. If there are no accidents and wait for you within 10 years, no one in the entire continent will be your opponent. The corners of Su Sheng's mouth twitched. What is this Chen Xin yelling about? Can you fight or not? At the bottom of his heart, he regards this guy as a boss with monster spawning and experience. If I don't fight, I want to break through to level 92, I'm afraid it will take another few months. Chen Xin's words suddenly increased, and his eyes suddenly lit up. But since you want to hurt wrong, the old man will never let you off because of his talent. Su Sheng contemplated secretly, and said silently in his heart, then let me take a look at the level 97 peak Douluo, some say it is level 96, how far is it from me? Now that it's finished, Chen Xinyi doesn't plan to keep her hands. The 4th spirit ring under his feet lit up, and he coldly shouted, 4th spirit ability. Murderous aura. The 7-killing sword in Chenexin's hand was filled with a burst of white fluorescence, and the edge of the sword was gradually outlined to a length of several meters. As if the sword energy can tear everything. Su Sheng's first spirit ring lights up, the first spirit ability. The blood is blooming. The petals of Juxing Xutang are gathered together, like a rotating circular wheel, cutting towards the heart of dust. Upon seeing this, Chen Xin suddenly spit out the word kill. He immediately grabbed the 7-killing sword and slashed towards Su Sheng's location. The several meter-long sword energy collided with the roulette of Su Sheng's Juxing Xutang petals, bursting out amazing sparks. With a click, Juxing Xutang's petals were instantly chopped in half by the sharp sword energy, and after passing through, they went straight to Su Sheng. Su Sheng swiftly jumped sideways, perfectly avoiding the sword energy coming from the straight line. Su Sheng's breathing gradually accelerated, and he secretly said, "Who is expected of the sword Douluo with strong attack power, he easily penetrated Juxing Xutang. This kind of attack must not be hit. Once you are hit, you may lose your mobility directly." At that time, it became a lamb to be slaughtered. But Chen Xin obviously didn't want to give him a chance to breathe, and the 5th spirit ring lit up again. 5th soul ability. Megatron everywhere. Chen Xin controlled the sword to throw, using the 7-kill sword as the prototype, and then one after another sharp 7-kill sword phantoms turned around. The overwhelming 7-killing swords hung directly in the air, surrounding Su Sheng. Su Sheng squinted his eyes. "Are you a ranged attack?" The 4th spirit ability, the Imperial Blood Tang, his 4th spirit ring lit up. Since it is a range attack, the single damage is definitely not as good as the previous sword aura. He is not sure whether he can block these overwhelming bombardments from the 7-killing sword. In the next moment, the shields that were incorporated by the 9 hearts and blood tang wrapped Su Sheng in it. Chen Xin saw this scene in her eyes, and said lightly, "My attack is not so easy to resist." With a wave of his arm, the countless 7-killing swords that were already ready to go blasted towards Su Sheng with fierce killing intent. The bombardment of one sword after another hit the shield, but it only dimmed it a little. BIQUGE520 www.biquge520.co. However, the bombardment was not a 7-kill sword. It's almost hundreds. Under the bombardment of countless 7-kill swords, the shield continued to sound like a magnetic sound of steel collision. Seeing that the shield was so dim that there was no luster, Su Sheng frowned and looked at Chen Xin in front of him. "I can't stop her, she must be stopped." When Su Sheng's 5th spirit ring lit up, there was a faint tearing feeling in his body. He pursed his thin lips, and stretched out his palm to aim at Chen Xin's figure. 5th spirit ability, Blood Poisonous Tang. Chen Xin suddenly felt anxious, and found that Su Sheng's palm was aimed at him, and when the 5th spirit ring on his body was lit up, his face gradually became serious, and he manipulated his body to quickly start to move. As long as he moves fast enough, this kid can't capture his position. Who knows, the corners of Su Sheng's mouth, who has seen through this set, raised unnoticeably. It is indeed a good way to move quickly so that you cannot lock the position. However, it is a pity that Su Sheng's 5th soul ability is a lock-in technique. Blood Poisonous Tang, locking technique. Begonia flowers can grow from the blood of others, which is highly toxic. With a pouch, Chen Xin's arm slowly drilled out bunches of light green Juxin Switang. Chen Xin, who was moving, only felt a sense of dizziness from his brain, and his face was ugly and said, "No. This kid's 5th spirit ability can actually parasitize out of thin air. Moreover, in addition to being able to be locked, it also contains terrifying poison. With the 91 level of spirit power, he can actually be poisoned instantly. Enough to see the spiciness of this spirit ability." Chen Xin, whose right arm was already swollen, endured the pain of the meridians being burned, and quickly called towards the body of the 7-killing sword. The latter flew back to his hand with a shoe. Of course, the countless 7-kill sword phantoms in the air also shattered like glass and disappeared. The shield around Su Sheng also reached its limit, bursting into crystal particles and scattered. After getting the 7-kill sword, Chen Xin immediately sent a huge soul power to dissolve the poison, but it made the poison spread more quickly. Knowing that the poison cannot be dispelled in a short time, Chen Xin's expression is extremely ugly, it can only be temporarily sealed. The 6th spirit ability, sealed. The 7-killing sword burst out with a holy light, Chen Xin gripped it tightly and gently cut through the black right arm. These holy rays of light are injected into the right arm from the torn wound, sealing all the spreading poison. I thought it would be easy to deal with a kid who had just been promoted to title Douluo, but now it seems I still underestimate him, and if I continue to do so, even I am likely to be planted on this weird spirit. After solving the poison on his arm, Chen Xin looked at Su Sheng again. This time his eyes were more serious and less contemptuous. He acknowledged Su Sheng's strength, so naturally he has to show his true strength to treat. Chen Xin muttered silently, 7th soul ability, 7 kills true body. The 7th black spirit ring slowly lights up. I saw that the 7-kill sword in his hand suddenly changed its temperament. Su Sheng stared at the front of him, using the Chenexin of the Wuhan real body, an unprecedented tension in his heart. He whispered, martial soul true body. Chen Xin is planning to use all his strength. Chapter 38, Let End Number 039, take it to the Kai Bao Liulai sect first. The pale yellow spirit ring gradually melted into Ning Rongrong's body, and her confined eyes gradually opened. He immediately lowered his head and stretched out the palm of his hand for the first time, releasing his martial soul, the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. The 7 treasure glazed pagodas are distributed in layers, and the whole body is shining with brilliant light, and such a delicate space has 7 layers, and each layer adds a bit of aura that belongs to the first auxiliary system of the mainland. The next moment, a light yellow spirit ring emerged from her feet. Ning Rongrong turned his head back with joy and said, Su Sheng, I made it. But when her eyes focused on Gurong's body, her face suddenly became cold. Gurong's expression was a bit awkward, he could see that Ning Rongrong hadn't calmed down. Turning his eyes, he praised very graciously, as expected of us, it is indeed our glory, even a person in the Sunset Forest also obtained a spirit ring, much stronger than Feng Zi. Ning Rongrong let out a hum, pursed his lips and whispered that I would ignore you. I blame Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Jian, I was scolded by my father. Gurong's eyes are full of pampering colors, and he repeatedly praised, yes, yes, Rongrong, this time it was my fault with your grandfather Jian. Now that you have absorbed the spirit ring, then quickly follow us back to the sect. It's not safe outside. Hui Zong, wait. Grandpa Bone, you just came to me, did you see Su Sheng? Gurong frowned and said bewildered, Su Sheng, I have never heard this name before. To say that the people who came here saw only the kid who intended to betray Rongrong, but now it should have been resolved by Chenexin? I just don't know if he's getting old, even if he wants to solve a kid. When Ning Rongrong saw this scene, a premonition of inexplicability surged into his heart. While speaking, he looked at Gurong worriedly and said, Oh, Grandpa Bone, Su Sheng is a boy who protects me. A few thoughts flashed in Gurong's eyes, and suddenly, he seemed to remember the scene that happened before. The boy who intended to tell Rongrong who was unruly in the past said that she was protecting the law for the latter. Could it be that? His face became complicated, and he couldn't help but blurt out, Hi, could it be that the kid before was Su Sheng, and his dagger was just to protect Rongrong? These words suddenly rang in Ning Rongrong's ears, and she anxiously grabbed Gurong's sleeves, Grandpa Bone, you said the kid before. Did you do anything to him? Gurong, who was being pulled by Ning Rongrong, looked hard, and said with shame, Rongrong, I'm afraid it's bad. Your grandpa sword probably already killed that kid. It is nothing to kill a kid by mistake, but I am afraid that this incident will make their relationship with Rong worse. That is what worries him the most. Ning Rong's whole body seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, and his body swayed. Su Sheng was killed by Grandpa Jian. Ning Rong looked lost, and at the same time he uttered these words, his eyes were already red. How come? How could this be? Obviously he just wanted to protect himself, but he was killed by himself. And it was his own grandpa sword who killed him. Gurong walked over, trying to comfort him. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The forest in front suddenly burst into an explosion. Ning Rong and Gurong, who were absent-minded, looked over subconsciously. The latter's eyes suddenly flashed with light, and he looked at Ning Rong eagerly, and quickly stared at her seriously. Rong, don't cry first, Su Sheng might be fine. Because the direction from the explosion just now was the direction where the fluctuations of Chenexin's soul power stopped. That kid is most likely not dead. Ning Rong's lost face gradually showed a hint of joy. Then let's go over quickly. After speaking, I turned my head and trot in the direction of the explosion. Hey, Rong, wait for me, there is danger ahead. Gurong reminded out loud. Seeing that Ning Rong ignored him, he sighed helplessly and hurried to follow. Suddenly holding on to one knee, Su Sheng's stomach suddenly rolled, spitting out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. Puff. After using the 7th spirit ability, Switang's real body only felt that his whole body was being torn. Even so, Su Sheng's icy pupils stared at the heart of dust floating in the air, stepping on the 7-kill sword in front of him. Chen Xin, who was stepping on the 7-kills sword, glanced at Su Sheng's indifferently, and said coldly, Boy, it's enough to be able to beat the heroes this step, but it's time to end here. However, his story should end here. Each level of title Douluo is separated by a vast sea, not to mention the difference between the two of them by a full 6 levels of spirit power. After all, there is still an insurmountable gap. The voice fell, and the 8th spirit ring under Chen Xin's feet suddenly lit up. 8th spirit ability, 12 advancing cut. Countless selves suddenly appeared beside him, which was very similar to a certain spirit ability before, but every clone around him now possesses nearly 80% of the attack power of the body. Chen Xin closed her eyes silently and whispered goodbye, kid. With a move of his mind, dozens of avatars mixed with the horror enough to tear the world straight towards Su Sheng. The pain of tearing Su Sheng narrowed his left eye, his eyes filled with countless bloodshot eyes. He clenched his thin lips firmly. Without the sword of ice rose, with the defensive power of Juxing Xutang, now he is not at all may resist this trick. Only relying on the 91 level spirit power of Juxing Xutang, under Chenexin's attack, I am afraid that he will be annihilated instantly. Just when Su Sheng's heart mobilized the second Wuhan, a figure rushed out from behind him at an extremely fast speed, and saw the person rushing out. The 8th spirit ring under his feet lit up. This person is surprisingly Gurong, who rushed over quickly. He knew how terrifying his old friend's offensive power was, so he had to stop with his full strength. Su Sheng was so strong that his whole body was so painful that he lost his feeling. His eyelids were very heavy and squinted. Then Ning Rong, who rushed to see Su Sheng's painful appearance, squatted down and hugged him tightly, shook his body violently, and hurriedly said, Su Sheng, are you okay with Su Sheng? However, in Su Sheng's vision, Ning Rong's cheek finally appeared. Knowing that it was Ning Rong, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, his whole body drooped, and he lost consciousness. Ning Rong, who hugged Su Shengao without knowing it, subconsciously thought that Su Sheng was dead, and said with a cry in his tone, Su Sheng, don't scare me. Su Sheng. Gurong and Chenexin, who blocked the attack, came over. Seeing that there were still spirit power fluctuations in Su Sheng, Gurong coughed and interrupted, Rong, this kid is not dead yet, he just passed out. Ning Rong was stunned. Hey! Chen Xin approached Gurong and whispered, Old Bone, what are you doing to save this kid? He was a little bit confused that he was going to kill this kid soon. What trouble Gurong came out to make? Gurong just gave him a wink of unknown meaning. When I looked at Chen Xin with my doubts full of doubts, I suddenly enlightened. Ning Rong Rong stared at Chen Xin fiercely, and then worried again. Grandpa Bone, what should I do now? Su Sheng seems to have suffered a serious injury. It's impossible to leave the injured Su Sheng alone in this sunset forest, right? Gurong looked at Su Sheng in a coma, shrugged helplessly, and suggested, we can only take this kid to the sect temporarily. Chapter 39, Ning Fengzi. Su Sheng, who was lying on the bed, took a breath and woke up slowly. The feeling of being hurt when I wake up is not so wonderful. After he slowly got up from the bed, he covered his chest with his upper body wrapped in white cloth, and looked at the surrounding arrangements with curious eyes. The place he is in is a very quaint room, surrounded by potted green plants, but the space inside is too big. Su Sheng reached out and touched these wooden utensils. At first sight, they weren't made of ordinary wood. Exclaimed, such a big room, just buy a lot of gold soul coins, right? Tart. There was a knock on the door. Su Sheng turned around, staring away with a very vigilant gaze. He doesn't know where this is for the time being, he must be cautious. The female voice outside the door rang, Su Sheng, I'm here. Then Ning Rong Rong opened the door and walked in. She saw Su Sheng, who was staring at her face suddenly rosy, and she walked over briskly, her eyes showing a little worry. Su Sheng, is your body all right? She is very afraid that Chen Xin will cause indelible damage to Su Sheng's body. Don't worry, Rong Rong, I'm fine, my body is not that fragile. Hiss. Before Su Sheng finished speaking, the extreme pain made him take another breath. But thinking that since Ning Rong Rong is here, most of this place is the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rong Rong watched Su Sheng's grief, slowly lowered his head, and said in a weak tone, that, Su Sheng, this time I am sorry for you, let Grandpa Gu and Grandpa Jian misunderstood you, and almost. If it weren't for her, Su Sheng wouldn't have suffered such severe injuries. Seeing her self-blaming appearance, Su Sheng gently stretched out her hand to rub her hair, and whispered, isn't it to blame you, and am I not doing well now? Don't think too much. Ning Rong Rong was able to apologize to himself, that means that his mouth was effective that day. Otherwise, with the original temperament, how could he bow his head and apologize in person? Feeling the warmth above his head, Ning Rong Rong raised his head again. After a while, the thin-skinned Ning Rong Rong apologized, Su Sheng, since you are fine now, can you come with me? Dad said that if you wake up, I will take you to see him. She couldn't figure out what her father wanted to do. Obviously before that, he could directly use the Kaibao glazed tile pagoda to recover for Su Sheng. With Ning Fengzi's method, it is easy to recover from Su Sheng's injury. Su Sheng did not refuse, but agreed with a smile, okay, then trouble Rong Rong to lead the way. I actually want to see your father, the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect. Ning Fengzi is gentle and generous in everyone's eyes, but in Su Sheng's eyes, this is not the case. He just always regards the benefit as maximizing. Of course, it can also be said that he has a long-term vision for people. Otherwise, why did Tang San save him when he was intercepted in the original work? The reason was that he had 2 points. One was because Tang San's father, Tang Hao, was the youngest titled Douluo in the mainland. Being able to win over Tang San means that the 7 treasure glazed tile sect will be on the line with Tang Hao. I believe that with Tang San's friendship with Ning Rong Rong, when the 7 treasure glazed tile sect is in crisis, Tang Hao, the father of the former, will never stand by. Second, it is the terrifying potential of the 3 Tang people and their indifferent friendship. What does Su Sheng mean by this? Could it be that, he was to me? Ning Rong Rong's thinking was crooked, and his hot cheeks seemed to think of something exciting. Ever since, she took Su Sheng's arm naturally, with a very satisfied smile on her face, and whispered in a very gentle tone, "Su Sheng, let's go, then, Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu are there too." Su Sheng looked down at Ning Rongrong holding his arm, and said quietly, "Rongrong, if you do this, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo can't do it with anger. The baby that I dote in my heart has only been intimate with others in a few days. Hey, I'm afraid Chinexin's face will be so ugly and ugly. However, I feel better." Ning Rongrong consciously released the arm holding Su Sheng, pointed at the hall in front of him, and whispered to Su Sheng, "This is it, let's go in." Su Sheng nodded, and the two of them walked straight into the hall. As soon as Su Sheng stepped into the hall, he noticed that Gurong and Chen Xin sitting behind were staring at him, while Ning Fengzi, who was sitting between them, smiled calmly at him unexpectedly. There is also a chair placed directly in front of them, and you don't have to think about it, you know it was for Su Sheng. However, Su Sheng's gaze first glanced at Gurong and Chen Xin. Is this Gurong and Chen Xin trying to disarm themselves? With Juxing Xutang, he can't beat him with his current spirit power, but the other spirit will say something else. After all, he tried to switch to the Sword of Ice Rose last time. There is only one feeling for him, powerful enough to be terrifying. Especially 800,000 years, a million-year spirit ring, it brings him a full 20 spirit abilities. It's just that with my current body, if I force it to use it, I'm afraid that after killing the enemy, my body will not be able to withstand the power of the sword and explode into flowers. Ning Rongrong walked up to Ning Fengzi gracefully, pouting his mouth and said, "Dad, I brought Su Sheng over here. If you have anything to say, please hurry up." Ning Fengzi took a sip of tea elegantly, winked at Ning Rongrong, and asked affectionately, "Rongrong, can you go outside for a while? Dad and Grandpa Gu, Grandpa Jian, there are things I want to talk to Su Sheng. Have a chat." Ning Rongrong glanced at Su Sheng, who was indifferent, then clenched his small fists and raised them towards Gurong and Chen Xin, "Then you are not going to do anything to Su Sheng again." At this moment, Gurong felt very uncomfortable. "Don't worry, Rongrong, we won't do anything to him. Not to mention Chinexin, the surface is calm, and the bottom of my heart is almost out of breath." He whispered in a low voice, "I knew I had cut this Su Sheng earlier." Of course, it was just his angry words. Chen Xin later learned that it was because of Su Sheng's protection that Ning Rongrong was able to return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Glass sect in its entirety. So there is no hostility towards him. After getting the assurance from the two, Ning Rongrong raised his noble chin and left with great joy. "I just don't know what Su Sheng will talk to Dad? Could it really be?" After Ning Rongrong left, Ning Fengzi looked at Su Sheng with his soft eyes, and slightly extended his hand to invite, "Little friend Su Sheng, you are the benefactor who saved Rongrong. Don't be so restrained, please sit down. Ning Fengzi has said so. If Su Sheng doesn't sit, it's his etiquette. The younger generation would be more respectful than fate." Su Sheng replied, and slowly sat on the chair, waiting for Ning Fengzi's next. He believed that Ning Fengzi would definitely not call himself over for no reason. It was definitely not easy. Chapter 40, Will Ning Rong be rationed to me? On Ning Fengzi's handsome cheeks, he stared at Su Sheng for a while, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and said, "Su Sheng, can I call you that?" Su Sheng frowned slightly. Sect Master Ning said and laughed, "Of course." Ning Fengzi nodded slightly, "Then I will call you Su Sheng directly." This time Rongrong was in danger in the Sunset Forest. "Thank you for saving the little girl. Ning is so grateful." Su Sheng said lightly, "Sect Master Ning is welcome, Rongrong is such a good girl, I can't naturally watch her die away." What is Ning Fengzi trying to test himself like this? He feels that the answer will be revealed soon. Ning Fengzi's tone gradually increased, and a convincing temperament overflowed from the inside out. "Of course, if you encounter any difficulties later, as long as you can do it, our Kaibao glazed glass sect will never refuse. Su Sheng's dissatisfaction in his heart has increased again, and he really doesn't want to talk in such a clouded mist, and directly said, Sect Master Ning, I understand your kindness, I believe you should also know that I say wrong and no such meaning. Ning Fengzi stood up, then slowly bowed his head and said, Ning Mo knows naturally, but Su Sheng, this time Uncle Jian accidentally injured you, I am here to apologize for him today. Su Sheng secretly said, this man of Ning Fengzi can bend and stretch, but it is not in vain that the Seven Treasures Liulai sect can develop to the status of the upper three sections. The dignified sect master Kaibao Liulai actually bowed himself to apologize. What this can also explain is his ambition. Seeing this scene, Chen Xian's old face sitting behind Ning Fengzi sank, and he couldn't help but scolded, Fengzi, what are you doing? I still need you to apologize for me. However, Ning Fengzi stretched out his hand to stop him. He stood up again and smiled towards Chen Xan and said, it's impossible to let Uncle Jian apologize yourself, right? Gurong next to him patted him on the shoulder and said calmly, Fengzi must have his own ideas, don't be so hypocritical. Chen Xian glanced at him coldly, and said with no anger, hey. Of course, it's not for you. Naturally, there is no need for hypocrisy. If Gurong is allowed to experience his situation, I am afraid he will be even more angry than himself. Su Sheng was not prepared to be embarrassed, but it was necessary to make him uncomfortable. I beat myself so hard before, but now I can't bear this bit of discomfort. What is that? Su Sheng's complexion asked, what is Sect Master Ning doing? If it weren't for Jian Douluo, I might not be able to visit Gazong. Chen Xian wanted to stand up and retort, boy. You are, oh. But just halfway through the conversation, Gurong was forced to press down on his shoulder. He covered his forehead with the other hand, and only felt that it was really embarrassing to sit with Chen Xian today. They were both titled Douluo-level powerhouses who had experienced many life and death difficulties, and were easily angered. I have to care about this with a junior. Moreover, they were indeed wrong in this matter. In order to ease the relationship with Wrong, what kind of irony is this? Ning Fengzi looked at Su Sheng's naked irony, the corners of his mouth twitched a few times, and then it flashed past, calmly sitting back on the chair. He asked kindly again, Su Sheng, according to Uncle Jian, your spirit power has reached level 91 now. Su Sheng smiled blackly and said, well, I barely have a little talent. When I awaken, I seem to have 90th level of innate soul power. Ning Fengzi clenched his fingers slightly, enduring the discomfort in his heart. No, he is Wrong's lifesaver, he can't turn his face, Because of the limitations of the 7 treasure glazed glaze pagoda, he would never be able to set foot on the 80th level contra in his life, so he was stuck at the 79th level. Su Sheng's words ruthlessly destroyed the confidence that he belonged to the sect master Kaibao Liulai. Ning Fengzi, this kid speaks with thorns, and he can no longer be seated in a seat. Even Ning Fengzi almost couldn't help not turning his face, let alone Chen Xian and Gurong behind him. After the two heard them, they only heard a puff, as if their hearts were riddled with daggers. After Gurong and Chen Xian looked at each other, they nodded silently. This guy said that this kind of thing cannot change his face and said that he barely has a little talent. Doesn't that mean that they are both rubbish? I can't stay any longer, I'm afraid I can't help but kill this kid on the spot. After the two stood up tacitly, Chen Xian coughed, well, Fengzi, I'll hand it over to you first. The old bones have been itchy recently. I'll go and clean up this guy. Gurong raised an eyebrow, who is itchy? Do you want to fight? Chen Xian got angry, and sneered, fight as long as you fight. Whoever said that is afraid of you, don't forget that I can always win one more move than you. You fart, it's obviously that I'm slightly better every time. While the two pretended to be angry, on the other hand, they quickly walked outside the hall. Just like that, they left. Ever since, Su Sheng and Ning Fengzi were left in the entire hall. Ning Fengzi. After Gurong and Chen Xin left, Su Sheng's previous black belly receded, and said with a faint smile, "Sect Master Ning laughed. The junior was only displeased after being badly hurt by sword Douluo. He wanted to vent, and he didn't shame you." The meaning of this short sentence has improved Ning Fengzi's impression of Su Sheng several times. He thought that what Su Sheng had shown before was his nature, but he didn't expect to just want to vent to Uncle Jian and Uncle Bone. Moreover, the intensity of venting is appropriate, there is no excessive verbal conflict. He secretly gave Su Sheng a comment, "Yes, with such a dexterous mind and such a terrifying talent, I am afraid that he will be a strong person in the future." Looking at Rong Rong's attitude towards Su Sheng before, if Rong Rong could. Ning Fengzi narrowed his eyes slightly. When Su Sheng saw Ning Fengzi who was opposite, he was inexplicably lost in thought, thinking about something important, so he didn't interrupt his thinking. Ning Fengzi, who had recovered his senses, stared at Su Sheng with a gleam, and asked with a smile, "Su Sheng, what do you think of Rong Rong?" "Rong Rong? Very well behaved and sensible. What does Sect Master Ning mean when asked?" Su Sheng asked with surprise on his face, and asked seriously. Could it be that Ning Fengzi intends to ration Ning Rong to himself? "Don't play like that, you are still young." The corners of Ning Fengzi's mouth raised slightly, and he sighed softly, "Su Sheng, Rong Rong has never been so close to anyone in the Kai Bao Liulai sect for so many years, and he has a little willful temper." Ning Fengzi looked directly at Su Sheng's pupils very seriously and suggested, "However, after meeting you back, all aspects have begun to develop for the better. So, if I will give you the honor, would you be willing?" As his daughter, Ning Rong Rong also inherited his martial soul, the 7 treasure glazed tile tower. The future needs a strong soul master guard, and Su Sheng is undoubtedly a good choice. Chapter 41, Return. Su Sheng's face sank. Sure enough, Ning Fengzi said so much, just for what he said now. However, he couldn't easily agree. Ning Fengzi was a scheming man and rationed Ning Rong to himself. It was nothing more than a bit of wooing. In general, the future of the 7 treasure glaze sect is still the most important thing. Even if Su Sheng didn't reject Ning Rong Rong in his heart, and even had a good impression, it was not what Ning Fengzi used to trade. Su Sheng tactfully rejected Ning Fengzi's suggestion, "Sect Master Ning, you have thought about it. Although I have a good impression of Rong Rong, I have not yet reached the point of talking about marriage." Ning Fengzi, who received Su Sheng's reply, did not have an unexpected expression on his face. If Su Sheng really agreed, then he is still full of doubts about Su Sheng. Is it erotic? In this way, Su Sheng has a general impression in Ning Fengzi's heart. Ning Fengzi smiled elegantly, his tone was not salty, and he said, "You are right, this is something I thought about wrongly, but if it is possible, I hope we can become a family." Su Sheng stood up slowly and said with a smile, "Sect Master Ning's heart is my heart, but whether I and Rong Rong can get together depends on fate. After all, nothing is impossible." Ning Fengzi nodded slightly, "But before that, let me treat you first." After he stood up, he set the scepter in the middle, and then, the 7 treasure glazed tile tower, which was more immortal than Ning Rong Rong's, slowly emerged in his palm. If you see the aura of the Kai Bao glazed tile pagoda, it keeps moving, reflecting the dazzling silver light from time to time. Afterwards, 7 colorful spirit rings rose slowly under the feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, and black are also the best spirit ring ratios. However, the most peculiar thing is that Ning Fengzi's 7th spirit ring is completely different from the other 2 10,000-year spirit rings. It is as dark as ink, and it seems to have at least close to the level of a 100,000-year spirit ring. It's almost the same as Su Sheng's 9 hearts and Blood Tang's 9th spirit ring. He uttered 7 words without emotion from his mouth, Kai Bao Liu Lai, Lai Hu Yu Zeng. As the words fell, his 6th spirit ring suddenly lit up, and Kai Bao Liu Lai emitted a dazzling white light that was more powerful than before, and a warm spring-like light enveloped Su Sheng from top to bottom. Su Sheng stared at his injured skin, and saw that under the warm light, the broken flesh and blood began to re-emerge into granulation. In just 10 seconds, all the wounds received by the whole body were self-healing. Is this the terrifying recovery ability of Ning Fengzi's use of the 7 treasure glazed glaze pagoda? It is indeed the mainland's first auxiliary system Wuhan. Even if Ning Fengzi may not be able to break through to Contra in his life, I believe no one will look down upon him. Su Sheng glanced at Ning Fengzi and said politely, "Thank you, Sect Master Ning, the auxiliary ability of the Kai Bao glazed glaze pagoda really deserves its reputation. If Ning Fengzi could reach title Douluo, how terrifying would it be?" Ning Fengzi nodded slightly, and joked humorously, "Go, Rong should be still waiting for you outside. If it's later, maybe I think I did something to you. Sect Master Ning, then I will leave first." After speaking, Chao Ning Fengzi gave a casual gesture, then turned and walked outside the hall. Looking at Su Sheng's back, Ning Fengzi silently said with his chin, "Su Sheng, I wonder what changes you will make on this continent? It is really something to look forward to." When Ning Rongrong saw Su Sheng walk out, he hurried over and looked at Su Sheng's whole body carefully. After seeing that it was all right, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, she was still a little afraid of Gurong in her heart, and Chen Xin deliberately targeted Su Sheng. She blinked her lingering eyes. "Su Sheng, did they do anything to you, Dad?" Wrong, how should I answer your question? We just talked about something insignificant," Su Sheng said with a twitch of mouth. "Do you seem to be so easily bullied?" When Ning Rongrong heard this, a trace of disappointment appeared on his face, and he said in a low voice, "Isn't it important? That means..." Su Sheng didn't give his father. "It seems that I have thought a lot before." Su Sheng naturally saw the disappointment on Ning Rongrong's face, and rubbed her head familiarly again, approached Ning Rongrong's ears, and slowly spit out, "Rongrong, this time I can come to the Kai Bao glazed glass sect. Very good harvest, but I have to leave as soon as possible." Sensitive Ning Rongrong broke free all of a sudden. His hot cheeks seemed to be telling how she had just been feeling. Ning Rongrong's eyes dimmed, and he buried his head in loss, bit his thin lip, and fixed his eyes on Su Sheng, wanting him to give him an answer. Su Sheng, do we still have a chance to see you again?" She was very afraid that after Su Sheng left the Kai Bao Liu Lai sect today, he would never be able to meet again. "Of course it will, but you have to believe in such a wonderful thing as fate. Then I will leave first." Su Sheng turned his back and waved his hand casually. But after turning around, he regretted a little bit. He turned back stiff again. Under Ning Rongrong's confused gaze, he touched his nose awkwardly. "Rongrong, where can I leave the Kai Bao glazed glass sect? I seem to be lost. This is the 7 treasure glazed tile school, I have never been here before, relying on him. I'm afraid I can't find the right way out after spending a day in the Kai Bao Liu Lai sect." Puff puff. Ning Rongrong suddenly covered his mouth and smiled. All his previous loss was wiped out, and he said in a suave manner, "Su Sheng, I didn't expect you to have such a humorous side. Let's go, I'll take you out." Su Sheng. It seems that the problem of getting lost will have to be solved in the future, otherwise, his. Su Sheng, who returned to Wuhandian Academy, opened the door and walked into the classroom. He casually glanced at Chi Ruo, who was writing with his back facing him, and said, "Teacher Chi Ruo." Su Sheng's voice broke the tranquility of the classroom, and the eyes of the 3 Xiaoyu turned to Su Sheng. Yan snickered and said, "This Su Sheng was a few hours late before arriving. I'm afraid that he will not be scolded to death by teacher Chi Ruo." Ziyu picked up her eyes, and uttered a merciless blow. Don't think about it, Su Sheng is different from you and me. And Hu Lina's beautiful eyes just stared at Su Sheng curiously. After hearing the sound, Qi Ruo silently stopped his movements and turned to look at Su Sheng at the door. He who was habitually ready to get angry, he vomited halfway and swallowed abruptly. It doesn't matter if the other three are harsh, except for the unique existence of Su Sheng. We can't provoke. This is a genuine title Douluo, isn't it a matter of squeezing this little soul saint to death? So, pretending to be calm, coughed, it's Su Sheng, go sit down first. After Su Sheng sat down, Qi Ruo resumed the previous topic again, saying loudly, just now we talked about martial arts fusion skills. Chapter 42, 3 years later. In the Wuhan Hall, in the Saint Child's room. On the soft and friendly cotton bed, a man is lying quietly. Before long, his cold eyes, like a Tangu Quan, trembled slightly, and then slowly unfolded. He moved his gaze out of the window, and said softly, "Is it dawn?" with a voice filled with magnetism. Then he was full of icy air, stretched out very lazily, and then slowly got up from the bed. This person is exactly Su Sheng, who has spent 3 years in the Wuhan Hall. Now he has long since faded away from his youthful aura, and he has reached the time when he is flourishing. Su Sheng's gaze narrowed slightly, looking at himself in the front mirror, pursing the corner of his mouth, and muttering, "Did Zhu Xingxiutang still affect me in 3 years?" I saw Su Sheng in the mirror. He was about 1.7 meters tall, dressed in a white robe, and his wrists were loosely rolled up. He was simple and beautiful. The slightly drooping slender hair draped behind him like a waterfall, and the invisibility of the whole person showed even more chill, as if it could freeze everything. If someone stares at Su Sheng, they are a pair of dark ember-like pupils that do not contain any emotions, and they look more cold. The eyes are constantly shining with cold light. The tall nose and the beautiful lips are all released. Its unique charm. A glance and a smile are enough to pull a woman into the abyss of intoxication. It's like a jade master on Mo, the sun is unparalleled in the world. Suddenly, a female voice rang out from outside the door, breaking the silence. "Su Sheng, I'm here." After the words fell, a woman with a slim figure and golden hair walked in from the door. She was full of charm. With a slight smile on her thin lips, she could lift up the flames of the opposite sex, undoubtedly adding a bit of haziness fascinating. It's Hu Lina. But because of Wuhan Tianhu, her original sense of innocence disappeared. Hu Lina smiled charmingly at Su Sheng and put on his arm and said, "Su Sheng, are you ready? Today we seem to be leaving the academy and accept the teacher's instruction in person." "Well, let's go." Su Sheng's amber eyes condensed slightly, and he loosened the arm held by Hu Lina, and said lightly. Hu Lina rolled her eyes angrily, "Su Sheng, you have changed so much in the past few years." Su Sheng was rather speechless, and said coldly, "Aren't you?" Wasn't Hu Lina talking about herself again? Not only he and Hu Lina, but also Xiaoyu, both of the golden generation, are completely different from 3 years ago. There is no way for him to become like this. For 3 years, Zhu Xingxiutang needs to absorb more and more blood every day, and in the end it started to affect his mood. Expecting to kill a person before, Su Sheng would still feel a little regretful. If it is now, he can't even feel any emotion like crushing an ant. Su Sheng shook his head and put aside these thoughts, and walked out indifferently. "Let's go, don't let the teacher wait for a long time." Hu Lina, who was left out in the cold, pursed her thin lips, a few inexplicable light flashed in her beautiful eyes. "I didn't call you yet, really." Then he sighed and followed Su Sheng's pace. In the Pope's palace. Sitting on the Pope's chair, Bibi Dong, holding a purple gold scepter, is still full of convincing oppression. Standing beside him are Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes flowed between Xiaoyu and Yan. After a while, she faded out. "Xiaoyu, where are Su Sheng and Hu Lina?" Ziyu's eyes were startled, and she felt cold sweat all over her body. No matter how many times I have met Bibi Dong's powerful terror deterrence will never diminish. He replied respectfully, His Royal Highness, if not surprising, Su Sheng overslept and may have forgotten today's arrangements. As for my sister, I should call Su Sheng, maybe it will be here soon. Yan next to Xiaoyu carefully glanced at Bibi Dong, then lowered his head, trying not to talk without talking. Sometimes it's better to be dumb. But the more you don't think about it, the more likely it is. Bibi Dong turned his gaze to Yan, and his thin lips opened slightly. Yan, your martial spirit flame lord has great potential. If you can cultivate it well, title Douluo is not impossible for you. Yan, who was trembling in his heart, replied, Thank you. Your Majesty the Pope, for cultivation, Yan will definitely practice with all his heart. Too terrifying, the pressure of His Highness the Pope is simply not something ordinary people can bear. He couldn't figure out how Hulina and Su Sheng managed to calm down under this strong pressure. The chrysanthemum on Bibi Dong's left cares and secretly vomits, this guy is really not afraid of death, so he dare to let His Highness the Pope wait for him. This is the nth time he has seen it. Ever since Su Sheng and Bibi Dong became acquainted, the former Bibi Dong's attitude seemed too loose. I dare not ask. On the other side, Ghost Douluo was thinking about another thing. About last year, he had discussed with Su Sheng, and finally ended in a draw. And now Su Sheng's strength is probably far better than that of Huohuiguan and himself. When they were silent, Teacher, here we come, a cold word came from outside the hall, and Su Sheng, who had a frosty face, and Hulina, who was full of charm, walked in side by side. The arrival of the two immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Especially Bibi Dong, she is no stranger to Su Sheng's cold appearance, knowing that this is not his nature. The purple gold scepter in Bibi Dong's hand shook towards the ground, and her tone gradually became serious. Since everyone is here, I will now talk about the future cultivation plan of the four of you. From today onwards, the four of you will need to work together to hunt down soul beasts that have been cultivated for at least 10,000 years in the Star Do Great Forest every day. The tone of Bibi Dong's words is beyond doubt. Since the four of them have been cultivated as the golden generation of Wuhan Hall, the training content given must far exceed the limit. Yan couldn't help but be shocked and said, What? 10,000 years soul beast? Just the four of us? It is not clear how many levels of Su Sheng's spirit power are, but his, Hulina, and Ziyu's spirit power levels are all around 34 to 35. Just rely on this strength to hunt 10,000-year-old soul beasts, I am afraid that the entire army will be wiped out in an instant. The corners of Xiaoyu's mouth twitched a bit, she glanced at Hulina, who had no objection, and bit her head and replied, Yes, Your Majesty Pope. Seeing Ziyu and Yan's faces flashed with doubts, Bibi Dong's eyes became cold. This task is impossible for others, but you are the golden generation that symbolizes the dignity of the Wuhan Palace. If you can't even do this difficult here, is it worthy of this title? Ziyu, Hulina, and Yan immediately replied, Yes, His Highness the Pope, Teacher. This is the words of His Highness the Pope himself, even if they can't do it. Teacher, I have something I want to discuss with you. Only Su Sheng's icy voice rang out untimely. Chapter 43, Leaving the Wuhan Hall. Bibi Dong frowned and looked at Su Sheng. Su Sheng? Do you have any questions? Yan was able to subconsciously be dissatisfied with Su Sheng's cultivation of killing the 10,000 years soul beast. What is Su Sheng doing against His Majesty the Pope now? Isn't it the first 10,000-year soul beast? The four are still afraid to do it. Besides, aren't there Ziyu and Lina's martial arts fusion skills? But Xiaoyu and Hulina were staring at Su Sheng, waiting for the latter to follow. The latter knows that with Su Sheng's title Douluo's strength, even if it is the auxiliary system, it is easy to fight the 10,000 years soul beast. What's more, she learned from her teacher that the reason why she didn't practice with them at noon and afternoon was actually to participate in the soul fight and hunt down 10,000-year soul beasts. In Hulina's view, Su Sheng should have something important that would interrupt Bibi Dong's words untimely. Su Sheng's eyes looked directly at Bibi Dong's pupils and whispered, "Teacher, I want to temporarily leave the Wuhan Hall for a period of time. It may take a year or a few years." When these words were said, the entire papal hall was surprisingly quiet. The next moment, Ziyu and Hulina's eyes flashed in astonishment. The former asked in confusion, "Su Sheng, what are you doing? If it's because of the 10,000-year soul beast mission, we can definitely be hunted by the four of us." Hulina stared at Su Sheng, then pursed her thin lips, whispering Su Sheng. Yan quietly glanced at Bibi Dong's gradually gloomy expression, knowing that Su Sheng's words would definitely make His Majesty angry. He hurriedly walked over and patted Su Sheng's shoulder, reminding him, "Su Sheng, don't say anything stupid, and leave for a year or many years." Su Sheng just gave Yan a blank expression, without speaking. There are actually many reasons why he left temporarily. He wants to see this Shrek Academy that only accepts monsters, and then visit the city of killing. His Royal Highness calms down his anger. Su Sheng is probably confused for a while. "Yes, that's right, Su Sheng, please explain to His Highness the Pope." After Huohuiguan and Gaimei explained a few words for Su Sheng, they kept blinking at the latter. Bibi Dong, who was sitting on the Pope's chair with a gloomy face, felt extremely complicated, and looked at Su Sheng at a loss. Su Sheng said in a flat tone, "Teacher, when you accepted me as a disciple, I once said that if one day you want to leave temporarily, you will not stop you." He believes that Abi Dong's character will definitely not break his promise, and he just needs to return to the Spirit Hall before the Spirit Master Elite competition. After Bibi Dong heard Su Sheng's words, he was silent for a while, then sighed a little helplessly, and scanned his cheeks tightly, as if he wanted to see something. "Su Sheng, can you tell me why are you leaving?" If his apprentice left to improve his spirit power, it was obviously impossible. Su Sheng's spirit power level has reached the terrifying level 93, this speed is already enchanting speed, so Bibi Dong is very curious, what exactly does Su Sheng want to do? Su Sheng's eyes flashed with the color of thinking, and he replied, "Teacher, I am leaving this time to find an opportunity to suppress my Wuhan, Juxingxiutang's side effects." In fact, he didn't have much interest in staying in the Martial Soul Palace. Even if he wanted to be a salted fish, he had to be the saltiest one. Bibi Dong listened to Su Sheng's answer, and after thinking it over, he agreed, "That's the case. Since that's the case, Su Sheng, I allow you to leave the Wuhan Hall, but before the elite competition a few years later, you must come back." Su Sheng is the hand of Wuhan Palace that will be able to subvert the mainland in the future. Is extremely important. Seeing Bibi Dong agreeing to Su Sheng's absurd request, Jamaiguan and Gaimei glanced at each other, and there was only one sentence in their hearts. "My lord, times have changed." The corner of Su Sheng's mouth turned indifferently, and he respectfully said, "Thank you, teacher." After leaving the Pope's hall, Su Sheng was surrounded by Xiaoyu, Hulina, and Yan. Yan Zhang said suspiciously, "Su Sheng, are you really going to leave for a few years?" He seriously suspected that this guy took advantage of having a good skin and went to find other beautiful ladies alone. Su Shengqiang, who was paralyzed, held up a smile, "Well, in the next few years, you can rely on you to support the formation of Wuhan Hall." Ziyu frowned and said uncomfortably, "We are a team. What is it that we have been alone for a few years?" The four of them finally reached the tacit understanding of the team, but they had to leave one before they met an opponent that could compete. "Think about it, I feel very uncomfortable." The corners of Su Sheng's mouth twitched a few times, and his eyes rolled silently in his heart. He was not afraid of hitting their self-esteem. The light in Hulina's eyes dimmed a lot, and she looked at Su Sheng somewhat disappointed and said, "Su Sheng, are you really leaving?" Su Sheng gently stretched out his hand and stroked her cheek, and said as gently as possible, "Well, I am not coming back, don't show such a disappointed expression." The corners of Hulina's eyes turned red, as she thought of being separated from Su Sheng for several years. A few sorrow and grief surfaced unconsciously in my heart. After Su Sheng glanced at the three of them, Ziyu, Lina, who else? If there is nothing wrong, I will leave first. Yan retorted decisively, "Hey, Su Sheng, who are you calling and who?" "My name is Yan, Yan." This Su Sheng is really true. Before leaving, he has to himself off, because he was a little sad just now. Thinking about it this way, all those feelings are for nothing. When Su Sheng turned around, Hulina wiped her eyes and called out Su Sheng, "Su Sheng, wait for me, I'll get something." After speaking, Hulina trod away and left. The three Su Sheng are all at a loss. In a few minutes, Hulina trod over, panting, holding a dark gauze cap and cloak in her hands. Hulina walked in front of Su Sheng, blushing and passed the two things in her hand. "Su Sheng, this is for you. If there is nothing to hide, it will be easy to attract other people." Hulina was actually going to say that he was attracted to the opposite sex, but I didn't know if Xiaoyu and Yan were present, and changed a word abruptly. When Yan saw these two things, he laughed straight out and said, "Ah ha ha ha, I'm so ridiculous. Lina, this thing you gave is in line with Su Sheng's temperament." Xiaoyu, who was next to him, also forced her smile after seeing it, and turned her head pretentiously. Su Sheng looked at what Hulina handed over and took it with trembling hands. If these two things are normal, it would be nice to say, but this is obviously the old veil with stray threads and the evil cloak like rags. Is she trying to make herself a beggar? Although Su Sheng's heart was constantly twitching, he had to pretend to be grateful. "Thank you, Lina, this thing. I like it very much." Hulina, with red eye circles, did not speak any more, and suddenly hugged Su Sheng into his arms and started to cry. Su Sheng was stunned by her wild behavior, but closed when she wanted to speak, silently stretched out a hand and gently patted Hulina's back. Chapter 44, Soto City, Flanders and number 039, Shop. Hulina wiped her tears, slowly released Su Sheng, who was holding her tightly, and said with a strong smile, "Su Sheng, no matter how long you go, we are the golden generation of Wuhan Palace." Su Sheng's eyes filled with a few traces of spoiling, and slowly rubbed her hair. "Well, when I come back, I hope to see you in a few years, and your spirit power can be one step closer." Although his face can't show it, he has been very fulfilling during his 3 years in the Spirit Hall. Su Sheng is very clear about Hulina's feelings for him, but his inner feelings for Hulina have not yet reached that point. Now, it's just more like a close teammate. Yan leaned on his hips, and said sourly, "Hey, Su Sheng, during the 3 years of cultivating together, we don't even know what level of your spirit power is. We are going to leave. Are we going to hide it?" 3 years ago, he still regarded Su Sheng as a love rival, but since he felt that Hulina didn't mean that to him, he gradually let go of this relationship. Xiaoyu, who was watching with cold eyes, saw Hulina's attitude toward Su Sheng, which had never been revealed to his biological brother. Some sighed silently. Su Sheng unconsciously snatched his sister away. "I really don't know if I should be happy that my sister has found someone I really like, or if my sister who has been sad for so many years was taken away. Yan, if you want to know my spirit power level, then you should try to improve it. You are not worthy of you now." Su Sheng spit out a faint word. Yan immediately turned his face and said with disdain, "Cut, what to pull, and don't tell. If you don't tell, it's not rare for me." Even if Su Sheng's spirit power is higher than that of the three of them, how high can it be? This arrogant tone really regarded himself as a powerhouse of title Douluo's level? After Su Sheng left the Wuhan city, he quickly headed north, and it took him almost a day before he reached the kingdom of Barak. Su Sheng stopped on the street. At this moment, he was dressed in a black cloak presented by Hulina, with a hat on his head to completely cover his cheeks. Su Sheng slowly stretched out his hand to lift up his hat, and scanned the slightly bustling street with cold eyes. In a light tone, "This is Soto City? It looks pretty good." In fact, he is still a little grateful to Hulina at the moment. Fortunately, Hulina gave him these two things. Although the shabby is a little shabby, it does avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Just because Su Sheng was on the long road to Barak Kingdom, because he did not hide his appearance, and then coupled with his dusty temperament, walking in the crowd is very conspicuous. Many young women and beauties came to strike up a conversation. He was smart and brought the two babies given by Hulina and successfully arrived here. But the next moment, Su Sheng, who was looking around, gradually fixed his eyes on a shop similar to collecting antiques, and narrowed his eyes. "Hey? This shop?" Then put down the hat, walked in front of this shop, looked up at the font that read Dragon and Phoenix Dance, opened the door and walked in. Su Sheng, who walked in, had no time to observe the surroundings in the future, and he felt an ancient and elegant atmosphere from the whole shop. He looked forward slightly, and saw a wooden rocking chair in front of him. A middle-aged man with a beard and silver eyeglasses was staring at the magazine in his hand leisurely. After Su Sheng entered the store, he didn't even give him a look. He secretly said in his heart, "Sure enough, no wonder this store is similar to the description in memory. The owner of this shop is the Dean of Shrek Academy, Flanders." Flanders' glasses suddenly reflected a burst of white light, and then he said in a light tone, "Just look at what you want, don't go out, in short, don't disturb me." Su Sheng pursed his lips, but did not say anything, and began to move carefully to watch the objects placed in the room. He stretched out his hand and touched the bronze utensils squatting on the ground. The cool feel made him a little fond of it. Then he went straight forward, and when he reached a shelf, his eyes curiously placed a rustic ring on it. Su Sheng silently took it into his hand and played with it, and after a closer look, he saw that its appearance was silver with a faint gleam, and a prismatic blood ruby was cast in the center of the ring, which looked extremely magnificent. But maybe it's because of the dust, it seems unremarkable. Su Sheng shook his head, most of the interest in his heart lost. This ring doesn't look special, it might look better after it is washed. At the moment when Su Sheng of the ring turned around and was about to look at other small objects, he suddenly heard a fierce buzzing sound. It seems that something is calling him urgently. Su Sheng glanced around coldly, and found nothing wrong. When he took a step again, the fierce trembling sound rang in his mind again, but this time, it was much fiercer than before. He looked suspiciously at Flanders sitting in the rocking chair, and said faintly, "Boss, did you hear any trembling sound just now?" Unexpectedly, Flander, who was lying on the rocking chair with Erlang's legs, stretched out his to top of the glasses frame, glanced at Su Sheng impatiently, and said unpleasantly, "It's very quiet here, no sound." After speaking, he looked at the magazine in his hand again. It seems that he was so close, but he didn't hear the trembling sound Su Sheng said. Su Sheng silently shook his head, and said secretly, "Could it be that I have a hallucination? But the strong trembling sound just now. And many more." Su Sheng took a step back and returned to the previous position, staring at the ring with the prismatic blood ruby. The trembling sound just came after touching this ring, could it be said? In order to verify his guess, Su Sheng took a deep breath, fixed his eyes on the ring, and then took a step forward. Before he landed completely, the ring in Su Sheng's eyes began to tremble crazily, and his mind began to make a buzzing sound again. Su Sheng picked up the ring and looked at the ordinary ring, and muttered, "Is this the ring? It doesn't look simple. Buy it and keep it." But he thought as if in the original, Tang San took a huge yellow spar from this Flanders shop, as if he had used it to make some kind of hidden weapon for dragon's whiskers. The penetrating power seems to be able to penetrate Zhao Waoqi's defense. After several minutes of searching, a very precious yellow spar was placed in front of Su Sheng. Su Sheng patted the unusually hard spar, and said in surprise, "Is this thing?" Then he picked up the hair crystal and the blood-red ring and put them on the counter. Su Sheng looked at Flander with no trace of emotion, and said lightly, "Boss, how many soul coins are there in total? I want them all." Flander just glanced at Su Sheng in surprise, and when he saw that he was wearing a weird costume, he didn't even show his cheeks. After buying 2 more things that he thought was worthless, he gradually narrowed his eyes. From the bottom of my heart, I couldn't help thinking about Su Sheng's identity. That spar 500 gold soul coins, ring 300 gold soul coins. In that case, let yourself see if this guy really needs this thing. The prices of the 2 items that Flander casually said were 5 times higher than the original ones. Chapter 45, Dawn and Number 039, Tea Panic, Dawn and Number 039, Tea Panic, Small Scenes, Stable. Su Sheng's eyes flickered a little bit of astonishment, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This hair crystal actually requires 500 gold soul coins. What a joke, this Flander is a profiteer, and the lion's mouth is open. When Tang San bought the original book, the initial price was 100, but how did he increase it 5 times? No matter how rich he is, he can't be taken advantage of. Su Sheng, whose eyes were cold under the hat, asked calmly, "Boss, can't it be cheaper?" Sitting on the rocking chair, Flander stretched out his leg and lay down, rolled his eyes for no reason, and relentlessly said, "Do you like to buy or not? In short, it is the price, no negotiation. Want to buy his Flemish stuff, don't cut a fortune and count him as losing. Moreover, it just so happens to see if this guy really needs these 2 things, so that he can see the way." Su Sheng gritted his teeth, and then resisted the uncomfortable heart, took out 2 bags of gold soul coins from the soul guide and threw them on the table indifferently. "Okay, I bought it. This is 800 gold soul coins." Su Sheng picked up the ring and was about to deposit the hair crystal into the soul guide. Flander glanced at Su Sheng and said again, "Wait, the hair crystal and the ring add up to 1,000 gold soul coins. Yours. Not enough money. Are you deliberately provoking me?" Su Sheng's cold cheeks suddenly became gloomy, and when he spoke, a terrible chill filled his whole body. When it comes to 500 gold soul coins, he endured it. After all, he wasn't someone who had less money. But now suddenly raising prices again, this is clearly provoking my bottom line. After feeling Su Sheng's terrifying aura, Flander put down the magazine in his hand, picked up the glasses frame again, and slowly stood up and said lightly, "I said it is 800, it is worth 800. Su Sheng's cold eyes hidden under his hat seemed to pierce Flander. A few seconds later, he turned around blankly and prepared to leave. Flander raised his eyebrows, and after watching Su Sheng's actions, he knew that he obviously planned not to buy. However, his goal has been achieved. It seems that he also doesn't know anything about these 2 things, maybe he just happens to value it. These 2 gadgets can be sold to you for 500 gold soul coins, but only if you take off the hat and cloak." Su Sheng turned around again and slowly took off his hat, revealing a handsome cheek that was extremely cold, and said coldly, "Go. It's just 2 things, he doesn't want it." After Flander saw Su Sheng's cheek clearly, his eyes flashed in astonishment, and he secretly sighed, "It's so young, and it looks like it should be about the same size as Mubai, but what's the matter with that horrifying spirit power fluctuation that is increasing?" So he lifted his chin and started thinking, "Why don't you try this, kid? If the talent is good, you can recruit Shrek Academy one day in advance." After he figured it out, Flanders stared at Su Sheng, and slowly uttered a sentence in an extremely unhappy tone, "Boy, you cannot sell things, but you dare to be rude, then don't blame me for teaching you." The furious Su Sheng's cold pupils glowed with red light, and he sneered, "Teach me? Interesting, Flander, I really gave you a face. Flender was shocked. He knows his name. But what about that? He still didn't believe that his dignified 78th level soul saint would lose to a teenage young man. That was an insult to his Flemish personality. Flander glanced at Su Sheng with a contemptuous look, handsomely stretched out a palm at Su Sheng, and said wantonly, "Boy, since I am older than you, let you do it first. If you do it yourself in a while, you should do it lightly. If you accidentally beat this child into a cripple, it would be a sin." Su Sheng did not speak, and took a step slowly. Seeing Su Sheng taking a step recklessly, Flender frowned. What's the matter with this kid? He doesn't even summon a martial soul. Are you going to touch me, Flender? Hey, anyone in this world who can cheat him on Flanders is not born yet. Bang! Su Sheng buried his head and took a step towards Flander again, slowly rising from under his feet a dark 10,000 years spirit ring. When the latter looked at the deep black spirit ring, he couldn't help being shocked and said, "The first spirit ring turned out to be 10,000 years. This kid's talent is so terrifying. I must be recruited to Shrek Academy." Although the spirit power is a bit low, it is still a real monster. This kid is simply a monster among monsters. Compared to the monster level, Mubai and the others can only be regarded as rookies in front of this child. Xiao Gang, it seems that your 10 core competencies are not correct. Today there is a kid who broke your authority in the academic field of Soul Masters. Su Sheng sneered and took 2 steps again. 2 dark spirit rings rose from under his feet again. Flander's face was extremely excited, his heart was extremely excited, and he secretly said, "It turned out to be the sole sovereign of 3 10,000-year spirit rings. I am a genius among geniuses. I swear by Flander that I will use all means to earn him." Shrek Academy. If this kid is included in Shrek, why does Flanders worry about his excellent student source? Shrek's future is simply a shining light. The 30th level Soul Sovereign is enough to crush all geniuses of the same age on the mainland. While he was thinking about it, Su Sheng took another step, and 3 more terrifying 10,000-year spirit rings floated from under his feet. Flender couldn't help taking a step back, looking at the 6 spirit rings at Su Sheng's feet and couldn't say 6, Soul Emperor of 10,000-year spirit rings. Only by him, Flander is only a 76th level soul saint. Is this guy going to be real, right? But I was comforted. It's okay, I am a soul sage, and my talent is a bit scary, but I am only a soul emperor, and there is still a 10th level gap between me and me. The problem is not big, small scenes, he Flander stays steady. Su Sheng slowly raised his head, his murderous eyes locked on Flander, and said coldly, "Flander, are you ready?" Flander, who was confused, was a little confused and asked, "What did you mean by what you just said?" But in the next second, he would know what Su Sheng said. 3 10,000-year spirit rings appeared at Su Sheng's feet again, and the last 2 10,000-year spirit rings were nearly 100,000 years deep. Fang. Title Douluo, play with me? That. My Angzia? Can you listen to me to explain? The hold was not intentional. Flender hurriedly waved his hand to explain, where there is still Su Sheng at the moment. Entering Shrek's mind, he would be touched if the latter didn't destroy him. This is title Douluo. The Soul Emperor. It's not a level at all. God, you are going to kill me, Flanders. Su Sheng glanced at him with a faint eye, and did not stop his slow walking pace. Flander, weren't you arrogant just now? Afraid. Looking at Su Sheng, who was getting closer and closer in front of him, a fear filled Flanders' heart, and he was forced by title Douluo's pressure. Flander was forced to release his martial soul, the 4-eyed cat and eagle. A huge eagle with 4 eyes emerged from behind him, and the huge cat eagle looked down at Su Sheng, staring straight at his every move. And 7 spirit rings, yellow, purple, black, and black, also appeared under their feet. Seeing Su Sheng still not intending to stop, Flender took a step back again, stretched out his finger to Su Sheng, and said in a trembling tone, "My Angzia, come here again, I'm about to do it." Chapter 46, Rose Hotel. The seventh spirit ability, the real cat and eagle. Flender spit out a word. The seventh spirit ring under his feet suddenly lit up. In an instant, the cat and eagle behind Flender began to merge into his body, his arms and the entire back slowly grew thick feathers, and a pale yellow weird eye ornament appeared on the eyes. There are two small holes in the middle. Flanders under Mao Yingzhen is full of confidence, of course not in combat. He whispered in his heart, "I'm sure I can't beat him in terms of strength, but can I still run?" I think he avoided the disaster of blood and light with this unique flying spirit back then. Flanders smiled at Su Sheng, and the wings behind him slowly flew into the air. Under the crown, this time it is Flanders' fault. Take those two things if you want, I will temporarily separate it. Then flew towards the window. Standing in the same place, Su Sheng squeezed the corner of his mouth and said lightly, "Want to go? Is it that easy? Only a soul sage, relying on the flying martial soul needs to escape his own titled Douluo, how is this possible?" But Flanders in midair didn't think so. Looking at the window close at hand, he whispered in his heart, "What about title Douluo? It's not just that I can just watch myself leave. After that, the whole person is about to rush out of the window. Bring me back." Su Sheng yelled coldly, waved his palm, and countless vines of blood entangled Flanders' legs at an extremely fast speed. Then with a violent pull, Flander who rushed out immediately pulled back forcibly. Flander, who flew upside down over the house, stabilized his figure, looked at the vine that was pulling his legs tightly, and yelled, "Damn it!" Afterwards, his legs were filled with numbness. "What? This vine is still poisonous. It's over, if you don't escape, you really can't escape." Flender's second spirit ring lit up, and he coldly shouted, "Second spirit ability, Tearing Claw." I saw Flanders' beast legs as terrifying, and a layer of light blue blade energy slowly condensed on them. Then he waved towards the roots of the 9-heart blood tang vine. Looking at this little trick, how could Su Sheng let him easily succeed, and said faintly, "The third soul ability, the imperial blood of Tang." The third spirit ring under his feet lit up, and a shield appeared at the root of the vine, firmly protecting it. Flender's second spirit ability struck, and the sharp blade energy was instantly annihilated by the latter. "What? It's like a thin film shield, and its defense is so strong." While Flanders said, his back was sweating coldly. Su Sheng stretched out his palm to aim at Flanders, and said coldly, "Fifth soul ability, blood poisonous tang." He doesn't want to play cat and mouse with this guy, he just wants to fiercely beat him. As the words fell, the fifth spirit ring lit up, and suddenly several green glowing 9-hearted bloodthorns appeared from the neck of Flanders who was flying in the air. A violent burning and dizziness permeated Flanders' body, his face instantly turned pale, and the frequency of inciting wings dropped a lot. Su Sheng's fourth spirit ring lights up again, fourth spirit ability. Crazy growth. The Juxingxu-tang on Flender grew crazily in an instant and spread all over his body. The next moment, Juxingxu-tang suddenly glowed, swallowing Flanders' soul power in an instant. He was forced to withdraw from his true form, and fell helplessly from the air to the ground. With a bong sound, the entire room erupted with a huge impact, like thunder. Falling to the ground, Flander rubbed his dizzy head, curled up in a ball, staring at Su Sheng as he walked in fear. "Under the crown, I really have no intention of offending you, don't do it, let's be fine." "Say." Su Sheng just sneered, "Explain?" "Hey." Walking out of Flanders' small shop, Su Sheng glanced at Flanders who was unconscious in the room. He put on the hat again, but his right index finger had a reddish ring. Although Su Sheng's expression was still cold, it was a little more comfortable. He looked at the endless sky, still clear. Sure enough, I felt much more comfortable after beating Flanders. No need for spirit rings, just hitting people with physical strength. This is the most venting method Su Sheng learned from Tang Hao. After another round of shopping, Su Sheng stopped in front of a hotel. He slowly raised his eyes to look at the luxury hotel in front of him, clearly seeing the 4 big characters Rose Hotel flashing with fluorescence. After Su Sheng pondered for a few seconds, he stepped into the Rose Hotel. After walking in, there is a scent of roses that is oncoming, as if it can make people feel strong. He looked around, then walked to the counter. The woman who was in the process of reckoning saw someone coming and slowly regained her senses, but when she raised her eyes to see Su Sheng's weird dress, she was shocked. She resisted the contempt that rose in her heart, and forced her to ask a very qualified question. First, born? Do you want to stay in a store? The Rose Hotel is a frequent place for couples because of its elegant and romantic layout, but Su Sheng's outfit has reduced the Rose Hotel countless levels. It will even seriously affect the next batch of guests. Su Sheng, who covered his cheeks, nodded silently, handed the black card over, and said lightly, "Well, open a room for me. It doesn't matter if the waitress doesn't look at it." At first glance, she took a breath, and she was shocked and said, Is this the exclusive card of the Pope of the Spirit Hall?" But before Su Sheng spoke, the woman realized her gaffe, and chuckled awkwardly, "Mister, can I ask your identity?" "This is the exclusive card of His Highness the Pope of Wuhan Temple, and the user's identity must be confirmed. If it is used fraudulently, the user will be chased and killed by Wuhan Hall." Su Sheng just glanced at her coldly, and the latter was silent for a moment, buried his head and began to go through housing procedures for Su Sheng. "Your card, and." The waitress was about to pass the key in her hand to Su Shenshi. "Wait. Is there any room left?" A slender figure trotted to the counter and asked out of breath. The two looked sideways and saw that the woman was wearing a light blue long skirt that outlined her full figure. The slender waist made people think about it, especially the unique extravagance of the body, which made people see at a glance. The background is definitely not simple. After seeing the woman clearly, Su Sheng squinted his eyes slightly. Text novel www.textyuan.com. It wouldn't be such a coincidence. He didn't expect that he would meet Ning Rongrong in this Rose Hotel. Now Ning Rongrong has also grown up, and his appearance is exquisite and elegant, and his casual conversation is full of elegance and tranquility, and there is hardly any willfulness in sight. The waitress smiled apologetically, "Sorry, lady, the last couple's room in our hotel has been reserved by this gentleman." Ning Rongrong glanced at Su Sheng, who couldn't see his face clearly. Her cheeks showed a somewhat helpless look, and she sighed softly, "Hey? But the surrounding hotels have no rooms." Chapter 47, How about sharing? The waitress showed a bit of difficulty, and the couple room for Su Sheng was the last one. Her eyes suddenly brightened, she glanced at Su Sheng, and then softly said to Ning Rongrong, "Why don't you talk to this gentleman about sharing a room with this lady? Each person pays half of the room rate." Ning Rongrong, who was holding 2 hands tightly, heard this, his soft cheeks flushed a bit, and his tone was glutinously hey. She has never lived in the same room with other men since she was a child, and, most importantly, this Rose Hotel is a famous love hotel. If you live with this man, it doesn't mean her. Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong timidly looked at Su Sheng next to him, especially seeing the sloppy dress, just like the beggar, a sense of rejection from the inside out. Nonetheless, Ning Rongrong shook his head very politely, then blinked and glared at the waitress frantically, "I think it's better to forget it, I don't like sharing a room with others." The observant waitress saw Ning Rongrong's small movements, and suddenly realized. This lady doesn't like to share with others, she obviously dislikes this man who looks very sloppy. In that case, she can't help it. The woman handed the key to Su Sheng again, with a smile on her face, "Since this lady is not willing, sir, this is your room key, I wish you a happy stay." Hearing what she said, Ning Rongrong suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Hey! Although she had suppressed her disdain for others as much as possible, she thought of having to deal with such a sloppy. "I'm getting goosebumps all over." And Su Sheng's mouth twitched a few times under the cover of the hat, and he secretly said, "I was disgusted by Ning Rongrong, how sloppy is this thing Hulina gave." He tossed his cloak, silently accepted the key, then raised his eyes, carefully scratched Ning Rongrong with a deep sense gaze, then turned and left slowly. The woman looked at Ning Rongrong, who was staying in the same place again, and asked kindly, "Madam? What should you do now? There is no room now, and most couples will not check out at night, so she may have to leave here." Ning Rongrong recovered from the sluggishness, bit his thin lip and thought. She has been looking for a few hotels around, and her legs are tired. If she goes to look for it again, I am afraid that her soul will be gone. The woman pointed to the bench next to her. "Madam, if you don't dislike it, you can sit there and think about it, but our hotel will close at 11 o'clock in the evening." It was such a sudden sentence that made Ning Rongrong's eyes light up. "Close the door? So where do these waitresses sleep? I can rent a rest room temporarily, and no one said it is impossible to live in a staff room." Ning Rongrong was a little excited and asked, Sister, do you all have your own sleeping room at night?" The woman stunned for a moment, and then she was a little confused. "Yes, we have a specially equipped lounge, but what do you ask this for? Shouldn't she care about where she goes to rest for a while? Why do you still ask about your sleeping place?" Ning Rongrong's eyes were full of hope and locked on the woman. "Well, can you stay in the lounge for one night? I can privately pay you the same price as a hotel room." The woman's eyes widened in an instant, and she whispered, "Privately? You mean? This is the first time she has met such a guest, and even wants to rent her own lounge?" Ning Rongrong was overjoyed when he saw that the woman did not refuse for the first time. "Look at this situation, there is a play. Isn't it just a sleeping room?" "Who said that to her?" Ning Rongrong, "things that can be solved with money are nothing. The Kai Bao Liulai sect, with rich wealth, lacks money most." She put her finger on her lips intentionally, and silently pushed a bag of gold soul coins with her right hand, and said wittily, "If I am accommodating, it is not impossible to double." The woman looked at the heavy bag of gold soul coins in front of her, her eyes gradually heated. This money is enough for her salary for almost half a year, it is impossible not to be moved. She secretly explained to herself, "The boss didn't say that you can't rent it out privately, right? No. Well, that's acquiescence." She calmly put a bag of gold soul coins into her bag, then resolved the embarrassing cough, pushed the key of her exclusive lounge secretly under her hand, looked at Ning Rongrong and explained, "Madam, although my lounge has all the basic facilities, it is a bit narrow. The rooms equipped for their staff are not very good, but the infrastructure is complete." Ning Rongrong stretched out his hand to take the key, and said with a smile, "It's okay, I'm just staying for one night, thank you." After speaking, she hummed a little song and walked towards the exclusive lounge in a comfortable mood. After Ning Rongrong left, the woman looked at the fascinating bag of gold soul coins, and muttered, "It looks like you can do this in the future." Once she made a lot of money, if she did it again, there would be no problem not going to work for a year. Very well, she successfully acquired a new technique. "Maybe you can bring a few other people together, this way, hiss." Su Sheng stopped and looked at the room number, 32. Seeing that it was consistent with the house number on the key was inserted and twisted. After hearing a click, Su Sheng walked into it slowly. Then he glanced around indifferently. This is an arc-shaped room, with fragrant and tender rose petals scattered all over the floor. Numerous ornaments that complement each other add a bit of desire to the hormones of the guests. And on the big bed in the middle, in addition to the roses, there are also a few splendid love balloons, which further enhance the instinctive mood of the human body. On the left is a pool of hot steam, big enough to hold 2 people. Su Sheng slowly took off his hat and cloak, revealing the icy face that makes people heart-stricken after just a glance, and silently sighed, "It's a room worth 188 soul coins for one night, but it's a pity. I have no girlfriend." Su Sheng walked to the pool, slowly took off his clothes, and slowly swam into it. Su Sheng silently closed his eyes and enjoyed the comfort of the water opening the pores until the gentle and slightly hot pool water wrapped his body below his neck. And Ning Rongrong's side is a completely different scene. She inserted the key, opened the door of the room with house number 30X, and Ning Rongrong walked in expectantly. But when she saw the scene inside, her face suddenly became gloomy. Can this room be fully equipped? Chapter 48, I and number 039, am not interested in you. Ning Rongrong sighed helplessly. Although this room was narrow, there was no way. Why did he say it? The various facilities are far worse than the Kaibao glazed tile school, even to the extreme. Even the light is very faint, it seems to be extinguished in the next second. But when she glanced at a very narrow, steaming pool next to her again, her mood eased a little. I patted my chest to comfort myself. Fortunately, there is a pool here, otherwise I really can't stay in this room. Then she closed the door silently, walked carefully to the bed, took off every piece of clothing on her body without any haste, and folded it carefully before she walked into the sparkling pool gracefully, naked and smooth. Every inch of her tender skin touched the water, and she was trembling with the extreme chill. The water vapor she just saw was not hot water at all, but ice water that was so cold and misty. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong only felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his limbs were all frozen and could not help but curl up. Finally couldn't help but yelled, "Damn, even the bath water is cold. What kind of broken place is this lounge?" Ning Rongrong subconsciously wanted to get out of the pool, but when he saw the dark grey bed and pillow again, he could feel the stench on the bedding without having to lie down in person. The thought that just emerged from the bottom of my heart was suppressed. At least, the pool looked clean and there was no peculiar smell. Compared to that bed. Before long, Su Sheng, who was lying on the big bed full of rose petals with his eyes closed and sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened by a hasty knock on the door. Somewhat confused, he rubbed his eyes, then slowly stood up. The first time he stood up, his eyes were looking at himself in the opposite mirror, only to see him who had just woke up. His long hair looked very messy. He silently walked to the mirror and stirred up his hair. Bang bang bang! Within a few seconds of finishing, there was a quick knock on the door again. Su Sheng immediately squinted his eyes. Now it's so late, who else will knock on his door? Could it be that? Is someone tracking yourself? His eyes became cold and stern in an instant, and a few vines of Juxin begonia were hidden in the palm of his hand. If the person is not good, then kill it. Ning Rongrong, who was cold outside the door, just wrapped her enviable ketone body with a white cloth, and she was still holding her soaked clothing. It made her a bit less expensive, a bit more flattering, and unknowingly filled her with a unique exotic style. Ning Rongrong coughed slightly, then shook his head with wet hair, then looked at the door in a puzzled manner, pursing his lips and whispering, "Is there no one? Why didn't the waitress let herself stay in? If there is no one, what should she do in a very different situation? The only clothes that can be worn all over her body are soaked in the leaking room next door, otherwise, as the eldest lady of the Kaibao Liulitsong, how could she be so unreserved and covered by a white cloth?" Just as she was thinking, the door was slowly opened. I saw Su Sheng's face full of icy colors, and slowly walked out of the door. He took a closer look, and after seeing that the person was Ning Rongrong, the guarded Juxin switang between his palms also retracted into his body. When Ning Rongrong saw Su Sheng with long hair spreading behind her shoulders, her face bursting, and her whole body full of cold air, a touch of surprise gradually appeared in her eyes. Could it be that the men who stay in love hotels are all handsome? Anyone who knocks on the door next door at will can meet such a man with enchanting appearance. But looking at his look, he shouldn't be a nice person. But thinking about his situation again, Ning Rongrong bit his scalp and apologized and said, This, I'm sorry to disturb you, I'm the tenant living next door to you. Wrong. Su Sheng subconsciously wanted to call Ning Rongrong's name, but after watching her blunt attitude towards herself, he swallowed silently. But Su Sheng didn't blame her. After all, the two met for only one day, no, it should be said that only one night. Then in the long 3-year period, it is not impossible to forget the unimportant one. Su Sheng suppressed the emotions in his heart, and said in a light tone, What's the matter? Since Ning Rongrong no longer knows himself, then forget it, there is no need to mention it. Ning Rongrong trembled again, Well, the room next door leaked and my clothes were all wet, so I want to ask you, can I stay overnight? When she said it, Ning Rongrong's face blushed, and her head was almost completely buried. I even feel that what I said is too bloody. After all, this hotel is considered a 5-star hotel in Soto City, and it is basically impossible for any water leakage accident to happen. And if you make a request to stay in someone else's room for one night, I'm afraid anyone will mind, right? Even she herself is like this. Su Sheng glanced at her trembling legs, turned around, and walked into the room. Ning Rongrong saw Su Sheng's move, his face was a little disappointed, and he secretly said, Is it true? My request is still a bit too much. But the next second, a cold voice came from the room, Come in. Ning Rongrong, who thought he was rejected, heard this voice, his eyes flashed with joy. She gratefully spit out 2 words, Thank you. Then he walked in with his clothes and slammed the door shut. After Ning Rongrong walked in, he only felt that the whole room was full of ambiguous aura, especially the fragrant rose petals, which made the blood in her body a little excited as a woman. She raised her gaze slightly, and when she saw Su Sheng sitting silent on the big bed sprinkled with roses, she could vaguely feel the latter's eyes staring at her. The white cloth wrapped around Ning Rongrong couldn't help tightening. When she thought of the lonely man and widow in the room, she only felt very nervous in her heart, as if a heavy boulder was hanging. And it seems that if this man who seems to be walking on thin ice wants to do something to her, as an auxiliary soul master, he has no power to refute it at all. After she put the clothes on the chair beside her, she smiled and said to Su Sheng, that. After Su Sheng glanced at her cheek with cold eyes, he closed his eyes silently, and said with a cold tone, Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Ning Rongrong always felt a little harsh when he heard these words. She looked down at her figure, gritted her teeth, and said angrily in her heart, How does this man talk? What does it mean to have no interest in herself? She is not badly developed, okay. The convex, the warped. No interest there anymore? Chapter 49, Turn off the lights to sleep. After Ning Rongrong hung up his clothes, he slowly sat down on the chair, his expression a little grateful and said, Well, thank you this time, otherwise I really don't know what to do. After speaking, Ning Rongrong said uncomfortably, Wait, why should I be grateful to him? Isn't it just handsome? Just now he said he was not interested in me. Is this girl interested in his ice cube face? Besides, in the 7 treasure glazed glass sect, people who pursue me can queue from the hall to the outside. Su Sheng glanced at her and said lightly, No need. He naturally saw the latter's little expression in his eyes, and said a little funny in his heart, It seems that it hasn't changed completely, but I still feel a little arrogant in my heart. Seeing Su Sheng's indifferent attitude towards his own words, Ning Rong gritted his teeth and said viciously, Damn, how can this girl answer the conversation with such a cold speech? Fortunately, she was still thinking about taking a hot bath, but she didn't expect this guy to end the conversation directly. Ever since, Ning Rongrong just sat silently, but her gaze looked at the petals scattered next to her from time to time, and she looked incomparably splendid under the sparkling water. Su Sheng's cold eyes followed her gaze, and finally stayed on the steaming pool. Even if the room is leaking, isn't there a sink next door? Ning Rongrong looks like it hasn't taken a bath in a long time. The pitiful look in his eyes almost made myself comfort her. But thinking of some things, he still thinks it's fine. Ever since, Su Sheng's expressionless cheeks slowly spit out a word, the water in the pool over there is still hot. If you want to soak, then go. Of course, if you don't dislike it, it's what I soaked. The daughter of 7 treasure glazed glass sect like Ning Rongrong should be more or less a little clean. But it's up to her whether she wants to or not, that's all he can do. Ning Rongrong's mind was pierced, and her flushed cheeks were as delicious as red apples. She whispered thanks, thank you. It seems that this man is not that annoying, he is a man with a cold appearance and a gentle heart. Speaking of men. The man. Ning Rongrong's mind suddenly recalled the figure 3 years ago. That man who stood firm in front of him even in the face of dozens of soul beasts. The man who saw himself starving and roasted delicious rabbit meat for himself. Thinking about it, the corners of the lost eyes of Ning Rongrong's eyes were a little red and swollen, and people couldn't help feeling pity. Recovered, she shook her head, passed away the liquid from the corners of her eyes, and smiled bitterly in her heart. It's been 3 years, and his mind should have forgotten me. Su Sheng frowned when she saw her appearance. What's the matter? Don't you want to? Then forget it. It didn't look happy just now, but after a while, it became like this. Is it possible to think of any bad memories in the Kai Bao glazed tile school? Ning Rongrong smiled from the bottom of his heart and explained, it's not like that, you misunderstood it. I just remembered some good memories, but I probably won't be able to experience it again for a lifetime. Ning Rongrong, who was wrapped in a white cloth, stood up, showing a graceful figure, and blinked at Su Sheng with a playful face. Then I'm going to take a bath, you can't take a peek. Yes, Su Sheng responded casually, staring straight at her as she walked into the pool. But the next moment, his pupils shook, and suddenly thought of something exciting. He suddenly stretched out his hand to call Ning Rongrong back. But it was too late. Ning Rongrong had already walked to the side of the pool. She swept the surrounding area and saw a curtain blocking her vision, and slowly stretched it out. Then he glanced back and saw Su Sheng, who was completely absent in his mind. After a silent sigh of relief in the bottom of his heart, he gently pulled the shameless white cloth aside, revealing his delicate body again. Su Sheng looked towards the pool, even with his face as cold as him. When he saw the fragrant scene in front of him, he couldn't help but raise a bit of the most primitive desire of mankind. Ning Rongrong thought that the curtain that could block the line of sight was actually completely transparent from the outside, and could clearly see every admiration inside. He now understands why this rose hotel is a love hotel. That said, Su Sheng's gaze shifted slightly, looking at the countless rose petals scattered around him. Secretly said, if even the curtains are made to manipulate, then these roses, I'm afraid they are. He gently pinched a rose petal, then leaned close to his nose, and sniffed gently. A sensation that made his head heated in his heart. Su Sheng glanced at the beautiful figure beside the pool. In the next moment, the fiery feeling became more intense, as if being urged by something. Su Sheng hurriedly put down the rose petals beside his nose, and the corners of his mouth twitched coldly. Sure enough, these rose petals have an aphrodisiac effect. Su Sheng, who closed his eyes, forced himself not to look at the people in the pool. About half an hour later, Ning Rongrong, who wrapped her bathrobe again, had a smoother body than before. He opened the curtain and walked out like a lotus flower. Ning Rongrong saw Su Sheng, who was still opening his eyes with his eyes closed, and gently sat down beside him. I don't know why, there is a feeling of wanting to molest Su Sheng. Ning Rongrong covered his mouth and smiled, and gently poked Su Sheng on the shoulder. Well, you have been like this just now. Su Sheng's cold pupils gradually opened. He glanced at Ning Rongrong next to him coldly, and said lightly, after washing? Then prepare to turn off the lights and sleep. Ning Rongrong's body was stunned, and his tone faltered, sleep, sleep? Then I, just sleep on the sofa next to it. When Su Sheng just finished that sentence, she thought it was Su Sheng who was telling herself to sleep with him. Su Sheng glanced at the sofa, then lay on the bed and moved to the left. Su Sheng's expression on the bed did not change. This bed is big enough for one person to sleep on one side. Then just remember to pay for my room. But thinking of loneliness, he added. Ning Rongrong frowned upon hearing this, and hesitated, is this not so good? She and Su Sheng don't even know each other's names, and now they want to sleep in a bed. But since I entered this man's room, I can always feel a sense of familiarity in his words and deeds. The feeling is very strange. It seems that the two have known each other a long time ago, but after thinking about it carefully, there is no memory at all. Then he glanced at the narrow sofa, then looked down at the soft big bed. After sighing, he finally succumbed to the comfortable bed. Ning Rongrong gently climbed to the right side of the big bed and said softly, okay, then I will sleep on the right side, and I will pay you the fee later. After speaking, Su Sheng stretched out his hand to turn off the switch. The whole bright light suddenly went out, and gradually plunged into darkness. It didn't take long for Ning Rongrong, who was lying on the bed with a rapid heartbeat, after hearing the uniform breathing of the man beside. Letting go of everything that I was carrying, I just feel extremely relieved. She turned her head and glanced deeply at Su Sheng, who was falling asleep next to her. Thank you. After speaking, she gradually closed her eyes. Chapter 50, Ruthless Night. In the early hours of the morning, Ning Rongrong, who woke up, rubbed his eyes, got up cautiously, and watched the man next to him still sleeping. The corners of Ning Rongrong's lips raised evilly, and his curious eyes looked at Su Sheng's handsome face unscrupulously when he got up. The index finger touched her bright red and charming thin lips playfully, and said with a smile, although it's a bit cold, I didn't expect you to be cute when you fall asleep. How about trying it quietly? Who told this man before that he was not interested in himself? Ning Rongrong stretched out his palm as white as jade, and carefully touched Su Sheng's cheek. This comfortable touch made her a little bit fond of her, pursing her mouth and angering, obviously she is a man, and her skin is tenderer than mine. Then she shrugged helplessly, wrapped in a bathrobe, with imaginative shoulders, forget it, thanks to your help to this girl, forgive you. Ning Rongrong quickly walked to the side of the pool, pulled off his bathrobe, and put on the clothes that had been dried. Then he took out a bag of golden soul coins from the soul guidance device, and took the paper money in the room and wrote a note. Gently placing the two things by the window, Ning Rongrong slowly opened the door, turned around and smiled knowingly at Su Sheng, and left straight away. A ray of sunlight shone into the couple's big bed full of ambiguous breath, and Su Sheng's dazzling eyes woke up slightly. Su Sheng's consciousness gradually became clear. His eyes looked to the side subconsciously, and then there was no figure in the empty room. He was the only one in the empty room. He took a closer look and saw that although there was no Ning Rongrong beside the bed, a bag of heavy gold soul coins was lying there peacefully. Not only that, there is also a note. Su Sheng took it over and slowly uncovered it. When he saw the contents inside, his face suddenly became gloomy. His palm clenched this note tightly. The words blurted out became colder and colder, Ning Rongrong. The content of the note, thank you for what happened yesterday. Sleeping comfortably in this bed. These gold soul coins are paid to you as agreed last night. If there is another next time, we are destined to see you again, and it's Ning Rongrong. Originally, Su Sheng simply left the golden soul coins, but Su Sheng would not think too much. But what are the words in her letter? She sleeps comfortably? As agreed last night? Leaving a bag of golden soul coins, isn't this just treating yourself nakedly? Su Sheng took a deep breath and calmed down his turbulent heart. You deserve to be the little witch of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect. She is so confident that she can become elegant and graceful just by listening to her words. After leaving these things behind, his eyes flashed for a few minutes. However, Shrek Academy should start enrolling students. According to his observation yesterday, in the entire city of Soto, like Shrek Academy, there is only one place bordering other villages. After that, Su Sheng quickly got up and put on the 2 treasures that were stacked by Hulina. After that, Su Sheng, who was standing in front of the mirror, looked at the extremely bad image of himself in the mirror, and secretly made up his mind, I swear by Su Sheng, after I find Shrek, I must raise the ashes of these 2 things. At an extremely narrow corner full of pastoral style, there is a tattered thatched hut, and inside is an old man with scattered hair and full of unruly atmosphere. The old man lying on the chair leisurely picked up the fan and slapped it. The tall, white figure standing next to him said lightly, Mubai, how many students can we successfully recruit this year? That's right, the man in white standing next to the old man is the captain of the 7 Shrek monsters in the original, evil-eyed white tiger, Dai Mubai. People are like the name, Dai Mubai is very strong, and the white suit on him makes him a bit more clean. The handsome cheeks are full of righteousness, but the evil lilac eyes make him seem a little contradictory. Dai Mubai smiled bitterly and shook his head, I think it will be difficult to recruit one this year. After all, the environment of our college is too bad, and we have to persuade many people just for this. Not to mention the admission criteria proposed by Dean Flender. Those who can meet are all first-class monsters. The old man sighed silently, yet, Dean Flender is always reluctant to lower the standard, and he said that he would rather lack or abuse. If this is the case, this may be the last batch of Shrek students. Dai Mubai said solemnly, I'll talk to the dean in a few days. As long as he accepts my sponsorship, Shrek Academy can still continue to develop. Although he has left the Star Luo Empire, his huge assets are enough to make people jealous. The old man smiled bitterly, besides, you don't know Flanders' temper, he is willing to accept sponsorship. Although he is a bit greedy for money, he is also a very backbone man. Dai Mubai nodded silently, It seems that Shrek Academy is really not far away. Before long, people began to walk in one after another in front of the small hut. They looked at the surrounding environment, and the first thing they thought was that they had gone wrong. How could a dignified college be built in such a remote and backward place? Until I saw the words Shrek College Admissions Office posted on the hut. This is Shrek Academy? Are you kidding? I think it's a pheasant school, but it's broken like this. After leaving my son, we don't go to school in this college. The registration fee actually requires 5 golden soul coins. Are you a robbery? Mom, I don't want to go to school in this college. I will definitely be looked down upon by others, a child of about 14 years old said with a flushed face to the woman next to him. The woman next to him said soothingly, My child, let's take a look when we are here, maybe this is just a test for the academy. If it really doesn't work, let's leave immediately. The teenager hesitated again and again, but still compromised well. At this time, the old man in the hut coldly glanced at the people who came before, stood up, and said faintly, Those who want to sign up first line up, wait a while to pay 5 gold soul coins, and test whether they are eligible to join. The words fell, and the people who came lined up in a long line. The old man swept the boy in the front, and said coldly, You just come first. First pay 5 gold soul coins, and then stretch out your arm in front of me. The boy was stunned. After paying 5 gold soul coins in the black box in a panic, he walked to the side of the old man and stretched out his arm. The old man closed his eyes and gently placed his on the boy's arm. After a while, he opened his eyes and said with disdain, Bone age exceeds the admission standard, soul power is not up to the standard, next one. Want to sign up for this kind of waste with a 10th level spirit power at the age of 14? Shrek recruited monsters, not rubbish. Chapter 51, Little 3, a little bit better. Upon seeing this scene, the boy's father angrily rebuked, "My son is an excellent Soul Master at the Junior Soul Master Academy, how could he not reach it? Money must be refunded. Money back." The old man's eyes were cold. "It seems that you didn't know the situation before you sign up. That would be just a waste of gold soul coins. If you want to refund, you can." Mubai. Suddenly, Dai Mubai, who had been lying on the tree, jumped down handsomely, and after patted his sleeves, he hooked his fingers at all those who came to sign up. "If you want to refund the money, you can just hit me." He took a sudden step, and 3 gorgeous spirit rings floated from under his feet, the standard spirit ring configuration, yellow, yellow and purple. The next moment, immediately aroused everyone's voice. "Soul Lord? How is this possible? How old is he? How could he be the Soul Sovereign? Let's go, I don't want to go to school in this Kaiji Academy." The girl with braids and bones patted the boy wearing a blue tights next to him. The slightly ordinary boy said, "Brother, did we really come here wrong? This college looks so shabby." The boy nodded slowly, his eyes flashing a bit of determination. "It shouldn't be wrong, this Shrek Academy is what the teacher said is an academy that only recruits monsters." The two of them were Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had graduated from the Norton Junior Soul Master Academy. However, as everyone did not know, behind them, a man wearing a gauze cap covering his cheeks and a cloak was listening to these words. The corners of Su Sheng's mouth curled up slightly, his icy gaze slowly moved down, and he stared at Tang San's 24-bridge bright moon night. Xiao Wu, who happened to turn her head, saw this scene. She moved towards Tang San, and whispered in her ears, Three brothers, don't you think the back is gloomy? This weird guy just kept looking at you. Storage. It doesn't look like a good person at first glance. Should we catch him and give him a severe lesson?" After Tang San listened, his eyes with his back to Su Sheng condensed slightly. He squeezed Xiao Wu's palm and squeezed it lightly, and secretly shook his head to signal the latter not to move rashly. "Before you are unsure of the purpose of the man behind, don't be surprised. If Xiao Wu was injured because of this, it would be serious." Accompanied by the old man who judged the roots in the front, he shook his head, and uttered the word next. The whole long line moved forward. Seeing this, Tang San and Xiao Wu also walked forward. Behind them, Su Sheng suddenly acted, and when Tang San and Xiao Wu were caught off guard, he easily captured the 24-bridge Minjiu. Tang San felt the things from his waist being taken away, and looked at Su Sheng running wildly with an ugly expression. "What, the speed is so fast! This man's shots even surpassed the speed of his own purple magic pupil." Xiao Wu saw Su Sheng, who was about to disappear in her eyes, and said anxiously, "Brother, what should I do?" Tang San smiled comfortingly, patted her on the shoulder and replied, "Xiao Wu, you are waiting for me here, I will take things back." Then he turned around quickly, his eyes lit up with lavender light to lock Su Sheng's figure, coldly said, "The ghost is lost." The whole person turned into a phantom, chasing in the direction where Su Sheng left at a very fast speed. Su Sheng looked back and saw that Tang San was approaching him with a ghostly body. Although he has slowed down most of the speed, he still feels a little surprised. After all, he really left at the speed of tidal Douluo. Tang San couldn't even see his back. Tang San, who was chasing after him, said coldly, "Blue-silver grass." In front of Su Sheng, dozens of deep purple blue-silver grasses suddenly woven into a dense network. Su Sheng looked at the big net that had risen in front of him, and said faintly, "Not bad." Of course, the current Lan Yinko Su Sheng can even tear it apart with a light wave. However, I thought that I would be a little far away from the Shrek registration office when I ran, so Su Sheng, who was sprinting, suddenly stopped. Tang San stopped seeing the figure in front of him, and also stopped his pace. He stared at Su Sheng with his back facing him coldly. Return the soul guidance device to me, otherwise. It was given to me by the master, and it must not be taken by others. Su Sheng slowly turned around, and under his hat, he said lightly, if you want, you can get it yourself. Hearing this, Tang San in the same place narrowed his eyes, his whole figure suddenly violent, and instantly rushed towards Su Sheng. He shouted from the bottom of his heart, Swanyu hand. I saw the skin under Tang San's arm suddenly condensed into a cold jade. Su Sheng looked at Tang San's attack indifferently, and muttered, is it a mysterious jade hand? After that, he stretched out a palm to blast. On the other side, Tang San, who saw the man in black vainly attempting to face him, gradually showed a sense of confidence. I won. My Tang sect secret technique Swanyu hands are invincible by water and fire. If you hit it head on, his palm will be the least. I will also fracture. With a bang, the two palms that were touching each other burst into intense flames. In the next second, Tang San's face, who was still confident just now, suddenly changed drastically, and his whole body flew upside down in an instant. Tang San fell on the ground and covered his chest, a few traces of blood spilled from his mouth. Looking at Su Sheng who was slowly approaching with a little disbelief, how is this possible? Su Sheng approached Tang San step by step, a strong pressure erupted all over his body, and his tone was full of endless killing intent. Boy, do you have any abilities? If you don't, then get ready to die. After being bombarded by pressure again, Tang San, who was already injured, spit out blood again with a puff. Tang San looked at Su Sheng's gaze, even a little frightened. This strong killing intent. How many people did this guy kill? Only to condense such a terrifying killing intent. Tang San gritted his teeth fiercely, and shouted from the bottom of his heart, no, I can't die yet. I haven't realized the master's wish. Xiao Wu is still waiting for me. In his left hand, a small hammer gradually widened. Who only saw a gust of wind blowing in the woods, Su Sheng silently retracted his pressure. Su Sheng, who was condescendingly looking down at Tang San, didn't do anything. He uttered an endlessly chilling words, Little San, you have indeed grown a lot these years. The clear sky hammer in Tang San's hand dropped suddenly, his eyes staring at Su Sheng blankly, and he was extremely shocked and said, You are. Su Sheng threw the 24 bridge over the moonlit night, stretched out his hand towards Tang San, and said lightly, well, it's me. Tang San, holding the 24 bridge and Minjiui in his left hand, looked at Su Sheng's palm hanging in the air, grabbed it with his right hand and stood up. Tang San wiped the blood stains off the corners of his mouth, looking at Su Sheng with hopeful eyes, Brother Sheng, is it really you? Since leaving the Holy Soul Village, I have never seen Su Sheng again. Silent and slowly stretched out his hand, countless 9 heart blood tang petals emerged from the ground, wrapping Tang San's whole body, letting the petals plunge into his skin. Tang San was startled, but when he felt the injuries in his body began to heal, he said in astonishment, the severely injured injury has begun to recover terribly. After a while, Tang San's injury was healed, and the few 9 heart blood thorns shattered into crystal particles. After recovery, Tang San was about to say Brother Sheng, you. At this moment, Tang San had countless questions in his heart that he wanted to ask Su Sheng, and wanted to ask him carefully where he went in the past 3 years and what he did. Of course, there is also why Su Sheng could not even release his martial soul, so he could use his physical body to harden his hand. Su Sheng didn't give Tang San a chance to inquire, and silently turned his back. Let's go back to Shrek registration point first, it won't be good if you miss the registration soon. Tang San gave an and after he fastened his 24 bridge Minjiui, he quickly followed Su Sheng. Chapter 52, Low Key is also a difficulty. Due to what happened before, at least half of the people left, so it was Xiao Wu's turn soon. But she kept looking at the rear with worried eyes. Anxiously said in my heart, why hasn't Xiao-san come back yet? Isn't something going wrong? 10 minutes have passed, and Tang-san hasn't returned yet, but the more she thinks about it, the more anxious she gets, and she feels at a loss for a while. The old man in the hut gave a light cough. When she saw that it was a girl, her tone was softer, and she reminded, it's time for you, reach out and let me see after paying the fee. Xiao Wu bit her thin lip rather embarrassedly, and smiled reluctantly, well, can you wait? My third brother hasn't come back yet. As soon as these words came out, the people in the line immediately showed a fierce look, and said angrily, little girl, leave as soon as you don't sign up. Don't delay us all. That's it, do you know how long we have been in the line? Why do we all wait so long just because you are alone? Quickly get away, get away. Xiao Wu also knew that she was ignorant of this matter, and silently stepped aside, looking at Dai Mubai, who it should have hated, with small pleading eyes. Dai Mubai, who was able to see Xiao Wu's movements clearly from the side, put his chin in thinking and said, is she begging me for help? The guy named Tang-san guesses that he can join, so I can help him. No problem. As a result, Dai Mubai leaned close to the old man's ear and muttered a few words, only to see a little surprise flashing on the latter's face, and then smiled kindly at Xiao Wu, it's okay, little girl, you first step aside, for a while. When your third brother comes, I will give you another chance. She could actually make Mubai speak for the child named Tang-san, I'm afraid that her talent is not low. Ning Rongrong took a step forward, put 5 gold soul coins into the black box, stretched out his arm and smiled and said, my name is Ning Rongrong, Wuhan 7 Treasure Glass Tower. The old man coughed abruptly, widened his eyes and asked again, ahem, you said your martial spirit is the Kaibao Glazed Tile Pagoda, so you are the daughter of the Kaibao Glazed Tile Sect Master. Asked again, you came out without permission, does your father know? This is the daughter of Sect Master Kaibao Liulai. What would her father think if she joined Shrek Academy? However, when he thought that today there is someone who claims to be the first auxiliary weapon in the mainland to join Shrek Academy, his heart will inevitably be a little excited. Ning Rongrong silently stretched out his arm and asked with a smile, it seems that no one has stipulated that people from the 7 Treasure Glazed Glass Sect cannot join Shrek Academy, right? The old man was stunned, and then thoughtfully said, this is, indeed. Shrek only welcomes monsters. As for the spirit and sect, it doesn't matter. After speaking, he stretched out his finger and slowly put it on Ning Rongrong's delicate wrist. After a while, he joyfully said, the roots and soul power are suitable. Ning Rongrong blinked playfully, then I can enter Shrek. The old man laughed and said, of course, Shrek welcomes you little monsters to join. Suddenly, I only heard Xiao Wu standing next to him pointing in the direction behind the long line. She pointed to a familiar figure and said, the third brother is here. But why is that person here? With the exclamation of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai all looked behind. I saw a sloppy man and Tang San walking over together. Xiao Wu walked over for the first time, angrily pointed at Su Sheng towards Tang San and said, little, 3, how are you? Su Sheng glanced at Xiao Wu with extremely cold eyes. His level had reached title Douluo, so Xiao Wu in front of him was completely a big pink rabbit. Tang San quickly grabbed Xiao Wu's fingers with quick eyes, and explained with a wry smile, Xiao Wu, you misunderstood. His name is Su Sheng. I used to call him Brother Sheng. We haven't seen each other for 3 years. We just met today. Xiao Wu, who was very angry just now, turned red when she heard this. The feeling is that she made a big blush without clarifying the situation. The extremely resentful little stared at Su Sheng unhappy. Blame him, otherwise why would I commit such a embarrassing thing? Dai Mubai behind the 4 of them stared solemnly at Su Sheng, who was wearing a sloppy look. His martial soul evil eyes Bai Hu just wailed, as if to warn himself not to provoke this guy named Su Sheng. So he quickly retreated to Zhu Zuking's side and grabbed the latter's palm. Zhu Zuking frowned first, subconsciously trying to break free, but Daimyo Bai's palm was like steel. No matter how hard she struggled, she didn't relax. Feeling something abnormal, Zhu Zuking looked towards Daimyo Bai, and when he saw the latter's extremely gloomy and solemn expression, he realized that something was wrong. He did not deliberately break free. Among the crowd, only Ning Rongrong's red eyes were staring at Su Sheng. Tears in the corners of her eyes made her vision blurred. Ning Rongrong walked up to Su Sheng and asked with a crying voice, "He just said, your name is Su Sheng? Why didn't you tell me when we met before?" It is absolutely impossible for her to hear it wrong, she has missed this name for 3 years. After that, she trot and hugged Su Sheng's chest. Su Sheng didn't know what to say, she reached out and rubbed her slightly light brown soft hair. "I thought you forgot me." Yesterday, the two stayed in the same room intimately for one night, and he did not observe Ning Rongrong carefully. Of course, not including when Ning Rongrong was in the pool. Ning Rongrong clenched his small fist and knocked on Su Sheng's solid chest, then buried his head and choked, "How could I have forgotten you? It's you. I didn't come to me after I left. I thought you." The corners of Su Sheng's mouth twitched. Why did Ning Rongrong's words taste more and more wrong? They obviously only spent one night, oh no, it should be the second night to be precise. Why do you say this like a scumbag who has abandoned her for decades? Tang San sighed from the side, as expected of brother Sheng, it looks like a lot of romantic debts for so many years. Xiao Wu squeezed Cha Tang San's arm abruptly, "Little San? Don't learn from this man named Su Sheng in the future, or I will ignore you." Tang San took a deep breath, and hurriedly said, "Let go first, Xiao Wu, even if I think about it, I don't have the kind of face like that of brother Sheng. But his heart is so strange, why Su Sheng didn't take off his hat and cloak when he saw him, so he had to make such a sloppy look. Could it be that there are any secrets unknown?" Seeing the people around the Shrek 7 devils staring at him, even if Su Sheng had already covered his face, he still felt a little embarrassed. He gently patted Ning Rongrong who was buried in his chest, and said in a light tone, "It's all right, so many people are watching." After recovering, Ning Rongrong's face turned blush, and he stepped back pretending to be reserved, and reminded him in a low voice, "Su Sheng, hurry up and take off your hat and cloak. This looks like a beggar." However, this sentence instantly caused the other 4 people to have a strong curiosity. This man covered himself tightly. Could it be that Su Sheng's long one is hard to say? Su Sheng couldn't help sighing, and secretly said, "It seems that sometimes it is difficult to keep a low profile." So, stretched out his right hand, grabbed the hat and slowly took it down. Chapter 53, Title, Motang. The hat slowly fell to the ground. The noise around me suddenly fell silent. After a while, the sound of abruptly inhaling breath continued. Those who thought that Su Sheng's cover was too ugly only felt that his face was severely drawn a few times, and it was very painful. If people's looks of evildoers are ugly, then what are they? Is it moving? Daimyo Bai and others in front of them, except for Ning Rongrong, stared at Su Sheng dumbfounded. The other people in the long line even forgot their purpose here to sign up. Su Sheng in front of him, with a bright and white face, and his sharp facial features are like carefully carved works of art. A pair of cold and chilly eyes seem to make the surrounding temperature a little lower, and an indescribable unique temperament can easily be overwhelmed. Field. Daimyo Bai was stunned and swallowed. Is this guy still a human? Daimyo Bai, who always thought he was handsome, only felt that he had been crushed by Su Sheng in all directions. Others are more handsome than themselves, and stronger than themselves. Zhu Zuking's figure moved. He looked at Su Sheng with a careful look, and then at Daimyo Bai next to him. Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Zuking's questioning gaze, and hurriedly explained, Zhu Qing, he is just handsome and strong, there is nothing remarkable. Zhu Zuking pursed his mouth, then let go of Dai Mubai's palm, and silently moved to the side. Her eyes dimmed a little. If Dai Mubai had the courage and strength of Su Sheng. Xiao Wu shifted his slightly stunning gaze from Su Sheng to Tang San, and curiously said, Little San, your brother Sheng is so good looking, why are you? Tang San and Su Sheng are both in the same village, so why is the gap so big? When Tang San heard Xiao Wu praise Sheng and belittle himself, his face suddenly twitched. Is his appearance comparable to that of brother Sheng? People are born with it, so blame yourself for not looking ideal? Yu Yuan looked at Su Sheng and said fiercely, Damn brother Sheng, I still miss you so much for years. If he had known that Su Sheng's face was so good, he just said he wouldn't let brother Sheng take off his hat. Dai Mubai coughed abruptly, and interrupted everyone's thinking aloud, Okay, let's talk about these things later, that Tang San, Xiao Wu and Su Sheng, please come to the teacher for the qualification test first. Can't let the limelight be all over by that Su Sheng, otherwise he, the leader of the Shrek student, is still a little bit majestic. Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at each other, then walked towards the old man together. The old man looked at Tang San carefully, and asked indifferently, Are you Tang San? This child looks very calm, but also very ordinary. At first glance, people can't see any characteristics. Yes, my name is Tang San, Martial Spirit Lan Yinko, a 29th level Control Soul Master. Tang San put 10 gold soul coins into the black box, and then released his blue silver grass martial spirit in his palm. The spirit ring is too yellow. The old man was surprised and said, There is someone who can cultivate blue silver grass to such a level, I'm afraid it is the first person in the mainland. Weird, weird, I thought that today there was a spirit power of level 26, and the child of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect was already very good, but I didn't expect that there would be a blue silver grass who had cultivated to level 29. Tang San smiled and said suavely, I should be a monster, right? The old man put his finger on Tang San's wrist, it turned out to be only 12 years old. You have a good foundation, you meet the admission requirements. Then he looked at Xiao Wu and said kindly, What about you? Little girl. Xiao Wu's 2 hairy ears moved, and smiled, My name is Xiao Wu, Wuhan Bone Rabbit, a 29th level assault type war spirit master. The spirit ring is too yellow. Upon hearing this, the old man put his finger on Xiao Wu's wrist again. Then he was pleasantly surprised, the foundation is right. Meet the qualifications for admission. In this way, there are 4 more little monsters this year. This is beyond the previous annual number of people. The old man looked at Dai Mubai and said cheerfully, Mubai, it seems that this time Dean Flander is afraid that he will wake up with a smile when he is dreaming. There are 3 little monsters. Dai Mubai also nodded with joy, with 4 new members here, Dean Flander should be able to accept my sponsorship. At this moment, Tang San suddenly looked at Su Sheng and said in surprise, Brother Sheng, are you here to sign up for Shrek? Su Sheng denied, No. Before he finished speaking, Dai Mubai leaned over and grabbed Su Sheng's shoulders, and grinned awkwardly, Su Sheng, right? Don't be humble, I know your spirit power should be higher than everyone present. Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up, Su Sheng, let everyone see your spirit power. 3 years ago, Su Sheng's spirit power level reached level 40, and they were all 10,000-year spirit rings. Today, he is afraid that his spirit power level has reached the Soul King. Su Sheng looked at Dai Mubai speechlessly, did he know the latter? If I don't even know him, I hugged myself, making Su Sheng a little irritable. Brother Sheng, come and take a test from this teacher. Just now Dai Mubai said that Brother Sheng's spirit power level was higher than that of those present, could it be said that Dai Mubai's 37th level spirit power was not as good as the former? Hiss, thinking about it this way, if Brother Sheng had no flaws in his martial arts, then how terrifying is his talent. Su Sheng looked at other Shrek members and seemed to want to see through his eyes. So he continued to exude an extremely terrifying cold breath, and slowly walked to the old man. The latter looked at Su Sheng, who walked in front of him, only to feel that his whole body was refreshing, and he couldn't help but slap a spirit. Why is this child's aura so terrifying? Even he feels like a tiny ant in front of him. The old man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Boy, stretch out your arm, I will test your roots. Su Sheng slowly stretched out his arm and asked the former to put his finger on his wrist. After a while, the old man said in astonishment, the foundation is right. Hearing the old man's answer, Tang San and Ning Rongrong beside him secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The old man then squinted his eyes and asked carefully, "Then what is your name, spirit and spirit power?" But when he asked this sentence, a very unclear premonition surged into his heart. The eyes of other Shrek members are also staring at this scene, for fear of missing something. Su Sheng said coldly, "Su Sheng, the 93rd level auxiliary control dual line titled Douluo, Wuhan, Juxing Xutang, title, Motang." After speaking, he took a step forward, and saw 9 deep 10,000-year spirit rings that made people feel trembling at Su Sheng's feet. When the spirit ring came out, the entire clear sky instantly became clouded, and the raging wind screamed frantically. A power that is so powerful that everyone present is desperate spreads. At this moment, Su Sheng was like a descending from the earth, sweeping everyone present. The weak Shrek Academy is not worthy of letting the current self join. Because just by himself, he would dare to single out all the instructors of Shrek. Chapter 54, Does your face still hurt? The old man rubbed his eyes, stood up hurriedly, looked at Su Sheng and said in shock, "Fight it." Title Douluo. How terrible is this child's talent? He was already a title Douluo when he was only a teenager. That was title Douluo, there were not many in the entire continent. It's not Chinese cabbage. Tang San's pupils shrank sharply, staring at the 9 dark spirit rings under Su Sheng's feet, his fists clenched. "Brother Sheng, it turned out to be title Douluo." He once asked the master if someone had just awakened with a spirit power much higher than their innate full spirit power, what would happen to that person? At that time, the master replied to himself with only one sentence, "That person may not survive at most 5 years." And now he dared to conclude that Su Sheng's spirit power might have reached title Douluo when he awakened. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for someone who has just awakened a martial spirit and can cultivate to the title Douluo level normally in only 3 years. Next to him, Xiao Wu squeezed the palm of the former, her face gradually paled, and stared at Tang San pleadingly, brother, or let's leave here." If it was before, he still had no scruples, but if there was a title Douluo around, your identity will be seen in an instant. Her real body is a 100,000-year soul beast, so it doesn't need to say how much temptation it is for the titled Douluo level powerhouse. And his mother was brutally killed because of this. After regaining his senses, Tang San looked at Xiao Wu with a pale face, took her into his arms, and said anxiously, "Xiao Wu, what's wrong with you?" Unexplainable. Xiao Wu didn't know how to answer Tang San, if she could tell her identity. "I'm afraid that Tang San, who is closest to him, will hate him, right?" Xiao Wu didn't speak, but buried her head in Tang San's chest. "No matter, if Su Sheng really wants to do something, then she will never resist, let Xiao San down." Zhu Zuking's eyes flickered a little bit now, and then he realized that Dai Mubai would appear strange before, desperately grasping his palm. The impression of Dai Mubai from the bottom of my heart gradually rose a bit. Dai Mubai, who was on the sidelines, didn't notice these small details, and the corners of his mouth twitched and looked at Su Sheng. He knows that Su Sheng is better than himself, but TM Ghost knows that he is titled Douluo, and he is not even a little bit stronger than himself. That was the powerhouse in the Star Luo Empire who couldn't be counted by one hand. Suddenly, the mentality that had been hit before was restored, and there is no need to compare myself with someone who is not human. Yes, exactly. The corners of Ning Rongrong's eyes, who were staring at Su Sheng, were extremely ruddy. He secretly rejoiced, title Douluo, that means that Su Sheng has far reached the requirements of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. As the next lord of the 7 treasure glazed glass sect, her partner must have the strength to protect her, otherwise, no matter how true love is, it will be in vain. But obviously, Su Sheng did it. The old man bowed, slowly put his hands on his chest, and said respectfully, Su Shengmian, I just forgave me for being rude. I wonder if you are here this time. Su Sheng took back Juxing Xutang and the spirit ring under his feet, and everything around him returned to its original state. Immediately, he gave him a cold look, and the old man only felt like he had entered an ice cellar, shaking his whole body. Even the courage to look at Su Sheng could not do it. Su Sheng said indifferently, Me? Just to see how this academy that only absorbs monsters is. The old man's mouth twitched, and he secretly said, Look. It doesn't need to be so high profile just to see. Not to mention title Douluo, if this is passed, other colleges would think that their Shrek Academy has title Douluo in charge. Okay. The old man glanced at Su Sheng secretly, and suddenly felt that it seemed not impossible. I thought about it in the bottom of my heart, this matter must be notified to the dean quickly. If it is late, Shrek may have lost the opportunity to build a title Douluo. Just when he was about to invite Su Sheng to enter Shrek, there was a sudden cry of an eagle in the sky, and then swooped down like a ghost, a huge figure covered with light blue feathers and spreading wings. Take a closer look, a slightly sturdy cat and eagle, surprisingly Flanders who used the real cat and eagle. After he fell from the air to the ground, his sharp claws left very thick marks on the ground. In the next moment, Mao Ying hurriedly lifted the real body and walked towards the Shrek Academy teacher. And the people in Shrek looked at Flanders who rushed to quickly. There is a question in my mind, who is this wretched guy with a swollen nose? Dai Mubai smiled and explained to them, that is the dean of our Shrek Academy. Flanders is a 76th level battle soul saint, martial soul, and 4-eyed cat eagle. I didn't expect that he would come in person. I should have felt the violent spirit power fluctuations here. Xiao Wu pointed to Flanders' blue and swollen face, and laughed loudly, Puff, why did the Dean of Flender have a blue nose and swollen face? Couldn't it be beaten? Tang San also discovered this scene, and said in surprise, it seems to be true. Did Dean Flanders just go to a duel? Ning Rongrong shook his head and expressed his opinion, I feel like I was beaten by someone else. Hearing the words of a few people, Dai Mubai's mouth twitched a few times, and angrily explained, maybe the Dean accidentally fell off the bed. Dean, I have tried my best to restore your image. You are making a cold joke for the newcomers and younger students like this. Flander, who walked over, raised his eyes, and asked which instructor, what just happened? How could there be such a strong spirit power fluctuation? It was just asking him to recruit students, and he made such a big movement. Because of this, he rushed here quickly. The instructor with tousled hair pointed at Su Sheng next to him, and whispered, Dean Flender, this is Su Shengmian. Flander frowned, and he realized that there was a figure standing next to him. After seeing Su Sheng's appearance clearly, the look on Flender's face immediately became extremely aggrieved. Why is this great again? In his shop before, it was this guy who beat himself to a bruise and swollen face in circles. But he must hold back when he is beaten. This is title Douluo, so he has the courage to reason with others? Flender stretched out his hand to float on his chest, and had to respectfully say Su Shenmiangxia. Su Sheng's eyes flashed with surprise, he thought Flanders would point fingers at Sang Huai. Unexpectedly, this guy is also a bit brainy, calm down. So he looked at the swollen place on Flender's face with cold eyes, the profiteer, I didn't expect it to be you, does my face still hurt? When Flanders saw Su Sheng still mentioning this shameful thing, he gritted his teeth and bit his scalp and replied, "Excuse me, Su Sheng, my face is almost good." Su Sheng folded his arms and sneered, and said lightly, "It's almost done. How many more times?" When the words fell, Flanders was scared to step back a few steps, clasped his fists with an ugly expression, "Don't be jokes under the crown. This guy is a devil, he can stun himself with a single blow, but he abruptly gives up the spirit power blessing, and stuns his face with his bare hands. It feels like it's just a taste once in a lifetime, and he doesn't want to die young." Chapter 55, Shot is the Pinnacle. Dai Mubai on the side saw him bowing to Su Sheng, covering his forehead and saying silently, "Is this still the Dean Flanders I know? What did Su Sheng do to Dean Flanders? It made him so scared." Fortunately, he didn't provoke Su Sheng just now, otherwise Dean Flanders would be a role model. Flanders raised his head and smiled forcefully, "That Su Sheng Ming, I offended you this morning, I hope you have a lot of them, don't care about me." When Su Sheng saw that he had regressed so much, he didn't bother to pursue Flanders. After all, the Tang's disfigurement fist in the morning had already knocked him out of the shadows. Until now, his face was blue and purple. He glanced at Flanders faintly, "I am not interested in you, I am here just to take a look at you Shrek Academy that only recruits monsters." He believes that Flanders would not understand what he meant. However, it really disappointed him. I saw Flanders retreat silently, stretched out his hand respectfully and said, "If this is the case, walk slowly under the crown." As soon as these words came out, Su Sheng's brows were frantically raised. He shouldn't have let this guy go just now, he couldn't even understand the meaning of the sentence, he deserved not to be killed. As the so-called authorities are fans and the spectators are clear, the old man next to him saw Flanders' behavior, and after a cough, he furiously looked at Flanders. Anxiously said, "What are you still doing? Hurry up and invite people into Shrek." Flanders, who has always been the most emotionally intelligent, has become like this. He is even more anxious than the former dean. Hearing the old man's reminder, Flanders, who turned his head to face the old man's eyes, suddenly realized that he knocked his head sharply. Then he walked to Su Sheng with an awkward smile, "Su Sheng just made a joke just now. The journey is far away, and it's getting late. You should rest at Shrek Academy for one night, right?" Su Sheng's mood calmed down, and he slowly turned around and glanced at Tang San's login before coldly saying, "If that's the case, then I'll disturb." The old man said with a smile on his face and said to Flanders, "Dean, you can go in with you, I will take the little monster to finish the assessment process later." Flanders glared at the old man angrily, and secretly yelled, "I'm your lungs. Don't you know how terrifying this guy is?" He asked himself to go in with him alone. But his face had to smile very against his will and said, "Su Shengmian, please come with me. Although we have nothing to entertain at Shrek Academy, we are not so poor that we have no place to rest. Damn it, what about title Douluo, hurry up and get out after resting." Su Sheng did not answer, and his cold eyes swept deeply towards Xiao Wu next to Tang San. Xiao Wu's gaze coincided with Su Sheng's gaze that was staring at her, and she couldn't help but shrank quietly behind Tang San. Secretly said, "This Su Sheng has already seen his true body." Su Sheng silently retracted his icy gaze, then slowly nodded yet. Then Su Sheng and Flanders left the Shrek admissions office and walked towards the real academy. Tang San then hugged Xiao Wu in his arms and comforted him, "Xiao Wu, were you afraid of Brother Sheng just now?" Xiao Wu's previous actions were in his eyes, but because of Su Sheng's question, he didn't ask him in person. After Xiao Wu felt Tang San's warm embrace, she only felt that the fear just disappeared, and then she replied, "N." Seeing that it was so, Tang San said softly, "Don't be afraid, Brother Sheng is actually very good, I'm afraid his seemingly evil martial spirit has affected it." Second, Seeing such a tiring scene, Zhu Zuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai around them all had a bit of sourness in their eyes. Dai Mubai, who really couldn't eat dog food, reminded, Tang San, Xiao Wu, how long you have to hold, you will have the next assessment soon. When Dai Mubai said this, Xiao Wu and Tang San, who were hugging each other, realized that there were other people around, and suddenly released their hands. The Shrek instructor who was left touched his beard and exclaimed, "It's really a group of energetic little monsters. Appoint novel www.xbooktext.info. Let's go, I will take you to the 4th level for the assessment. It is estimated that no other students will be received. Lu Kaiban, Level 66 Control System Soul Emperor, Wuhan, Xingluo Chess Tool. Zhao Xian, Level 71 Food System Soul Sage, Wuhan, Jelly Beans. In addition, the 2 outsiders who are being assessed are Li Yuzong, the Battle Spirit Emperor of the Assault type, and the Spirit, Dragon Pattern Stick, Zhao Wao Qi, the 75-level Battle Soul Saint of the Assault type, the Martial Soul, and the Strong King Kong Bear. Flender patiently introduced the teachers of Shrek Academy to Su Sheng. Lu Kaiban wondered, Flander, is this? Could it be a new student joining Shrek Academy? Several other teachers also think it should be like this. After all, Su Sheng is so young and he is not a powerful character, but this kid looks quite enchanting. Flender's expression changed, and he hurriedly explained, everyone, next to me is Su Sheng Mian, level 93 assisting in controlling the dual line titled Douluo, Wuhan Juxing Xutang, title, Motang. He didn't want the teachers in his academy to anger Su Sheng, and then he was blown up like himself. Hearing what Flander said, the other teachers all suspected that they were hearing hallucinations. What did Flanders just say? This young man is already a title Douluo? And what is the auxiliary control dual system? Isn't Flander nonsense? Is there such a thing as an auxiliary control dual system? They haven't seen anything like this in most of their lives. Zhao Xian frowned. I said, Dean Flanders, aren't you telling a joke? And the title Douluo praised it. Lu Kaiban nodded with deep conviction and said, you are watching our boring jokes over the past few days. How could such a stinky child cultivate to title Douluo? As soon as they heard these words from the 2, Flanders knew they were definitely going to finish. Quietly stepped back, it's none of my business, I have already reminded me specially, you 2 should try that feeling too. Su Sheng's eyes flashed a few chills, and the smell of milk was still dry. With a slight grip on his palm, countless vines of Zhu Xian Switang rose up from the earth and went directly towards Lu Kaiban and Zhao Xian. A few seconds later, Juxing Switang disappeared suddenly, and the 2 of them collapsed to the ground, looking at Su Sheng incredulously. The spirit power on them, just a blink of an eye, was completely absorbed by the weird plant. Is this the power of title Douluo? Even if there are hundreds of them, under this terrifying strength, they will become a pile of bones in minutes. The 2 people with tingling legs helped each other to stand up, and said respectfully, Su Shengmian, we are rude, we are judging you. Flanders shrugged helplessly, and secretly said, I told you all, I have to come like this to be happy. If he hadn't been beaten severely, how could he be willing to be a dog lick? Bah, this is not called licking. My Flander is a man of dignity. Chapter 56, Talk Alone. After that, other Shrek members also passed the assessment of Zhao Wao Qi smoothly. Of course, because of Su Sheng, the titled Douluo, the assessment ended early, and Zhao Wao Qi was not assaulted by Tang San's hidden weapon. Ever since, under the leadership of Zhao Wao Qi and Li Yuzong, Tang San and 5 people followed them to the place where Su Sheng was. After seeing Zhao Wuji and others coming, Flanders walked over and patted his shoulder lightly, pointed at Su Sheng and explained, Wao Qi, this is Su Sheng Mian. Zhao Wuji nodded, and then looked at Su Sheng. When he saw the terrifying chill that Su Sheng was constantly releasing even though he did not use martial spirit, he secretly said, this person is the young man Li Yuzong said. A guy who has already reached the level of title Douluo, this aura cannot be underestimated. Moreover, it seems that the reason why Flanders' face is blue and swollen is because of Su Sheng's beating. Since then, he bowed his body and held a fist respectfully and said, "Now, Zhao Waoqi, the Deputy Dean of Shrek Academy, the 75th level Assault Sage Battle Spirit Sage. Martial Spirit, Powerful King Kong Bear." Su Sheng's indifferent eyes flashed with surprise, this courage really deserves to be King Fudo Ming. Zhao Waoqi was the only Shrek mentor who saw himself still remaining calm. Sure enough, people who have gone through all kinds of enemy hunts and killings are still different from ordinary people, at least their mood is not easy to make waves. Only then did Zhao Waoqi slowly get up, calmly saying, "Where is the little name is not worth mentioning in front of you. The scary guy who can beat Flanders is not impossible to beat himself." And when Li Yuzong next to Zhao Waoqi saw this scene, remembering that he had not yet reported his name, and wanted to speak. But Flander interrupted him and said with a smile, "Yuzong, I have already introduced you." Seeing Flander say this, Li Yuzong just nodded to Su Sheng. Flander turned his head to Dai Mubai, who was already an old man in Shrek Academy, and urged, "Mubai, you go call Oscar and Ma Hung Jun." "Yes, Dean." Dai Mubai nodded, glanced at Zhu Zuqing and smiled softly, then turned to call the other two Shrek members. Tang San and others standing behind Zhao Wuji walked over. Seeing the Shrek kids, Zhao Waoqi's heart jumped, and he said, "Boy, you guys, oh. That's title Douluo, if one is not careful, the entire Shrek will be finished." However, he can only say that he thinks too much. Before he could say his words, Flander violently covered his mouth, hugged him and turned around and whispered in his ears, "Wuji, that Tang San's name is Brother Su Sheng, and the little girl from Kai Bao Liulai sect seems to have something with him. Intimacy, what fun are you outsiders going to join in?" Zhao Waoqi frowned, thinking, "Hi. Then, aren't Tang San and Ning Rongrong equivalent to bringing money into the team? Then how do we train them? If there is such a big Buddha like Su Sheng, then they must not be too strict in training the Shrek little monsters." The corner of Flender's mouth curled up, "Don't worry, Su Sheng is resting at Shrek Academy for one night. We can train as we planned before." After hearing this, Zhao Waoqi thoughtfully said, "That's it, I thought Su Sheng would always be in Shrek." Frank said a little funny and dumbly, "Wuji, how is this possible? No matter how dignified title Douluo thinks, it is impossible to stay in our small academy, right?" Unexpected Zhao Waoqi didn't bother to think about the next thing, also. Tang San gave Su Sheng a thumbs up, "Brother Sheng, you really have you, I'll give the Dean of Shrek Academy a slap in the face." Although it was praise, there was no joy on his face. Seeing Tang Sanyi's point, Su Sheng narrowed his eyes and said straightforwardly, "Little San, just say anything." He and Tang San have known each other for so many years, and his cautiousness can easily be seen. Tang San pursed his lips and solemnly said, "Brother Sheng, when you awaken, your spirit power is already at level 90, right?" Su Sheng didn't deny it. A few surprises flashed through his cold pupils. "Yes, Xiaosan, how did you know?" "I happened to see the huge light that burst when you awakened that day, so I guessed after thinking about something." Su Sheng raised his eyebrows and said in doubt, "Why, Xiaosan, what do you mean?" Tang San's expression turned a little struggling, "Brother Sheng, your soul power level is far surpassing the innate full soul power. I once asked my teacher similar questions, but the result is that you may not survive for a few years." He was also hesitating whether to tell Su Sheng, in case he was stimulated. Su Sheng smiled stiffly at him, "Thank you, Xiaosan, but don't worry about me, I have resolved this matter." Unexpectedly, during the 3 years apart, Tang San still did not forget to think about his own affairs. Tang San listened to Su Sheng's answer and touched his nose awkwardly, "Really? Then, Brother Sheng, congratulations! He thought Su Sheng would be overshadowed by it, who knew that the latter had been solved perfectly. Although he didn't know what method he used, Su Sheng should not lie to himself. Su Sheng looked at the cabin hiding behind, and asked Tang San, by the way, Xiao San, can I talk to your Xiao Wu? Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu, a bit embarrassed. Brother Sheng. Reminiscent of Xiao Wu's fearful appearance just now, Tang San is not sure whether he should. While he was thinking, a light palm patted his shoulder. Brother, it's okay. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu behind him, looked at the firm gaze on her face, as if he had made some determination, and sighed, Xiao Wu, I understand. The latter looked at Su Sheng without fear, and changed his previous appearance. Brother Sheng, let's talk to Xiao Wu, I'll go over there first. Tang San gestured, then turned and walked towards Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing. Xiao Wu took a deep breath and stared at Su Sheng in front of him without showing any weakness, waiting for his next. The corners of Su Sheng's mouth were slightly tilted, and there was no expression on his face. He said in a leisurely tone, should I call you a 100,000-year soul beast? Or a human-shaped Xiao Wu? Her eyes condensed, and she directly scolded, I am both Xiao Wu and a 100,000-year soul beast. If you want to do it, I will never resist, but I hope you don't tell Xiao San. Compared to being hunted and killed by Su Sheng, Xiao Wu couldn't bear the disappointment and cold-eyed from her closest Xiao San. Su Sheng was a little stunned by the series of words, and said in amazement, oh? It seems that you are determined to die. He obviously didn't say anything, this Xiao Wu already thought he had guessed what he wanted to do. Even the determination to die. If you say that you have not yet become titled Douluo, you might think about it. But now my spirit ring is full and I can't use it at all. Why did you kill her? As for the soul bone, he already had 3 pieces in his body, and there was no shortage of the one that she had exploded. Chapter 57, Find Your Qiwa. Xiao Wu didn't speak, her eyes flushed a bit. Then slowly closed his eyes, there was no desire to resist. My heart whispered, Little San, if I die, you must live well. She knew that her human form had no possibility of surviving in front of title Douluo. The only wish in her heart was that after she died, Su Sheng would not tell Tang San this fact. Su Sheng stared at Xiao Wu's cheeks before saying coldly, your spirit bone and spirit ring are not attractive to me. Since you have decided to stay with Tang Sandy, you must pay attention to your true body. If the title Douluo who came here today is not himself, then I am afraid Tang San and Xiao Wu will also become a tragedy. Although he is not optimistic about people and soul beasts, he is not opposed. When Xiao Wu heard these words from Su Sheng, she was obviously concerned about herself. So she opened her eyes in amazement. She thought Su Sheng would do it in the next second, but she didn't expect. Seeing Su Sheng's gaze was filled with puzzles, but since she could continue to stay with Xiao San, she was already very satisfied. Xiao Wu pursed her thin lips and replied, I will. President, I brought Oscars with them. 2 incomparably lazy figures appeared behind Dai Mubai who came back. One looks slightly vicissitudes of life, and his cheeks are covered with broken beards. If you are not a familiar person, you might just say uncle. It's the big sausage uncle of the Shrek 7 monsters, Oscar. And the other way is that it looks very accompaniment to fat, walks very funny, but its martial arts spirit is also the top beast martial arts spirit, evil fire grass chicken. Oscar rubbed the dark circles of his eyes and asked Flender, Dean, what did you tell us to do so early? Ma Hongjun was extremely dissatisfied and scolded, yes, teacher, I just worked hard, but now you suddenly, isn't this tossing a disciple? Randomly looked at Dai Mubai with resentment again, and said angrily, and Boss Dai, can you knock on the door next time? That kick almost scared me to death. Dai Mubai scratched her golden hair and smiled awkwardly, unexpectedly, I don't think your fire is a little heavy, so it is physically lowered. From the bottom of my heart, he secretly said, this kid is very evil, so if you don't call him that way, I'm afraid it won't be finished until tomorrow. Flanders stroked his beard, smiled and said, Oscar, Hongjun, I am calling you this time to tell you that Shrek Academy has added 4 new members today. The other 4 mentors behind Flender also nodded one after another. Oscar showed a shocked expression and exclaimed, what? Someone even joined our Shrek Academy. Flender's face sank, and he shuddered directly at Oscar's head. What are you talking about, brat? Oscar rubbed his sore head. I'm not so happy, right? After a casual perfunctory sentence, he started to scan his surroundings with full attention. Oscar's gaze saw Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong. Immediately after Ning Rongrong, he hugged Ma Hongjun and pointed to Ning Rongrong's direction with a smile and said, Hongjun, look over there, this time joining our beautiful school girl Yan, the value is so high. Ma Hongjun also cast his gaze, when he saw the slim figures, charming faces of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing, the evil fire that had just been suppressed was burning again. He instantly felt that his girlfriend Qiwa was simply unsightly compared to these 2 beauties. If I can sleep, I'm afraid my evil fire will be honest for a few days. Dai Mubai, who was eavesdropping behind them, grabbed their heads with both hands and said gloomily, what do you 2 think? That's mine. When Oscar saw Dai Mubai's eyes staring at Zhu Zuqing, he deliberately extended his voice, oh don't worry, boss Dai, that's yours, we will definitely not make her idea. Then he looked at Ning Rongrong and said with a smile, then my goal is that. Don't look at his shaggy beard now, if he cleans it up, he would be a handsome guy. She is a beautiful woman, she will not fail. When Dai Mubai heard it, the corners of his mouth slightly cocked. Dare to choose that Ning Rongrong, you kid is looking for death. What people like is that Su Sheng, a titled Douluo level powerhouse. If the latter knows about Oscar's little sadness, he will find it interesting to think about it. On the surface, he said with a supportive look, well, it seems that Xiao has a good vision, come on, you were the boss and I support you. Oscar raised his eyebrows desperately, hey, boss, you have a good vision, let's be one of us. Listening to the 2 of them talking, Ma Hongjun ignored him, and said angrily, hey! Boss Dai, and Oscar, are you 2 bullying? You both picked it all. What should I do? Dai Mubai, when Oscar heard the words, his tacit eyes glared at him, look for your Qiwa. Zhao Waoqi looked at the energetic appearances of these disciples and chuckled, with the addition of fresh blood, the future of the little monsters is very interesting. But I hope they can laugh so happily during training. Flender gave him an angry look. Come on. You can't bear it if you don't know. Zhao Waoqi said warmly, Flanders. People are hard to tear down. Why not convinced? Do you want to fight? Come on, but you have a swollen nose, should I put some water? Fart. It's not a problem to hit 3 of you. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing both covered their mouths and laughed lightly when they saw the raging atmosphere. The other 3 Shrek mentors next to each other looked helplessly and laughed bitterly. This Dean and Deputy Dean are much more active than these little monsters. Tang San walked slowly in front of Xiao Wu and Su Sheng, chuckled at the latter and asked, Brother Sheng, have you finished talking with Xiao Wu? Su Sheng glanced at him coldly, and said lightly, why are you in such a hurry? Your brother Sheng won't steal your Xiao Wu. Tang San frowned and explained earnestly, Brother Sheng, you may have misunderstood, Xiao Wu is my sister. Xiao Wu pulled up his sleeves, Little San, don't say anything. But Brother Sheng. Tang San felt that if he didn't explain clearly, this misunderstanding was getting bigger and bigger. Xiao Wu stepped directly on Tang San's foot. Little San. Tang San's face twitched a few times with pain, and still whispered in a petting tone, well, what you say, Xiao Wu. Seeing the young couple in front of him getting tired and crooked, Su Sheng opened his eyes and walked towards Flanders and the others who gathered together. When Flanders and Zhao Waoqi saw Su Sheng walking over, they immediately stopped the funny behavior just now. Flanders smiled like a flower and said, Su Shengmian, are you finished? Chapter 58, The People I Want to Kill, You, Kin and number 039, T. Stop. When Oscar and Ma Hongjun saw Flanders' respectful appearance, they thought they were dazzled. How did Flanders, who are extremely proud in their eyes, be like this? And still with a man who looked as big as them. Oscar asked Dai Mubai next to him in a low voice, My Angzia? Boss Dai, who is this kid? How could the dean call my Angzia? Dai Mubai spread his hands and said meaningfully, This kid? You are really not afraid of being heard. The dean called you both, except for the new members, because of him. Oscar leaned close to Dai Mubai's back, gently squeezed his shoulders, and flattered him, Boss Dai, don't hide your words. Tell me quickly. Dai Mubai's face showed a bit of comfort, the feeling of being served by someone was really wonderful, if it's bamboo green, it would be even more wonderful. But just thinking about it, Zhu Zuqing hasn't given him a good face now, thinking about this is completely dreaming. Seeing Oscar working so hard, Dai Mubai slowly explained, his name is Su Sheng. Seeing the two people whispering, Ma Hongjun looked at Su Sheng in front of him with disdain, and said uncomfortably, Chi, I really don't understand what the dean is doing. Isn't he just a long handsome guy? I guess his soul power is still there. Not as tall as me. However, he didn't seem to deliberately lower his voice, and directly let the eyes of the Shrek mentor and everyone around him look over. Ning Rongrong and Tang San watched Ma Hongjun's eyes flash slightly unhappy, although this person may be their teammate. But now, insulting Su Sheng face to face, it's almost like hitting them in the face. But Zhu Zuqing's face became a little cold, this kind of secretly villain, she was extremely disgusted in her heart. Dai Mubai hurriedly pulled away the Oscar, gave Ma Hongjun a look, and reminded him with his lips, Ma Hongjun, apologize to this quickly. Otherwise, it will be miserable. However, Ma Hongjun obviously did not see Dai Mubai's small movements. Seeing that everyone around him was looking at him, he felt guilty and still plucked up the courage to say what's the matter? Teachers, did I say something wrong? I really don't understand. Why do you treat this guy respectfully? Flender turned and shouted angrily, Hongjun, don't be presumptuous, hurry up and apologize to Su Shengmian. This guy's temper was as irritable as Lu Erlong, who was the golden triangle at the time. Just now Cai calmed down Su Sheng's anger, and his own good disciple found fault again. Just now, Su Sheng could hear very clearly even if he was a little far away, staring at Ma Hongjun with cold pupils, are you evil fire grass chicken looking for death? Shrek people are so arrogant. Originally today, I thought I could not do it without doing it, but there are always some scumbags looking for death. He didn't mind getting a dead soul on his hands. Hearing Su Sheng insulting himself so much, Ma Hongjun yelled, go to your uncle, I am the evil phoenix. After speaking, Ma Hongjun roared, and the yellow spirit ring appeared under his feet. Flanders said coldly, Hongjun, stop. This Ma Hongjun is his direct disciple. If it is because of offending Su Sheng, there is something short and long. At this moment, the teachers of Shrek Academy knew that things were a bit big. Even if Ma Hongjun wanted to scold him, he had to take advantage of Su Sheng to leave. Now he scolded a title Douluo face to face, isn't it a pit in his head? Zhao Waoqi and other Shrek Academy teachers also hurriedly stood up. The former yelled, Ma Hongjun, stop. Ma Hongjun wiped his nose, snorted coldly, and shouted, the first soul ability, Phoenix Fire. I saw that Ma Hongjun hadn't uttered his words, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and the man in front of me suddenly stretched out a hand, easily grabbed his neck and forced him to people mentioned it. Ma Hongjun widened his eyes as he watched the horrible figure that appeared. In the next second, he only felt that his throat was locked tightly. A feeling that was enough to suffocate him gradually pervaded, and his face began to pale. Hanging in the air, Ma Heng-jun struggled with pain on his face, squeezing Su Sheng's palm with both hands, trying to open it. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move the slightest. Seeing the painful look of his dear disciple, Flender was a little anxious and said to Su Sheng, "Hong-jun, under Su Sheng Mian, let him go." Zhao Waoqi took a step. "Su Sheng Mian, his character is a bit reckless, please bypass him once." After Zhao Waoqi finished speaking, all Shrek teachers including Flander and Zhao Waoqi had quickly released their spirits, and colorful spirit rings emerged from their feet. Everyone stared at Su Sheng and squeezed Ma Heng-jun's palm. If Su Sheng really wants to kill their Shrek Academy disciples, their old bones will never tolerate it. Even if it is titled Douluo, they can also do a few tricks. Su Sheng sneered, his trembling eyes cast a glance at them, and the words filled with coldness slowly spit out, "Are you teaching me to do things? I can't stop the people I want to kill with you." As the words fell, 9 terrifying 10,000-year spirit rings slowly floated up under Su Sheng's feet. Immediately, he squeezed Ma Heng-jun's palm tighter, as if he could crush the bones with Ma Heng-jun's neck at any time. Ma Heng-jun let out a painful roar, "Ah ah ah ah!" Flander glanced at the many teachers, and a few murderous auras appeared in his eyes. "Wuji, everyone, let's go together, even if it is a title Douluo. I dare not say that we will win us." 7th Spirit Ability. Cat Eagle Real Body. 7th Soul Ability. Wuhan True Form. Powerful King Kong Bear. 7th Soul Ability. Jelly Bean's Real Body. 6th Soul Ability. In an instant, all the 70th level soul sages on the scene released their martial soul real bodies. I saw that behind Zhao Waoqi and others all appeared huge creatures with the same names as their martial arts. For nothing else, the spirit power of a few of them was nearly 20 levels lower than that of Su Sheng. Only when the spirit of martial arts is used can there be a chance to defeat title Douluo. Oscar pinched his cheek, and said in horror, "It's over, every teacher seems to be serious." Dai Mubai let out a cold breath, "A few Soul Sage and Soul Emperor attacks, even title Douluo can't bear it." Other Ning Rongrong and others who have newly joined Shrek Academy also looked at the front with solemn expressions. Offended. After Flander flew into the air, he blurted out. All the teachers of Shrek Academy used their most terrifying soul abilities and joined forces to blast towards Su Sheng. In an instant, there was a sound of landslides and cracks under their feet, and the astonishing energy that burst out seemed to be able to annihilate all the surrounding area. Su Sheng looked at Flanders and the others who had used the spirit body to attack with all his strength. His cold eyes did not show a trace of fluctuation. The 9th soul ability, the end of Blood Tang. The 9th deep soul ring under his feet with a cultivation base of nearly 100,000 years suddenly lit up. Chapter 59, Spike. A light red ripple suddenly burst out from around Su Sheng, spreading crazily towards the surrounding. After casting his martial spirit real body, Flander, who was blasting towards Su Sheng in the air, was touched by the rapidly spreading ripples, and he just stood still in the air out of thin air, unable to move. And everyone from Teacher Shrek was also affected by this ripple afterwards. In just an instant, the spirit bodies of all of them burst open instantly, turning into blue spirit power and spreading out. As for their bodies, they were completely still in place, completely unable to feel the other limbs, only their eyes and mouth could move. Flander twisted his neck with difficulty and looked at his leg, only to see that he was able to float in the air without support. With an ugly expression on his face, he gritted his teeth and said, "How terrifying was that ripple just now? Even his 78th level soul sage has no resistance." Zhao Waoqi and others below also scolded, "Damn it! I can't move at all." Li Yuzong looked at Su Sheng with jealous eyes, and said, "This guy's soul abilities can actually make space stagnate." Zhao Xin looked at Ma Heng-jun, who was pinched by Su Sheng in his hand like a chicken, with red eyes, "Damn it! If so, Ma Hongzhen is afraid. Dai Mubai backed up a few steps, and said palely, President and the others, this was controlled by Su Sheng's soul ability. Oscar's expression became tense, and he whispered, this Su Sheng, who has not even released his martial spirit body, has reached such a terrifying intensity. He could control Flanders instantly, Zhao Waoqi's many soul saints. Tang San stared at Su Sheng, who had controlled Flanders and the others with his own power, and was deeply shocked in his heart. He shook his palms, then gradually loosened them, and said with a wry smile, Brother Sheng, is this your true strength? It seems that it is impossible to catch up with you. Su Sheng is already a titled Douluo, it is as difficult as heaven to catch him. Moreover, Tang San didn't know how many levels his own martial spirit blue silver grass could cultivate, let alone the feared title Douluo. Although Xiao Wu was shocked by Su Sheng's strength, it didn't take long for him to come back to her senses. Seeing the expression on Tang San's face, she knew that he was deeply shocked. So he put his hand on his shoulder and comforted, Little San, don't give up. You won't lose to him. Tang San was slightly stunned, Xiao Wu. Su Sheng glanced at them coldly, this is the level of your Shrek Academy teachers? Can't stand a blow. Then he shook his palm, and saw the still pupils of Flander and others trembling. In the next moment, they just felt that the sky was spinning in front of them. The dazzling white light made them close their eyes. When you open it again, the scene from the previous second in their minds no longer exists. Now, all around them is the extreme heat that makes the skin hot, and the purgatory that glows like the sun and the moon. In front of me is a turbulent river full of blood, and in that, countless nine-hearted blood tangs are blooming brightly. And the nutrients that these Juxing bloomed are the vitality of Flanders whose bodies are completely bound by the roots of the Juxing at this moment. Strands of faintly red crystal particles were continuously extracted from the bodies of Flander and others, and then they were swallowed up by the rhizomes in the next moment. As for Flander and others, for every bit of vitality they lost, the pain they endured came from the soul. In the beginning, the slight pain was only a mosquito bite. Flander and others only thought that this was an illusion-type spirit ability, which would not cause real damage. But after their long time here, I have also found something wrong. This is indeed an illusion. However, the pain they have suffered will be fed back to their souls. Flander suppressed the despair in his heart, and said with a face full of fear, this strange blood is absorbing our vitality. And every bit of vitality lost will make our soul suffer more intensely. Zhao Waoqi, who does not believe in evil, gritted his teeth and constantly tried to mobilize his soul power. The auxiliary spirit master on the side, Zhao Xin sighed, Wuji, don't waste your efforts. It is estimated that this spirit ability will force our soul out here, unless your spirit power level is much higher than that guy. Puff, puff. In reality, Flanders and others began to pale, and then fell to the ground one by one. Don't look at when only a few seconds have passed in the real world. In Su Sheng's illusion, Flanders and others have been tortured for several months. Especially the kind of attack that brought them stronger soul attacks over time, if it hadn't been for Su Sheng to withdraw his soul skills at last. I am afraid that none of the people who fell on the ground at this moment are normal people. Su Sheng looked at them lying on the ground coldly, and then glanced sideways at Ma Hongzhen, who had passed out in his own hands. He spit out a faint word and trash. The next moment, he threw out Ma Hongzhen in his hand like trash. Ma Hongzhen's fat body hit the ground heavily, and the sound of bone creaking sounded. Oscar and Dai Mubai exclaimed, Dean! Fatty! The two rushed to check the breath of Flanders and others, and they were relieved when they saw that Flanders and others were still hanging. Then he walked to Ma Hongzhen's side and said, Hi, fortunately, it's just a fracture. Tang San saw that Flander and the others hadn't suffered any harm, but the pale pupils seemed to suffer a lot of pain. Could it be? An idea in my heart manifested. Secretly said Purple Demon Eye. I saw Tang San's eyes glowing with deep purple light, and then he looked at Flanders and others on the ground. The next moment, Tang San affirmed, "Sure enough, it's a mental attack. If you read it right, Su Sheng should have used his 9th spirit ability just now. I'm afraid that if this spirit ability is completely used, Flanders and others will never be safe. Brother Sheng, there is no killer. If nothing else, the reason why they left their lives is for themselves and others." Tang San glanced at Zhu Zuqing and Ning Rongrong next to him, and gradually narrowed his eyes. After solving these problems, Su Sheng walked towards Tang San and others. Su Sheng patted Tang San's shoulder expressionlessly, "Little San, I will leave soon. I have erased the memories of these guys, but Rongrong will take care of you. His goal afterwards is the Slaughter City, but there is a level 99 Tang Chen in that place, and there is probably only a 50-50 chance of whether he can play." Tang San was taken aback for a moment, and said firmly, "Don't worry, Brother Sheng. Brother Sheng's soul skills can actually erase other people's memories." Chapter 60, Evenly Matched. Ning Rongrong's eyes condensed and he walked over angrily, "Su Sheng, don't you stay here anymore? Or do you hate me so much?" Su Sheng wanted to explain, but found that after being influenced by Juxin Haitang, he had no idea what to say. There was a moment of silence, and Gu Jingwubo said, "No, I have other things to do, I have erased their memory, you are safe here. Moreover, in addition to Shrek, in addition to the 7 treasure glazed glass sex sword Douluo, there is also a more terrifying character, Tang San's father, Tang Hao. It is impossible for them to discover what just happened." And seeing what Su Sheng didn't even want to explain, Ning Rongrong suddenly laughed at himself. A few mists filled the corner of his eyes, but his eyes were firm. "Su Sheng, don't you like me at all?" Tang San next to him raised his eyebrows. "It's over, Brother Sheng is going to roll over this wave." But what is their relationship? Although it seems that Brother Sheng Ning Rongrong is very concerned, but he can't see a couple at all. Look like. It's more like his relationship with Xiao Wu, but in comparison, he and Xiao Wu are much closer. Immediately his eyes looked at Xiao Wu who was leaning on his arm. "Rongrong, I do have some good feelings for you from the bottom of my heart." Su Sheng looked at Ning Rongrong's distressing appearance, and couldn't bear to hurt him. At this time, Ning Rongrong cried a bit, "Then can't you give me an accurate answer? I have been waiting for 3 years, but that doesn't mean I want to wait another moment." "Su Sheng, have you ever liked it?" Su Sheng pursed his thin lips, not knowing what to do, silently stretched out his hand and gently rubbed Ning Rongrong's head. However, he really has no feelings between men and women for the latter. On the other hand, when the latter saw Su Sheng's familiar movement, the eyes of tears that had already filled his eyes flashed with hope. However, Su Sheng slowly let go of his hand, and turned his back coldly. "Sorry, Rongrong, I have always regarded you as my sister." After Su Sheng's indifferent answer, Ning Rongrong's expression instantly solidified, and the next moment, silently buried his head. Su Sheng, with his back to Ning Rongrong, looked up at the woods in front of him, and then said calmly, "I'm leaving, Rongrong, take care of yourself." After speaking, he left without looking back. In the next moment, Ning Rongrong, who was forcibly resisting not revealing his fragile heart in front of Su Sheng, finally couldn't help it, lowered his body and covered his face, crying. Tang San looked at the painful Ning Rongrong. Even if it had nothing to do with him, his heart was pulled. He sighed silently. Brother Sheng is too unfeeling, but wasn't he very friendly before? What made him become what he is now? Xiao Wu, who had been leaning on his arm in silence, slowly said, "It's his martial soul." Tang San was so slightly awakened in an instant. "Xiao Wu, you mean, Brother Sheng's martial spirit affected him?" Yes. Xiao Wu shrank back one word, and didn't say a word. In the small woods, Jiando Luochen scolded viciously, "Damn, this kid dared to refuse my family Rongrong face to face, if it weren't for the sect master's order not to do anything to you, the old man will kill you today." An extremely weak voice sounded beside him, indeed. Jian Douluo-Chenexin's eyes suddenly condensed, and he stepped back 2 steps in an instant, looking at the man wearing a shabby cloak in front of him with vigilant expression. Who is this man? He could come to him quietly, and he didn't feel his existence at all. Chen Xin stretched out her palm, and the 7-killing sword full of fierce aura appeared in her hand. Her eyes coldly said, "Who are you?" Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 and black, 9 spirit rings emerged from under the feet. The man in the cloak is impressively Tang San's father, Haoshan Douluo, Tang Hao. Tang Hao's indifferent eyes glanced at vigilant Chen Xin. I'm just a passerby." Chen Xin's eyes condensed, the palm of her hand holding the 7-killing sword tightened, and he coldly shouted, "Passing? You can approach me quietly. Why didn't I know that people who passed by have this kind of strength?" This seemingly ordinary man actually gave him the oppressive power of Ruiao Ruwu. This person is definitely not simple. Tang Hao's eyes became cold. "Oh? Want to do it?" After speaking, 9 spirit rings gradually appeared from under his feet, especially the last one. The pressure that radiated even changed the surroundings. Chen Xin looked at the scarlet spirit ring that gave him an unknown premonition, and exclaimed, 100,000-year spirit ring. In the next second, he suddenly thought of a person in his head, holding the clear sky hammer, and with his own strength, he severely injured the Pope, the youngest title Douluo in the mainland. "Tang Hao. You are Haoshan Douluo, Tang Hao." If it were him, it would be no surprise to have a 100,000-year spirit ring. Chen Xin's trembling emotions gradually calmed down. "I didn't expect someone to recognize me, Tang Hao." When Tang Hao said this, his cheeks didn't look surprised. Jian Douluo's eyes suddenly widened. "Wait, can it be said that Tang San?" After the last sentence, Tang Hao in front of Chen Xin blinked his eyes and disappeared. Chen Xin's eyes flickered a few times, and he said inwardly, "Tang Hao reappears in the world, is he ready to come back for revenge? It seems that Wuhan Palace is troublesome." Su Sheng, who was walking slowly, stopped suddenly and said in an icy tone, "Uncle Hao, since it's here, let's come out." Behind Su Sheng, Tang Hao slowly walked out. "Boy, your talent is really amazing, and it has even surpassed Xiao San." Hearing this, Su Sheng turned around slowly, and finally, a pair of cold eyes faced Tang Hao's eyes. Neither of them spoke any more. The next moment, from Tang Hao, a strong terrifying killing intent burst out, and even this murderous aura had completely condensed into substance, making the surrounding space almost tremble. This is the realm of Killing God. The terrifying realm that can only be obtained after passing through the city of killing and slaughtering countless powerful people by hand. This terrifying killing intent suddenly rushed to Su Sheng. Suddenly, from Su Sheng's body, a murderous intent that was not weaker than that of the Killing God realm suddenly broke out, easily swallowing the killing intent. The fields formed by the 2 horrible murderous auras began to erode each other. Suddenly, the gap between the 2 sides has stabilized. For a while, Tang Hao's eyes looked at Su Sheng, who easily resisted his killing realm, and said calmly, "Boy, it seems that in the past few years, the creatures you slaughtered have been close to me." "Uncle Hao, you laughed." There is still no emotion in Su Sheng's words.